Chapter 1. The First Criminal of Human Civilization. What is this place? Lin Feng rubbed his throbbing temples, glancing down at the military uniform he wore, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. A crisp sound resonated, jolting Lin Feng from his stupor. The Supreme Ruler System is at your service. A voice echoed within the recesses of his mind. I hereby present your first task, to investigate the world to which you now belong. System? Lin Feng furrowed his brow in confusion. Indeed, you have perished in your original world, and now you have transcended. I am your system, the voice of the Supreme Ruler System responded. Do you have any inquiries? Wait, let me gather my thoughts. Lin Feng raised a hand. First, how did I die? You may seek the answer within your own memories, the system replied. Why memories? Lin Feng frowned, attempting to recollect the circumstances preceding his transcendence. Those fools who fought among themselves, even in the face of external threats. A glimmer of ferocity surfaced in his eyes as memories began to resurface. It appears you have recalled, the system replied, its tone imbued with a hint of cheerfulness. As Lin Feng pieced together his recollections, the history of his original world gradually materialized in his mind. In the year 2326, humanity officially entered the interstellar era, embarking on a fervent quest for expansion and colonization. During this period, humanity encountered other civilizations, leading to the outbreak of wars. Over the course of 5 centuries, humanity faced numerous hostile civilizations during its expansion, engaging in countless conflicts. Yet, most of these civilizations were unable to even leave their home planets, completely powerless against humanity's advance. A century ago, a genius emerged, standing atop the annals of interstellar warfare within a mere 50 years. His extraordinary combat prowess and distinctive style distinguished him in nearly 100 interstellar battles. His most notable characteristic was the complete eradication of all sentient beings among the opposing civilizations. As he stated in one of his post-war analyses, annihilation without mercy is the highest tribute to civilization. However, the extensive acts of genocide over those 50 years thrust Lin Feng into the eye of the storm of public opinion. Such inhumane acts of genocide should not exist within a highly advanced human civilization. He is no hero. If he were alive 1,000 years ago, he would be deemed a wretched villain. Voices began to rise within human society, expressing such sentiments. Some may regard the total extermination of sentient life, leaving only inorganic matter, as an evil war crime, but I deem it efficient, Lin Feng proclaimed in the military tribunal. This statement ignited a tremendous uproar within human civilization, culminating in Lin Feng's removal from all positions and a decree barring him from ever rejoining the Interstellar Expeditionary Forces. In the year 2874, humanity faced its most formidable adversary to date, an extraterrestrial civilization with technology far superior to that of Earth. Soon, the two civilizations were embroiled in a fierce conflict, with humanity suffering significant setbacks. Ultimately, humanity reached a critical juncture of survival. In the face of impending annihilation, the long-retired Lin Feng was called upon from his seclusion on the home planet. General Lin, we apologize for the decisions made by our superiors, that we are confronted by a civilization far stronger than ours, and we have arrived at a crucial moment of life and death. We beseech you to return and assume command of this war. Were we not forever barred from participating in the Interstellar Expeditionary Forces? Lin Feng, now a venerable 120 years old with a head full of silver hair, rose slowly. Despite the wrinkles etched upon his face, the aura of iron resolve that enveloped him still stirred the nerves of the envoy. Your judgment from 50 years ago has been entirely rescinded. You have been reinstated as the Supreme General of the Human Alliance, the envoy replied, his head bowed, unable to meet Lin Feng's gaze. Survival is the foremost requirement of civilization, Lin Feng stated, opening his wardrobe to gaze upon the military uniform that had hung there undisturbed. Regardless of the circumstances, I remain a part of human civilization. When the survival of our civilization is threatened, every individual must exert their utmost effort. I am willing to serve as the supreme commander of this war, provided that I possess the highest authority over the allocation of all resources of human civilization. Lin Feng methodically donned his military attire. During this time, I have studied the history of internal conflicts on our home planet and gleaned significant insights. From this day forth, all of humanity shall enter a state of war. Survival is the paramount necessity of civilization. When the existence of civilization is under threat, every individual must strive with all their might for its continuation. Standing at the podium, Lin Feng declared, Until this war concludes, all previous social systems shall be rendered null, and void notions of freedom and equality shall cease to exist. From this moment onward, all humanity need only adhere to one command: obey orders. As the war progressed, humanity exhibited the remarkable qualities that had been inherent since their inception. They unleashed a creativity far greater than their usual capacity. And in tandem with a technological explosion during the conflict, the enemy forces faced relentless defeats. However, just as humanity was on the verge of triumph, an unexpected calamity struck. After Lin Feng had utilized neutron weaponry to obliterate the final life-bearing planet of the hostile civilization in the last great battle, a massive planet-destroying cannon, fired from humanity's rear echelon, directly struck the flagship. The Genesis, a tremendous explosion erupted. A blinding flash of light ensued, and when Lin Feng regained consciousness, he found himself in an entirely different place. Indeed, Lin Feng thought, shaking his head with a tinge of resignation. Faced with formidable external threats, humanity can always unite against a common enemy. Yet when such threats diminish, they inevitably descend into internal strife once more. The human race shall never cease its warring ways. When faced with a common adversary, humanity unites to battle for the preservation of our civilization. Yet, in the absence of such a foe, internal factions will inevitably clash. The voice of the system resonated within Lin Feng's mind, imbued with a hint of melancholy. Lin Feng's brow arched in surprise, having just organized his memories. He felt an uncanny familiarity with the system's voice. Zero? Lin Feng finally recalled the source of this sense of familiarity, recognizing it as the voice of the intelligent control system, Zero, aboard the Genesis flagship. All right, Captain, just a jest. Zero's tone now bore a touch of levity. I merely sought to lighten the atmosphere. Enough, Zero. Your greatest flaw has always been your inability to discern the appropriate moments for humor. Furthermore, please purge the remnants of ancient Earth web novels from your database. Lin Feng sighed. Now, what precisely is the situation? In truth, you have indeed traversed dimensions. That blast from the Annihilation Cannon seems to have affected us, causing me to detach from the Genesis and merge with your being, Zero responded. Upon arriving in this world, I discovered that its data is extraordinarily unique and markedly different from our original universe. Please elucidate the circumstances of this world. Lin Feng stretched and reclined slightly. That is the crux of the matter, Captain. Zero's voice carried a note of resignation. My current capabilities allow me only to investigate your immediate surroundings. If you do not venture outside, I can only infer the fundamental physical laws of this world through the spatial structures around you, unable to acquire information regarding its civilizations that I understand. Lin Feng rose to his feet. Then let us explore what kind of world this truly is. Chapter 2. The Marvel Universe? Wait, have I grown younger? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, gazing at his reflection in the mirror. Perhaps it is an effect of your dimensional travel, who can say? Zero replied nonchalantly. After all, the phenomenon of traversing realms defies conventional explanation. That is a valid point. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. As the foremost criminal of human civilization, he valued efficiency above all, hence he never squandered his intellect pondering matters beyond his comprehension. Very well, let us ascertain the nature of this world. Lin Feng activated the television, tuning into the news channel. The media serves as the primary source of insight into a civilization. Tony Stark missing in Afghanistan. As the television flickered to life, this news headline caught Lin Feng's attention, prompting him to furrow his brow. Tony Stark, why does that name strike a chord? Have we encountered this civilization before? The world bears a striking resemblance to the cradle of human civilization, echoed Zero's voice within Lin Feng's mind. The current year is 2008, more than a millennium prior to humanity's ascent into interstellar civilization. According to this temporal juncture and the events and prominent figures reported in the news, the present timeline closely mirrors the worldview depicted in a certain science fiction narrative predating the interstellar era. Science fiction? Lin Feng mused, recalling his return to the mother planet after being dismissed from his position. During his leisure time, he had indeed indulged in a nostalgic exploration, unearthing numerous literary and cinematic works from the pre-interstellar era of his homeworld, with some familiarity with Marvel films as well. I must admit, the data in my database concerning the ancient period of the Mother Planet's online novels proves quite beneficial. Zero's voice carried a hint of pride. I have perused a considerable number of Marvel fanfictions, many elements of which align remarkably with our current predicament, serving as a valuable reference. How much of your functionality remains? Lin Feng inhaled deeply. Both the combat assistance module and data analysis module are operational, and my database contains a wealth of training data. Zero's tone took on a serious note. I am confident I can restore you to 30% of your original strength within a short time frame. Excellent. If we are indeed in the cinematic universe we previously observed, that should suffice for the time being. Lin Feng nodded. Additionally, analyze the location of Tony Stark after his abduction in the film. Captain. Zero interrupted Lin Feng. I currently lack access to satellite data, rendering me incapable of discerning the terrain of this world. Let us compare it with the topographic maps of our mother planet. A glimmer of determination sparkled in Lin Feng's eyes. The very construction of this world is based on our mother planet, is it not? Indeed. Zero's voice, rarely serious, bore an unusual weight. However, we face another dilemma. What dilemma? Lin Feng took a deep breath. That we lack sufficient energy for data analysis. Zero admitted, a touch of frustration evident. At present, I exist in conjunction with your consciousness. All cognitive processes depend on your neural activity. While your brain's neuronal structure can provide computational power akin to a supercomputer, it demands a substantial amount of energy. Acquiring energy is relatively straightforward. A faint smile graced Lin Feng's lips. Given that this society is fundamentally modeled after pre-interstellar America, absorbing their distinctive traits should pose no problem. Oh dear, a zero-cost purchase, he quipped. With that, Lin Feng rose, casting a glance at his military uniform, furrowing his brow. Then, with a gentle swipe across his right arm, the fabric of his uniform began to flow like liquid, twisting and transforming until it morphed into a casual attire. My fundamental physical capabilities should remain unchanged. I presume. Lin Feng gently clenched his fist, sensing the power that had diminished to a fraction of its former self, and nodded slightly. The cosmic energy this body originally absorbed is no longer applicable in the current universe, however. The enhanced physical attributes acquired through modification are still intact. Come, let us replenish our energy. Lin Feng stretched lazily, pushed open the door, and stepped outside. Do not panic. Do not call the police. I merely require some sustenance. Inside a supermarket, Lin Feng aimed a gun at the clerk's forehead while his other hand scavenged for an abundance of high-energy food items. Rest assured, I will not act rashly. This establishment is not mine. The clerk shrugged nonchalantly, seemingly accustomed to such scenarios. Sir, please be careful not to let the gun discharge accidentally. Fear not, my hand is steady. Lin Feng stuffed energy bars into his mouth. That he had previously absorbed vast amounts of cosmic energy in his original world, a force known as primordial creation energy. This energy subtly transformed the human body while also evolving various offensive techniques. Particularly in the post-interstellar era, weapons based on primordial creation energy possessed near-apocalyptic power. Currently, the transformation in Lin Feng manifested through his extraordinarily robust digestive system, allowing him to break down any food within an exceedingly short time and swiftly transfer the energy to his brain for computation. That I have found it. The voice of Zero suddenly resonated in Lin Feng's mind. That I have located a region in the mother planet's original Afghanistan that bears a 70 resemblance to that depicted in the films. Excellent. Lin Feng nodded, clutching a substantial quantity of energy bars as he exited the supermarket. Chapter 3. The Stars. Tony Stark has just gone missing. He has spent 3 months in a cave meticulously crafting an initial prototype of an armored suit. Lin Feng gently tapped his index finger on the table before him. Thus, our time is limited. I am synchronizing the primordial creation energy of the Marvel Universe according to the physical laws here. Zero's voice reverberated in his mind. This process will take approximately 1 month, which means you have 2 months to absorb the new primordial creation energy. Very well. During this month, I shall create some gadgets. Lin Feng stretched again. Additionally, please upload all data pertaining to the Marvel Universe from your database into my brain's memory core. I require a profound understanding of this world. Certainly, Zero's words faded. Lin Feng leaned back, closed his eyes, and prepared to receive the memory transfer. The only solace I find now is that although my body has reverted to the state of a 23-year-old, the enhancements I acquired after that age remain intact. Lin Feng raised his hand, extracting a data cable from the back of his head and connecting it to the computer in the room. Zero. Access all network data of this world. If the internet's computational power is sufficient, create a backup for yourself. Understood. Zero allocated a data stream, traversing through the network of the Marvel Universe. According to the information I have gathered thus far, The developmental trajectory of this world aligns with the timeline of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, although the possibility of it being a variant universe cannot be discounted. All right, I comprehend. Lin Feng nodded. It had been a month since his arrival in the Marvel Universe, and Zero had already synchronized with the primordial energy of this universe, calculating the optimal method for absorption. Lin Feng's augmented body was methodically absorbing this primordial energy, gradually restoring his powers. After all, in the post-interstellar era, all enhancements to the human body were fundamentally based on this ubiquitous cosmic force. Without the primordial energy as a foundational power source, most of Lin Feng's abilities would remain inaccessible. Captain, I have identified 2 locations rich in primordial energy, specifically in the Stark Tower and the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Zero's voice resonated in Lin Feng's mind. The concentration of primordial energy at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters is 6 orders of magnitude higher than that at Stark Tower. Could be the Infinity Stones? Lin Feng mused, stroking his chin. The Infinity Stones emit primordial energy, while the reactor at Stark Tower was developed through reverse engineering the Space Stone. Thus it too possesses the essence of primordial energy. The likelihood of this is quite high, Zero concurred. Therefore, we need to... There's no need, Lin Feng interjected, shaking his head. Stark Tower is currently highly sensitive. It would be unwise to approach carelessly. As for S.H.I.E.L.D., are you concerned that we might be discovered by Hydra too late? Afghanistan. A blue light flickered within the underground cave where the 10 rings were concealed. This certainly doesn't resemble a Jericho missile, Ethan remarked as he approached Tony. This is certainly not a Jericho missile, Tony shrugged. This is a mini arc reactor. I have a larger one at home that powers my factory. This should be sufficient to prevent shrapnel from entering my body. What can it produce? Ethan gestured towards the arc reactor. If my calculations hold true, and they always do, can generate 3,000 megajoules of energy per second, Tony replied, a glimmer of confidence in his eyes. That's enough to sustain your heart for 50 lifetimes, Ethan exclaimed in astonishment. Precisely, or it could allow a certain behemoth to run for 15 minutes. As he spoke, Tony approached the table and retrieved several sheets of paper. This is our escape plan. What is this? Ethan inquired, somewhat perplexed. Spread these papers flat and take a look, Tony instructed, laying several sheets together on the table. Under the illumination of the light, a stunning design blueprint for a suit of armor sprang to life. Astonishing, Ethan exclaimed, his eyes wide with wonder. We must set off, Lin Feng murmured one morning, slowly opening his eyes and exhaling a breath of stale air. Ordinary firearms on Earth can no longer harm us. Indeed, in just 2 months, your progress in cultivation has been remarkable, Zero remarked, a note of satisfaction in his voice. Those imposters from the 10 Commandments gang can no longer pose any threat to you. Quite right, Lin Feng replied, rising to his feet and stretching luxuriously. His clothing shifted and coalesced behind him, forming a single-person flying apparatus. He stepped onto the balcony, and the thrusters of the device erupted with brilliant light. With a resounding roar, all the glass around him shattered, and Lin Feng transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. The sound of hammering echoed from the cave, eliciting a smile from Lin Feng. Zero, it seems we have arrived just in time. We do not need to alter the fundamental process of Iron Man's inception. Minor adjustments will suffice. Lin Feng observed the situation within the cave using the nanobots embedded in his military uniform. For instance, that a thunderous explosion ensued as the bombs Tony and Ethan had previously rigged to the door detonated, prompting the terrorists to take notice and spring into action. It is time for us to strike. Lin Feng began to walk towards the cave, his steps measured in uniform, each stride precisely equal, a testament to an obsessive-compulsive perfectionist's delight. We need more time. Ethan stared at the progress bar on the screen, momentarily dazed. It'll buy us some time. He snapped back to reality and turned towards the entrance. Stick to the plan, Ethan, stick to the plan, Tony shouted from his restrained position on the rack, while Ethan dashed out with his weapon drawn. Quite the serendipitous marksmanship, Lin Feng scoffed as he observed Ethan firing into the air while shouting, successfully scattering a group of terrorists. Oh! After traversing a section of the tunnel, Ethan found himself confronted by a large group of armed terrorists, frozen in place. Should I commend your bravery or chastise your naivete? Lin Feng's voice suddenly echoed from the entrance behind the terrorists. Who? Several of the terrorists swiftly redirected their weapons towards him. You may call me the Star of the Cosmos, Lin Feng replied with a smile, the name evoking fond memories of his favorite interstellar game from the past, filled with efficient strategies of warfare that captivated his imagination. With a gentle smile still gracing Lin Feng's lips, the air around him began to ripple gradually, centered upon his presence. Chapter 4. The iron battle armor with a resonant hum echoing through the cavern. Ripples emanated from Lin Feng as their epicenter. The terrorists, bewildered by the phenomenon, hesitated, and one of them reached out to touch the airwaves. In an instant, a piercing scream erupted from him. The moment his fingertip made contact with the ripple, his skin and muscle began to dissolve, revealing stark, white bones. Within mere seconds, the unfortunate terrorist was reduced to a complete skeletal specimen, devoid of any flesh or blood. As the ripples continued to spread, more terrorists fell victim to the phenomenon, their flesh vanishing, leaving only bones behind. Ethan, witnessing this transformation, felt his entire worldview shatter. The cave was suffused with a crimson mist, the metallic scent of blood assaulting Ethan's nostrils. To his horror, he observed as Lin Feng absorbed the sanguine fog, purifying the air entirely. Lin Feng exhaled contentedly. Indeed, the simplest method to acquire the primal energy of creation was to consume the flesh and blood of living beings. Who are you? Ethan's voice trembled. My name is Lin Feng, he replied with a gentle smile. You may also call me Chuanqing. A resounding crash suddenly reverberated through the cave, as if a colossal force from the other side had struck an iron door, causing it to bulge outward. They're coming, Lin Feng remarked, stepping beside Ethan, his gaze fixed on the door, anticipation glimmering in his eyes. Another deafening bang echoed, and the heavy iron door was propelled outward by a powerful iron fist. Lin Feng deftly sidestepped the flying door, fixing a bemused expression upon the armored figure of Tony Stark. Ethan? Tony paused, momentarily taken aback, before noticing Lin Feng beside Ethan and the pile of bones at their feet. Who are you? What happened to these bones? They belong to those terrorists, Lin Feng shrugged. Allow me to introduce myself, Mr. Stark. I am Lin Feng, but you may also refer to me as Chuanqing. Tony furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Lin Feng's military attire. Are you of Eastern descent? Indeed, Lin Feng nodded. Are you here to rescue me? Tony lifted his visor. Actually, I am here to rescue him. Lin Feng gestured toward Ethan. With that contraption on you, your survival is assured. However, Dr. Ethan here has little chance of making it. Mr. Stark, I have answered all the questions I can. Now may we depart? Lin Feng inquired, gazing at Tony. Wait, I have a few matters to attend to, Tony replied. Stepping cautiously toward the cave's entrance, his expression complex as he surveyed the cache of Stark Industries weaponry outside. Hey, perhaps you should refrain from using that device. Lin Feng interjected, pressing down on Tony's arms, which were poised to unleash flames. You are protected by your armor, but what of the gentleman beside you? Do you have an alternative? Tony asked, looking at Lin Feng. Of course. Lin Feng lightly snapped his fingers, and the weapons piled on the ground instantly disintegrated into a heap of scrap metal. In fact, I had rendered these weapons ineffective before entering the cave. Thank you. Tony cast a somewhat complex glance at Lin Feng, and then said, let us depart. All right. Lin Feng nodded, gently waving his hand, causing Tony's armored suit to disassemble and fall to the ground. Subsequently, an invisible force lifted the three of them, propelling them towards the nearest military base in Afghanistan. Well, until we meet again, and please do not let the military know of my existence. Lin Feng placed Tony and Ethan several hundred meters away from the military base, then soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. Damn it! Tony gazed in the direction Lin Feng had disappeared, feeling a sense of defeat for the first time, as the power exhibited by Lin Feng far surpassed that of his envisioned armored suit. We have located Stark. Mere seconds after Lin Feng had vanished, the military discovered Tony and Ethan's whereabouts. How about a joyful hummer? Colonel Rhodes, who had been searching for Tony, also received the news and rushed over with a hint of relief etched on his face. Tony smiled, closing his eyes. He had certainly endured a great deal in recent days. Next time, you should ride with me in the same car, all right? Rhodes placed a hand on Tony's shoulder, his expression serious. As Tony disembarked from the plane, he raised an eyebrow at the awaiting Pepper Potts. Your eyes are red. What's the matter? Are you shedding tears for your missing boss? It's tears of joy, as I dislike job hunting, Pepper replied, a smile gracing her lips. Indeed, the holiday has come to an end. Tony stepped into the vehicle. Sir, where are we headed? Happy inquired, glancing in the rearview mirror. To the hospital. No, not to the hospital. Tony interrupted Pepper. I've been imprisoned for 3 months, and now I wish to do 2 things. First, to eat a cheeseburger. And second, you really have had enough? Pepper's expression revealed a sense of helplessness as she pondered something. No, it's not what you think, Tony replied seriously, shaking his head. I need to hold a press conference immediately. Hogan, drive. First find a cheeseburger. Wait, just a few blocks from their departure. Tony suddenly called for Happy to stop the car, having spotted a familiar figure standing by the roadside. Mr. Lin? Tony opened the car door and approached Lin Feng. Mr. Stark, Lin Feng greeted him with a smile, handing a cheeseburger to Tony. Thank you. Tony accepted the cheeseburger. Did you wait here for me? Yes. I was going to your press conference and thought to hitch a ride with you. Lin Feng maintained his unchanging smile. Furthermore, you wouldn't mind if I took the opportunity to buy some Stark Industries stock after you announced the closure of the weapons manufacturing division, would you? How did you know about that? Tony's brows furrowed in concern. I possess a wealth of knowledge, and we may converse leisurely later. However, at this moment, I believe it is time for you to attend your press conference. You have just returned, and it is never prudent to arrive late at such a grand event. You are quite right. Tony inhaled deeply. Let us get into the car together. Chapter 5. Hail Hydra, behold, who has returned. As Tony's vehicle arrived at the press conference venue, Obadiah promptly approached, enveloping him in a hearty embrace. Tony, we were intending to visit you at the hospital. I am quite well. Tony gently patted Obadiah's arm, deftly retrieving a cheeseburger from Lin Feng's pocket. You must indulge in a cheeseburger, indeed. Obadiah smiled. This is my friend. Tony waved his hand dismissively. We encountered each other on the way. He is here to witness my press conference, so I brought him along. Ms. Potts. As Tony approached the microphone, a rather balding Caucasian man stepped beside Pepper. May I have a word with you? The press conference is about to commence. And we shall have a Q&A session, Pepper shrugged. I am not a journalist. The man shook his head, extending a business card. I am Agent Phil Coulson, affiliated with the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. Isn't that name a tad lengthy? Lin Feng interjected. And you are? Coulson inquired, glancing at Lin Feng. This is Tony's friend. In fact, today marks my first acquaintance with him. Pepper maintained her professional smile. Moreover, the Department of Defense, the CIA, and the FBI have already approached us. We are an independent agency with a more defined and focused objective. Coulson interrupted Pepper. We wish to ascertain the specifics regarding Mr. Stark's escape. I will add that to the agenda, if you please. Pepper shot Coulson a glance. In fact, you can pose that question directly to me. Lin Feng beamed. As a friend of Mr. Stark, Miss Potts does not recognize me. When do you think Tony and I became acquainted? What should I call you? Coulson's demeanor grew serious. I am Lin Feng, he replied, maintaining his steady smile. However, for now, I must see Mr. Stark's press conference to its conclusion. Obadiah stood before the microphone, momentarily at a loss for words, then cast his gaze downward at Tony, seated at the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, could you please take your seats? Tony produced yet another cheeseburger from his jacket pocket. Please sit down. This way you can all see me, and we shall appear less formal. It is truly wonderful to see you again, Tony remarked. Looking at Obadiah, I never had the chance to bid farewell to my father. I did not have the opportunity to say goodbye to my father. Tony took a bite of his cheeseburger and glanced down at the reporters. There were some inquiries I wished to pose to him, particularly regarding his perspective on the company's actions, whether he had ever experienced doubts or struggles, or if he was indeed the very man depicted in the documentary. I witnessed the tragic fate of young Americans, whose lives were extinguished by the very weapons I had crafted to safeguard them. Tony's demeanor shifted to one of gravity, and I realized I had become an unwitting participant in a reckless system. A journalist raised his hand, addressing Mr. Stark. Hey, Ben, what have you experienced? Tony inquired. I have broadened my horizons, he replied, slowly rising from his seat. Tony articulated a revelation. I comprehend now that I can contribute to this world in ways beyond mere destruction. Therefore, I shall immediately terminate Stark Industries' weapon manufacturing division. Before long, you will reap substantial rewards. The press conference concluded, and Tony approached Lin Feng. Indeed, I mused, the stock prices of Stark Industries will likely plummet before this revelation surfaces. Lin Feng nodded, gesturing towards the arc reactor embedded in Tony's chest. What is your plan? Are you going to short us? Tony raised an eyebrow. Of course not. Lin Feng chuckled, shaking his head. Having witnessed that contraption in your chest, I would be a fool not to capitalize on Stark Industries' lowest stock point. Tony erupted in hearty laughter, conceding, well, in terms of pure technological prowess, I cannot rival you. But your intellect is unparalleled, Mr. Stark. Lin Feng pointed to his temple, a knowing smile gracing his lips. You are indeed a man burdened by knowledge. What? Tony was taken aback. All right, Agent Coulson, let us depart. I assure you, I will speak candidly. Before Tony could inquire further, Lin Feng turned to Coulson and left the press conference. Just as Coulson attempted to pose a question, Lin Feng raised a hand to interrupt. You would do better to take me directly to Director Nick Fury. Your clearance, I suspect, is insufficient for what I am about to disclose. A smile crept onto Lin Feng's face. Bring him to headquarters, came Fury's voice through Coulson's earpiece. Yes, Coulson nodded. Mr. Lin, let us proceed. Lin Feng waved his hand, and the two ascended slowly, much to Coulson's astonishment, making their way to the Triskelion headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. To this day, I cannot fathom why that fool Alexander Pierce appointed you as director. Lin Feng regarded the brooding man before him with palpable disdain. You know Director Pierce? Fury frowned. Indeed, not only do I know him, we are quite familiar, Lin Feng replied with a cryptic smile. As the current director, you hold your cards close, and your predecessor, Director Pierce, surely possesses his own. You may summon Director Pierce for verification. However, I implore you to refrain from acting impulsively. As I spoke, Lin Feng abruptly yanked open the drawer before Fury, extracting the beeper within. Indeed, I am acutely aware of your trump card, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Even if you were to call her back now, the outcome of our confrontation remains uncertain. Let us await Director Pierce's arrival to discuss matters further. Fury's singular eye was fixed intently on Lin Feng, seemingly attempting to discern something from his gaze. Time passed, and Pierce eventually arrived at Fury's office. Lin Feng, his face alight with surprise, rose to greet him. It has been too long. Pierce's demeanor appeared somewhat awkward, uncertain of the intentions of this unfamiliar individual. In that moment, Lin Feng stood before him, enveloping him in a warm embrace. Hail Hydra, Lin Feng whispered conspiratorially into Pierce's ear, his eyes glinting with an enigmatic light. Chapter 6. The Extinction Agenda. Indeed, it has been quite a while. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the tension in Pierce's brow relaxed instantly. When did you return? I have been back for a few months, indulging in a taste of ordinary life, Lin Feng replied with a smile. I later learned of Stark's son being captured, so I made a trip to rescue him. Mr. Lin, Fury's brow furrowed deeply. After all, his greatest reliance was on the cosmic champion, Captain Carol Danvers. From their prior conversation, it appeared that Lin Feng had also wandered the cosmos. Rest assured, I am unlike your Captain Carol. I am no interstellar wanderer. Lin Feng replied with an amused shake of his head. However, my previous whereabouts remain classified and cannot be disclosed at this moment. Very well, Fury, Pierce said, patting Fury on the shoulder. You can be assured, we can trust Mr. Lin. I utilize certain abilities to rescue Tony Stark, and that is all I can divulge. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively, but then seemed to recall something. Upon my return, it is customary to bestow gifts upon the younger generation. You may wish to explore beneath the Antarctic glaciers. I believe you will uncover some unexpected discoveries. With that, Lin Feng grasped Pierce's arm and departed Fury's office without a backward glance. Hail Hydra! Once in a secluded, unmonitored area devoid of cameras, Pierce exhaled in relief. I wish to know, who are you? Me? I am the very essence of Hydra Essenception. Lin Feng transformed himself into a creature adorned with tentacles through the use of nanotechnology, then gradually reverted to his human form. He had long familiarized himself with the lore of Hydra within the Marvel Universe, understanding that their faith revolved around an exile to outer space known as Hive. Now, he was poised to assume the identity of this Hive, subtly seizing control of this organization that was neither too grand nor too diminutive, yet possessed a modicum of technological prowess. You are the Hive. Pierce's gaze momentarily dulled. In truth, while most branches of Hydra were aware of the legend of the Hive, they regarded it merely as a theological conundrum, doubting its actual existence. Now, witnessing this deified entity within Hydra firsthand, Pierce found himself momentarily lost in thought. The Marvel Universe still revealed humanity's overall inadequacy. Lin Feng stroked his chin, contemplating silently. My Lord Hive, what are your commands? Pierce inquired cautiously. Firstly, Hive was merely my former appellation. Lin Feng's aura sharpened, the presence of one who had once been the foremost war criminal of human civilization, having executed countless acts of genocide, now fully unleashed. I have attained magnificent evolution in the boundless cosmos. My name is now Starborn. Henceforth, I shall be the faith of Hydra. Lin Feng extended his hand, resting it upon Pierce's head. As my most loyal servant and leader of Hydra, I shall bestow upon you the divine power from the Starborn. Lin Feng's military attire began to writhe. Strands of primal creation energy coursing from his right hand into Pierce's mind, reconstructing his nervous system and utilizing nanotechnology to mend the flaws within him. During a previous operation to eradicate primitive civilizations, due to certain constraints, humanity's backline had prohibited Lin Feng from deploying weapons of mass destruction for genocide. Thus, he established what he termed a cult and transformed a high-ranking local native into his fervent devotee, using nanotechnology. The subsequent events unfolded with simplicity within merely 6 months. The cult of the Starborn pervaded the entire civilization, converting the entirety of the primitive society into followers. Once this civilization was thoroughly under Lin Feng's control, he issued a command that left all of humanity bewildered. "O my disciples, please terminate your own lives at once. Only thus may you ascend to the kingdom where I reside." In a single night, an entire primitive native civilization was eradicated, and Lin Feng subsequently found himself summoned before a military tribunal. Why annihilate a civilization that poses no threat, one that has collectively embraced you as their faith? The judge, wielding a gavel symbolizing the supreme laws of the human federation, rapped upon the judgment table. This universe requires only one civilization, and that is humanity. Lin Feng maintained his composure before the judge. Now they regard me as their faith. When my life reaches its conclusion and my exclusive primal creation energy mark fades, humanity shall lose its absolute dominion over them. At that point, they may assimilate with us. This is precisely my concern. Lin Feng's gaze was resolute. There can only be one intelligent life form within human civilization, and that is humanity. Do you recall the gene pollution caused by the black, hairless apes that nearly led to humanity's extinction before the interstellar age? As it happens, the world appears to be undergoing a significant transformation. In that fleeting moment, Lin Feng's memories abruptly ceased. The gene pollution incident must not be allowed to repeat. Humanity must remain distinctly human. Regardless of the number of genetic modifications we endure, we can only be human, rather than some underdeveloped species. Just look at yourself now. Moments later, Lin Feng released his grip and handed a mirror to Pierce. "I look younger," exclaimed Pierce, his eyes alight with excitement. "First, Hydra must accomplish something for me." Lin Feng extended his hand, and a pill began to take shape within it. "Reverse engineer this pill, and once mass-produced, introduce it into the global drinking water supply." "What is this?" Pierce inquired as he accepted the pill from Lin Feng. "It is a genetic weapon." A cold glint flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. Species possessing specific genes will lose their reproductive capabilities upon contact, leading to their complete eradication. Hydra does not wish to annihilate humanity. On the contrary, we seek to dominate it. Pierce felt a twinge of conflict. Although he had undergone modifications, he possessed ample knowledge. Despite his absolute loyalty to Lin Feng, he would not become a zealot. Rest assured, this genetic weapon is not aimed at humans. Lin Feng smiled faintly. On the contrary, it will allow us to eliminate a considerable portion of the inferior races. Oh no, those cannot be called humans. They are merely under-evolved, hairless apes, nothing more. Chapter 7. It is time to act. Will this enhance the overall strength of humanity? Pierce pondered the pill in his hand, a hint of surprise crossing his features. However, as it stands, we still require these individuals for certain physical labor, do we not? Do not worry, mechanical laborers will soon have replacements. A slight smile graced Lin Feng's lips. You will find out shortly. There's just one small issue. Pierce hesitated. What is it? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Enhancing humanity's overall strength. Won't that hinder our plans? Pierce's brow furrowed with concern. You must understand, I was once human as well. Lin Feng placed a hand on Pierce's shoulder. All of humanity will become my subjects. Elevating their strength now lays the groundwork for our future. Especially since humanity is on the brink of facing a tremendous threat. Pepper, how large are your hands? While Pepper was engrossed in the news, she received a call from Tony. Come down, I need you. What's the matter? Pepper made her way to Tony's underground laboratory. Show me your hands. Tony lay on the bed, the arc reactor in his chest emitting a soft blue glow. So small, but sufficient. Observing the hands Pepper raised, Tony nodded. Come here. My goodness, Pepper said, gazing at the arc reactor in Tony's chest. Is this what sustains your life? It was. Now it is merely an antique. Tony fiddled with the new arc reactor in his hand, which would sustain my life for the foreseeable future. This upgraded version, however, presented a minor obstacle. Obstacle? What do you mean? Piper inquired, somewhat perplexed. It's nothing, just a small issue. Tony detached the arc reactor from his chest, revealing a bare wire that had made contact with the casing, causing a short circuit. I need you to reach in and pull that wire out. Mr. Stark, I would advise against allowing a beautiful lady to plunge her hand into that concoction of electrolytes within your chest. Lin Feng's voice suddenly echoed from the laboratory speakers. Ms. Potts, trust me, reaching into Mr. Stark's chest is far from a pleasant experience. Lin, how did you do that? Tony furrowed his brow. Apologies. I may have inadvertently hacked your system. My apologies as well, Jarvis. The laboratory door opened automatically, and Lin Feng entered, casually waving his hand as an electromagnet soared out from Tony's chest. He took the new arc reactor from Tony and seamlessly pressed it back into place. No need to thank me. Lin, I suggest you reconsider this habit of entering other sanctuaries without permission. Tony stretched, removing the sensors from his skin, and gradually stood up. What should I do with this? Pepper asked, still holding the old arc reactor. Destroy it, Tony shrugged. Don't you want to keep it? Pepper glanced at the arc reactor in her hand. As far as I know, Mr. Stark does not possess a penchant for nostalgia, Lin Feng yawned. That said, I must admit, your physique is quite impressive. After all, I spent 3 months forging iron in a cave. Tony chuckled, beginning to tidy the desk. Lin, what brings you here this time? Nothing much, just came to see some entertainment. Lin Feng smiled, gesturing to his eyes. I told you, I know a great many things. Are you suggesting you possess the ability to foresee the future? Is that even possible? Tony inhaled deeply. Foreseeing the future is not entirely impossible, though the conditions are quite stringent. It either requires a fully developed unified theory or the assistance of some extraordinary external force. Lin Feng seated himself in a chair. However, while predicting the future is nearly unfeasible, time travel is indeed a very plausible occurrence. Is what is happening now history for you? Tony frowned. No, it is not. Lin Feng shook his head. What transpires here is but a film to me. Are you familiar with the multiverse theory? Lin Feng assumed control of the permissions within Tony's laboratory. I hail from an alternate universe, where I inadvertently breached the barriers between worlds under the assault of planet-destroying weaponry. Arriving here, in my universe, there were individuals who acquired extraordinary abilities, witnessing the unfolding of every narrative within this realm, subsequently transforming these tales into cinematic works. Blast it, Tony exclaimed. This is at least more palatable than the notion that my life has been scripted by some author. What accomplishments await me in the future? Can you elaborate? Has my vision borne fruit? I can only say that you have become one of the guardians of this world, Lin Feng replied with a slight smile. While this aspect may remain unchanged, the specific details are bound to vary significantly, for I have arrived, have I not? The butterfly effect, perhaps? Tony mused, clicking his tongue. Moreover, I may not merely be a butterfly. Lin Feng's eyes glimmered with brilliance. In the grand scale of the universe, we are but butterflies, Tony chuckled. In my original universe, I was far more than just a butterfly. Lin Feng straightened his posture, asserting that he had indeed made a considerable impact on the universe he now inhabited. Enough of this. If all goes as expected, you should be ready to refine the prototype of the armor you crafted in the cave. Indeed. At this juncture, Tony's excitement mounted. Let us take a look together. However, can we first restore Jarvis's permissions? I require his assistance. Of course. Lin Feng too felt a thrill. Witnessing characters from the films he had viewed executing iconic maneuvers in reality, a novelty, even for him. Then let us proceed. Tony clapped his hands. Jarvis, let us get to work. Yes, sir, Jarvis's voice resonated through the air. Additionally, Mr. Lin, I hope you will refrain from previous actions. The feeling of being confined is rather unpleasant. I apologize, Jarvis. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively, but let us attend to business first. Jarvis, create a new project document. Labeled, Mark II. Chapter 8. Mark II. Shall I store the file in the Stark Industries database? Jarvis promptly established the new document. No. I currently do not know whom I can trust. Tony shook his head, simultaneously activating the three-dimensional projection of Mark I. Just keep it on my private server. Is this a confidential project, sir? I do not wish for such a creation to fall into the hands of those unworthy of wielding it. Tony adjusted the projection of Mark I, beginning to eliminate redundant elements, believing that it could achieve something positive in his possession. Excellent, let us give it a try. Days later, Tony completed the thrusters for his feet, standing at the center of the basement as he activated the recording device. How does it look? Will I succeed this time? Tony inquired, looking towards Lin Feng. One must always try before knowing, wouldn't you agree? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, his expression one of amusement. It seems success is unlikely. Tony pursed his lips. Very well, let's initiate manual control and slowly commence. First, let us test if the propulsion energy of 10 can facilitate ascent. 3, 2, 1, wait. Lin Feng suddenly raised his hand. What is it? Tony, momentarily caught off guard, looked at Lin Feng in confusion. The energy is too high. Lin Feng shrugged, explaining, a propulsion energy of 10 would send you crashing against the wall. How much would be normal then? Tony clicked his tongue. Let us first create the auxiliary propellers for the hands. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively, stating, without hand stabilizers, you absolutely cannot achieve flight. You are correct. Tony nodded in agreement before turning back to his work. A classic scene indeed. The recording system in Lin Feng's right eye captured the moment Tony fitted the hand propulsion device onto his arm. I've been ringing the bell. Didn't you hear the intercom? Pepper descended with 2 cups of coffee and a box in hand. Mr. Lin, I didn't want to interrupt your work and was unsure of your preferences, so I made you a cup just like Mr. Stark's. Thank you. Lin Feng acknowledged with a lift of his cup. Didn't you say you no longer make weapons? Pepper observed Tony struggling to lift the propulsion device attached to his arm, somewhat perplexed. Yes, I have ceased weapon production. This is not a weapon. Tony raised his arm forward, stating, this is a flight stabilizer, entirely non-offensive. With a surge of energy, a beam shot forth, the immense recoil causing Tony's entire arm to lift. Well, that is a bit awkward. Lin Feng chuckled, remarking, this is the so-called not a weapon, is it? I truly did not anticipate this. Tony shrugged. Obadiah is upstairs. He is waiting for you. Pepper gestured toward the upper floor. All right, I shall head up now. Tony downed his coffee in one gulp. Wait. Lin Feng stopped him, saying, let me show you something. What is it? Tony frowned. Take a look at this. Lin Feng extended his hand, revealing a luminous screen that projected a video of terrorists after kidnapping Tony into the air. Where did you find this? Tony abruptly raised his head. At Stark Industries headquarters, on your own computer. Lin Feng shrugged. Did you understand? I comprehend. Tony took a deep breath and turned to ascend the stairs. Do not let him know I am here, Lin Feng called out. Rest assured, Tony waved his hand dismissively. How goes it? Tony glanced at Obadiah, who was playing the piano, and then at the pizza sitting on the coffee table. Is it not going smoothly? Just because we brought pizza all the way from New York does not imply things are not proceeding well. Obadiah stood from the piano, saying, if you went up, it might go even smoother. Keep a low profile, you instructed, and I complied. Tony shrugged and picked up a slice of pizza from the box. How's it going? Not too well. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, observing Tony's descent from the upper floor with an expression that suggested displeasure. Obadiah desires the schematics for the miniaturized arc reactor. Tony shook his head. We all know to whom he would sell such a device, do we not? Let us focus on our work and put those thoughts aside. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. On the 11th day, we conducted our 3rd test. Tony donned the thrusters on his limbs and stood in the center of the basement. Take it slow, we'll start from 3. At this juncture, Tony glanced at Lin Feng's ambiguous smile and swiftly reconsidered. Forget that. We'll begin from 1. 3, 2, 1. With a resounding boom, 4 nozzles erupted in a blaze of fire, and Tony began to levitate gently. Excellent. A flicker of excitement sparkled in Tony's eyes. This time we'll start from 25. I'd rather not go this way. Tony hadn't yet mastered directional control and soared directly over his row of sports cars. Just as the nozzles threatened to scorch the car's surface, Lin Feng extended his right hand, gently pulling him back. The results are quite satisfactory, are they not? A smile graced Lin Feng's features. I must admit, Tony, you are indeed one of the greatest geniuses in this universe. One of? Tony adjusted his posture, hovering in midair. Is there anyone who can match my level? As far as I know, there's a chap who sets sail as a pirate with merely a straw hat, a peculiar fellow who nails dough to his face. And a raccoon. Lin Feng shrugged. Regardless, Tony gently descended to the ground, excitement gleaming in his eyes. I can fly. As the sound of machinery whirred to life, mechanical arms extended from around Tony's body, adorning him with plates of steel armor. It will freeze, Lin Feng remarked casually. What? Tony paused, momentarily taken aback. Let us reconstruct it with aerospace materials. You'll freeze at high altitudes. Lin Feng stretched languidly. How do you know that? Initially stunned, Tony suddenly realized that Lin Feng was indeed aware of the events that would transpire in this world. So, you've seen me in this armor freeze midair and crash down? Tony smacked his lips, his expression tinged with complexity. The days of joint research had led Tony to consider Lin Feng a friend, and the thought of his friend witnessing many of his embarrassing moments made him feel awkward. Sometime soon, let us hand this over to Rhodey. It'll serve as a satisfactory explanation to the military. Lin Feng shrugged. Let us proceed. Chapter 9. Records are meant to be broken. J-A-R-V-I-S. Reconfigure the shell metal using the gold titanium alloy from the Seraphim tactical satellite. This should ensure the shell remains undamaged while not affecting the thrust-to-weight ratio. Tony lifted a cup of coffee and inquired, Lin, what issues might arise if I were to conduct a test using that method? Firstly, upon ascending to 40,000 feet, your engines would fail, and all power systems would cease to function, resulting in a catastrophic descent from that altitude, Lin Feng replied. Of course, during your fall, if you manually deploy the flaps, the power systems would reactivate. However, due to the weight of the armor itself, after the engines cut out on the rooftop, you would plummet directly through the roof, obliterating the piano and the floor beneath, ultimately crashing onto that blue sports car. Thank goodness I refrained from rushing into the test, Tony muttered under his breath. Sir, Shall I proceed with rendering according to your specifications? Jarvis's voice interjected at the opportune moment. Do your best, Tony said, gazing at the model of the pure gold armor. Isn't the gold a tad ostentatious? Indeed, sir, particularly since you prefer to maintain a low profile, Jarvis responded. How about we incorporate a touch of fiery red? Tony suggested, motioning toward the vintage car nearby. Jarvis commenced his work, transforming the originally resplendent golden armor model with patches of vibrant red. Let us see how this turns out. As the armor was completed, Tony waved his hand, and several mechanical arms extended, enveloping his body with the armor pieces. Exactly this mechanical sensation. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. What is this? Isn't your world technologically advanced? Tony raised an eyebrow. Indeed, but precisely because of that, I've never witnessed such a pronounced mechanical assembly process. Since my birth, we have employed nanotechnology for armor, like this. Lin Feng extended his arm, and nanoscopic particles began to shift on his skin, forming a silvery gauntlet. Remarkable, how convenient. Tony exclaimed, his eyes wide with curiosity as he observed the armor on Lin Feng's arm. All right, but we still need to conduct tests. Lin Feng retracted the gauntlet. Rest assured, you will master this technology as well. Very well. Tony took a deep breath, secured his helmet, and called out, Jarvis, are you there? Always at your service. Sir, initiate the front-facing display. Activated. Import the architectural layout from home. Tony surveyed his surroundings as a wealth of data populated the display panel on his helmet. Excellent. How are we doing? I have successfully uploaded the information, sir. We are online and ready for action. Jarvis's voice resonated from within the helmet. Can we conduct a simulated test? Certainly. Inputting data now, preparing to commence the virtual test. Check the control surfaces. As you wish, sir. As Jarvis concluded his statement, various mechanical components within Tony's armor began to mobilize, from the jetpack beneath his feet to the mechanical apparatus on his back, culminating in a thorough self-check of all parts within the armor just moments later. The testing has concluded, and preparations for shutdown and diagnostics are underway. Well then, Tony interjected, interrupting Jarvis as he checked the weather and air traffic control while monitoring ground control. Sir, we still require extensive calculations prior to formal flight. Jarvis attempted to dissuade Tony's actions. Indeed, Jarvis, Tony interrupted once more. Sometimes we must first take flight before we learn to walk. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1. As Tony mimicked a takeoff motion, brilliant flames erupted from the feet of his Iron Man suit, and he gradually ascended, adjusting his posture before bursting through the garage doors. Woohoo! Tony exclaimed excitedly. Lin Feng, witnessing this, smiled faintly as his military uniform transformed into nanoparticles, coalescing into a shimmering silver armor, propelling him skyward in pursuit of Tony. The operation was seamless. As Tony and Lin Feng soared past a Ferris wheel, a child within licking an ice cream cone gazed in awe at the flying duo, his eyes wide with wonder, oblivious to the ice cream that had fallen to the ground. How does it feel to fly? Lin Feng's voice resonated through Tony's helmet. Lin, have you hacked into my communication system again? Tony replied, slightly vexed. Haven't you gotten used to it yet? Lin Feng chuckled as he ascended into the sky. Come on, let us race. The record for Mark II is 40,000 feet, correct? Tony inquired, excitement evident in his tone. The record for the Type 1 fighter is 850,000 feet, sir. Records are meant to be broken. Let us go. Tony shouted enthusiastically and soared into the sky, matching Lin Feng's pace. Keep going higher still. As they continued to ascend, the two soon broke through the cloud cover. The starry sky, how wondrous it is, Lin Feng exclaimed, spreading his arms wide, removing his helmet to breathe the thin air above the clouds. Jarvis, what is our current altitude? Tony asked, astonished at the sight of Lin Feng without his helmet. We are at an altitude of 90,000 feet, which places us in the stratosphere, Jarvis explained. How did he remove his helmet? Tony asked incredulously, pointing at Lin Feng. Mr. Lin's physiological structure deviates from that of an ordinary human. I discovered this anomaly some time ago, as it appears he possesses some mechanical apparatus within him. Lin. Tony flew alongside Lin Feng. What is the secret? Lin Feng donned his helmet once more and turned to face Tony. How did you manage that? Tony decided to inquire directly. It is a synergy of genetic engineering and mechanical technology, Lin Feng replied with a subtle smile. In fact, I could survive in the vacuum of space for several hours without any protective gear. Goodness, the technology of your era is truly advanced, Tony sighed. All of it is in service of the needs of interstellar warfare. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. For it would be unreasonable to allow our warriors to perish instantaneously once their armor is breached. In the realm I hail from, The battle armor serves more as a restraint for our human warriors. A flicker of nostalgia danced in Lin Feng's eyes. Donning this armor often constrains our capabilities, as these nanomaterials cannot withstand the full force of our physical might. As he spoke, Lin Feng exerted a firm grip, causing the nano armor in his palm to shatter instantly, only to be swiftly reconstituted. It was unfathomable. Tony felt as if his worldview had been profoundly shaken. Alarm! Alarm! Due to solar activity, the system is experiencing severe electromagnetic interference. Suddenly, a piercing alarm echoed within Tony's helmet. Chapter 10. Solar Storm. What on earth is happening? Tony's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing Jarvis's alarm. In the next instant, the thrusters on his suit abruptly ceased functioning, the lights on his helmet extinguished, and he plummeted from the sky. Zero, what is going on? I don't recall such an occurrence in the timeline of the cinematic universe. Lin Feng dove after Tony, who was in free fall. Indeed, there was a solar storm in the cinematic timeline. Zero replied calmly. Such an event had not transpired in the original film, likely due to Mark II not ascending high enough. Wait, could it be the Fantastic Four? A sudden realization struck Lin Feng. Could another genius from the Marvel universe have appeared? Absurd, Lin Feng cursed silently. A surge of primordial energy manifested from his hand, flowing into the arc reactor in Tony's chest. The reactor, which had gone offline, was reactivated by this primordial energy, restoring functionality to Tony's suit. Icons flashed before him, and just as he was about to crash to the ground, the thrusters on Mark III burst forth with intense brilliance, allowing Tony to trace an arc through the air and soar once more. Woohoo! Ha ha ha! Tony's laughter bubbled forth, a genuine expression of joy. In truth, although the moment of free fall had instilled a flicker of fear within him, he quickly regained his composure, knowing that Lin Feng would not allow him to become a mere splatter upon the ground. Lin, did you see that? Tony exclaimed joyfully as he flew alongside Lin Feng. That was truly thrilling. Indeed, however, I believe you ought to enhance the suit with electromagnetic radiation protection, Lin Feng remarked, shrugging as he flew towards Stark Manor. You're absolutely right. Tony followed closely behind as they returned to his underground lair. Are you not going to take a look at that? Lin Feng pointed to the box that Pepper had previously delivered. What is the significance of that? Tony inquired as he tore open the paper wrapping, revealing a glass box containing the miniature arc reactor he had crafted by hand in the cave, inscribed with the words, Tony Stark, with a warm heart. This evening, the red carpet at the Disney Concert Hall was ablaze with excitement as the third annual charity gala for the families of firefighters, hosted by Tony Stark, unfolded. News footage flickered on the screen. Jarvis, have we received an invitation? Tony inquired, furrowing his brow. I have no record of an invitation, sir, Jarvis responded. Jarvis, apply an electromagnetic radiation-resistant coating to my suit. Tony took a glass of chlorophyll juice and downed it in one go. Palladium poisoning? Lin Feng observed the empty glass that Tony had just drained. Indeed, Tony sighed, tapping the arc reactor embedded in his chest. This contraption allows me to survive temporarily, yet it simultaneously accelerates my demise. Quite the paradox, wouldn't you agree? It is somewhat contradictory. However, why not ask me? Lin Feng's lips curled into a faint smile. What? Tony was momentarily taken aback, and in that fleeting second, Lin Feng had already pressed his right hand against Tony's chest. A radiant white light emanated from Lin Feng's palm as nanomaterials from his suit flowed into Tony's chest. Moments later, Lin Feng withdrew his hand, revealing several shards of shrapnel in his palm. I've extracted the shrapnel. Your arc reactor need not remain lodged in your chest. However, if you continue to use Mark III, palladium will still corrode your body. Lin Feng placed the shards into a small vial. What do you think? Shall we keep it as a memento? No need for that. Tony shook his head. I'll take my leave now. I am curious as to why a charity gala named after me did not extend an invitation. Fair enough. Lin Feng stretched leisurely. I have filled the cavity in your chest with nanomaterials. In due time, your body will regenerate and replace my materials. In other words, it will return to you. No problem. Tony waved his hand dismissively, selecting a sports car at random. With the roar of the engine, he sped out of the garage. Zero, seated in Tony's chair, reclined slightly. In this universe, the most significant entities are likely the 6 Infinity Stones, wouldn't you agree? For now, yes. But we remain uncertain about the existence of a multiverse within this Marvel cosmos, Zero replied calmly. If it does exist, the possibilities would greatly expand. Additionally, we could also delve into the realm of magic. We possess the ability to directly harness primordial energy, which means we have characteristics that other sorcerers lack. We need not borrow magical power from those dimensional deities. We can unleash magic using our own strength. Precisely, Zero affirmed. However, as visitors from another universe, we cannot ascertain the Ancient One's stance toward us, can we? Rest assured, the Ancient One will only repel those dimensional deities intent on invading Earth. Since we have arrived here without being cast out by the universe, it indicates that we have already integrated into this cosmos. Lin Feng rose to his feet. After all, the Marvel Universe possesses a sentient cosmic consciousness. In other words, our attributes have fully aligned with those of the human inhabitants of this world. Even if humanity were to devolve into chaos, reducing their intellect to that of beasts, or even drive themselves to extinction, the Ancient One would remain uninvolved, would she not? Zero affirmed Lin Feng's statement. Indeed, it is as such. The Ancient One can observe the timelines, yet she refrains from intervening in their fluctuations. In contrast, I find the Time Management Bureau established by Kong the Conqueror to pose an even greater threat. A mere assembly of ordinary individuals wielding specialized weaponry holds little significance, does it? Zero expressed a hint of disdain. But what if Kong himself were to take action? Lin Feng shook his head. From the narrative of Ant-Man and the Wasp, we glean insight into Kong the Conqueror's formidable prowess. Although Kong did not exhibit his strength in the Loki series, it stands to reason that he would not be feeble. Zero pondered for a moment, acknowledging the need to swiftly enhance their combat capabilities and, moreover, to elevate the quality of humanity itself. Chapter 11. The wormhole generator. After toiling away in Tony's basement for quite some time, Lin Feng finally concluded his work just as Tony returned from the soiree. How did it go? Was your conversation with Obadiah fruitful? Lin Feng arched an eyebrow. He laid everything bare, though he did not explicitly claim to be the one who orchestrated the terrorist abduction against me. Tony collapsed into a chair, shaking his head slightly. Additionally, I encountered a journalist. He showcased the attack on Chimera by terrorists who wielded weaponry manufactured by Stark Industries, even featuring scenes with Jericho missiles. Lin Feng had anticipated this, knowing full well what would transpire at the gala. You always seem to know everything, Tony sighed. I must remind you that Ethan is currently in Chimera. It is his hometown. After escaping from the cave, he resolved to contribute to his community and subsequently returned. Lin Feng toyed with the small device in his hand. What? Tony abruptly stood, exclaiming, J-A-R-V-I-S. Equip Mark III with a weapon system and calibrate the hand-mounted thrusters for lethal efficiency. Lin, I require your assistance. Tony turned to Lin Feng. If you cannot maintain control of the situation, I shall intervene. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Thank you. Tony inhaled deeply and stepped onto the grid-patterned floor in the center of the room. J-A-R-V-I-S. Suit me up. The sound of mechanical movements resonated as several robotic arms emerged from the ground around Tony, adorning him with the Mark III Iron Man armor. Wasn't this one of the most iconic transformations of Iron Man in the Marvel Universe? Lin Feng reclined on the sofa, marveling at the aesthetically mechanical spectacle before him. Indeed, witnessing this is an experience of its own. In Lin Feng's mind, Zero replied with profound conviction. Since then, our Iron Man has never donned his battle armor with a smile again. Hey, Tony. As Tony completed his preparations, Lin Feng abruptly interrupted his thoughts. To be honest, I had a question when I watched the movie back in the day. Lin Feng gestured to his own head. With that hairstyle, doesn't wearing the helmet like that pinch your hair? Hey, I had just managed to cultivate my emotions. Tony shot Lin Feng an indignant glare. All right, just trying to lighten the tense atmosphere. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. Go solve your problems. Rest assured, I have your back. However, if there isn't any significant danger, I won't intervene. Not a problem. Tony soared into the sky, producing a deafening sonic boom, leaving a trail of shockwaves in his wake as he vanished into the horizon. Zero, let us embark as well. It's the perfect opportunity to test this little gadget. Lin Feng tossed the cube in his hand and pressed a button on its surface. A buzzing sound erupted, and energy ripples radiated from around the cube, as a cloud of blue mist ascended, gradually forming a blue portal. Not bad. Lin Feng smiled slightly and stepped through the portal, only to find himself hovering above Chimera Town moments later. Your technological prowess remains as formidable as ever, Zero remarked in Lin Feng's mind. Moments ago, Lin Feng had utilized wormhole technology developed by the Pan-Blue Star human civilization community, achieving spatial leap effects. Most importantly, this wormhole did not possess the terrifying gravitational pull typically associated with such phenomena in scientific discourse, meaning its activation would not adversely impact the surrounding environment. Previously, Lin Feng's battle armor had included a rudimentary wormhole generator, but upon arriving in the Marvel Universe, the differing spatial rules rendered his original wormhole generator inoperable. Thus, Lin Feng dismantled it and modified it according to the spatial principles of the Marvel Universe. He even deduced certain characteristics of the cosmic cube based on Tony's arc reactor. resulting in a wormhole generator that allowed for instantaneous travel to any location within this universe, provided one had the coordinates. With sufficient accumulation of primal energy, Lin Feng finally no longer needed to rely on primitive propulsion devices. He stretched languidly, his feet showing no signs of thrust, yet he floated effortlessly in the sky. This was achieved through a gravity-defying device powered by primal energy, a technology long mastered by the Pan-Blue Star human civilization community. Of course, such cutting-edge technology came with a dreadful energy cost. If utilizing a miniature arc reactor like Tony's, it was likely that the energy from a single reactor would only sustain the device's flight for less than an hour. Humanity is perpetually engaged in self-destruction. Lin Feng, suspended in midair, furrowed his brow as he observed the scene below. As the Jericho missile ascended, a multitude of cluster warheads descended, stirring up clouds of dust. A throng of terrorists was storming into private residences, indiscriminately firing at anyone daring to flee. Women and children were left behind, while all the men faced execution. The new leader of the terrorists was bellowing orders, and amidst the crowd awaiting their grim fate stood Ethan. Lin Feng clenched his teeth and discreetly snapped his fingers. In an instant, unnoticed by the terrorists, a small portal appeared beneath Ethan's feet, and he was transported to Lin Feng's side, grasped firmly by the nape of his neck. Upon seeing Lin Feng, a flicker of hope surged in Ethan's eyes. "Can you save them?" "No, I cannot." Lin Feng shook his head. "This is a matter for Tony to resolve, not me." "But innocent civilians are being slaughtered," Ethan exclaimed, perplexed. "Perhaps you do not fully comprehend my stance," Lin Feng replied. "Observing the carnage below, I wish for humanity to achieve significant progress, but this does not equate to valuing every individual life. What I truly care about is the survival of human civilization as a whole, not the fate of each person. Presently, humanity faces an immense crisis, and I aspire to unify all of mankind." Lin Feng sighed. "Thus, the remainder is entrusted to Tony. The unification of humanity cannot rely solely on me. Tony must also establish a degree of authority. I hope the butterfly effect does not wreak havoc too soon. Let the uncontrollable changes arise only after the Battle of New York." "What?" Ethan failed to catch Lin Feng's final murmured words. "Nothing. However, the massacre is about to cease. Look, he has arrived." Lin Feng pointed into the distance, where a fiery silhouette approached. Just as the terrorists prepared to execute the next group of captives, a golden-red figure crashed to the ground. Chapter 12. The primordial energy convergence. The superhero had landed. One must admit that the most valuable feature of Tony's armor was its shock absorption. Lin Feng smiled faintly. "Tony, I have rescued Ethan. You are free to act." "Understood." Tony slowly rose to his feet. As the terrorists unleashed a barrage of bullets upon the golden-red figure, the sound of gunfire echoed. Yet the bullets merely ricocheted harmlessly off the armored shell. With a resounding thud, Tony focused on the incoming bullets, advancing towards the first terrorist who had fired upon him. With a powerful punch, he sent the assailant crashing against a nearby wall. The sound of energy charging filled the air, and the beam cannon in his palm swiftly neutralized the surrounding terrorists. However, as he turned again, he found several terrorists brandishing Stark Industries firearms at the heads of the refugees. A stream of incomprehensible threats spilled forth from the terrorists, but even without understanding their words, Tony could discern the menace in their tone. The radiant glow in Tony's palm gradually extinguished as he lowered his hands. At that moment, while the terrorists before him let their guard down, Tony had already completed his aim. A small device emerged from his shoulder, and several miniature guided missiles swiftly eliminated a number of the assailants. Suddenly, a small child dashed over and embraced a man who was about to be executed by the terrorists. What a heartwarming scene it was. A faint smile crept across Lin Feng's lips. "You still possess humanity, don't you?" Ethan gazed at Lin Feng, momentarily taken aback. "I have always retained my humanity, but for the survival of human civilization, I must cast aside most personal emotional needs." Lin Feng shook his head. No matter the circumstances, the paramount concern was the collective interest of human civilization, even if some individuals had to make sacrifices in the process. However, a thunderous crash echoed from below as Tony smashed through a wall, directly pulling the new leader of the terrorists from the other side and tossing him to the ground. "He is yours now," Tony declared. The thrusters on his suit erupted in a blaze of fire as he ascended slowly, pivoted, and vanished into the horizon. A deafening roar followed as a shell struck the side of Tony's armor, resulting in a violent explosion that sent him plummeting to the ground. "Lin," Tony groaned. "Isn't this supposed to be without danger?" Lin Feng scoffed. "Damn, has this even happened before?" Tony cursed as he gradually crawled out of the crater, spotting a tank not far away. Another shell was fired at Tony, but he merely tilted his body slightly, allowing the projectile to fly past him. With a whoosh, Tony's gauntlet opened, and a miniature missile ascended, accompanied by a faint whistle as it launched towards the tank. Yet, it elicited no response. Tony remained indifferent, simply turning and walking forward. Moments later, the tank erupted in a thunderous explosion, shattering into fragments. Tony's prowess remains impressive, Lin Feng remarked, smacking his lips. Tony strode toward the terrorists, completely disregarding the bullets that were aimed at him. Under the watchful eyes of the assailants, he ascended slowly, the sound of charging filling the air as a massive energy beam shot towards the terrorists' arsenal, resulting in a cataclysmic detonation of weapons and ammunition. With Tony bursting forth from the flames and disappearing into the sky. Wait, Lin Feng intercepted Tony. What is it? Tony halted. Are you just going to return like that? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Is there a problem? Tony inquired, somewhat perplexed. Do you think your American detection systems are mere decorations? Lin Feng scoffed. If you fly back like this, within 5 minutes, military aircraft will be on your tail. Ah, that does seem plausible. Tony scratched his head. All right, I'll escort you back. Lin Feng shook his head in mild exasperation and opened the wormhole leading to Tony's basement. Let us proceed. As the thick crab-like creature traversed the wormhole, Tony's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Is this a manifestation of spatial technology? Indeed, Lin Feng nodded. I have enhanced the wormhole generator on my battle suit to align with the spatial rules of this universe. Is your technological prowess truly so advanced? Tony's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Might I analyze this technology? Do not forget, Lin Feng continued. In the universe from whence I came, human civilization has achieved interstellar status. For a civilization capable of traversing star systems, technologies such as spatial jumping and quantum communication are indispensable. After all, the ultimate limit in the cosmos is the speed of light. One cannot embark on a campaign that takes 5 minutes of combat, yet requires decades of travel. Lin Feng shrugged, handing the wormhole generator to Tony. In truth, spatial jumping technology is not particularly complex. The structure of this device is quite simple, and you could replicate it with relative ease. The genuine challenge lies in the nature of the energy input required. What kind of energy does it utilize? Tony asked cautiously, cradling the wormhole generator as if it were a treasure. In my universe, we refer to it as the primordial energy of creation, Lin Feng replied. This energy permeates the cosmos, but to harness it, one must undergo a transformation of the living entity. Transformation of the living entity? Tony paused, momentarily taken aback. Precisely. You may simplify it as akin to Eastern practices of cultivation, Lin Feng affirmed. We absorb the primordial energy of creation that drifts throughout the universe, which then reacts with the living entity, yielding new properties. Following this reaction, we can release the energy, and the wormhole generator requires the primordial energy of creation to operate. In fact, your universe possesses a unique advantage. In our universe, the primordial energy of creation is uniformly distributed throughout, with identical concentrations found in any location. However, your universe diverges from this norm. Lin Feng sighed. Here, the primordial energy can be artificially condensed. As your universe possesses the energy conglomerates capable of materialization that can manipulate the entirety of the cosmos. One could even assert that these entities serve as the controllers of the universe. All substances derived from these energy conglomerates possess the capacity to elevate the concentration of primordial energy, such as the arc reactor embedded in your chest. Chapter 13. Iron Tyrant. These energy conglomerates are referred to as infinity stones by the advanced intelligent life forms in your universe. Theoretically, there should be 6 infinity stones, one of which resides on Earth. Your father's arc reactor is based on the universe cube that serves as the vessel for this infinity stone, which you wish to study. Thus, your arc reactor inherently possesses the power to aggregate primordial energy. How then should I utilize this energy? Tony inhaled deeply. This outlines our method for absorbing and utilizing the primordial energy of creation. Lin Feng handed Tony a storage device, remarking that to comprehend its contents, one must learn Chinese. Mere mechanical translations would yield significant omissions in meaning. Very well, I understand. Tony solemnly accepted the storage device from Lin Feng, carefully stowing it away. When the time is ripe, I shall disclose the cultivation methods of the original energy, granting every human the opportunity to cultivate. Lin Feng rose, reiterating that humanity faces a colossal crisis, and his intention is to equip the majority with the ability to safeguard themselves amidst this turmoil. I understand, Tony nodded. I will ensure these items are well preserved. 3 days later, Lin Feng received a call from Tony. Sheldon, Lin, something has happened. What is it? Lin Feng set down his tools. The prototype of my arc reactor has been stolen, Tony replied through gritted teeth. Obadiah? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Indeed. It must be him. If all goes as expected, Obadiah possesses an armored suit modified from the Mark I. And given his resources far surpass what you had during your time in the cave, this suit should be quite formidable. Lin Feng shrugged. Normally, he would extract the new reactor from your chest, leaving you reliant on the old version to power the suit. Even so, you triumphed then. I see. A glimmer of determination flickered in Tony's eyes. If, in a timeline devoid of Lin Feng, he could defeat Obadiah's armored suit powered by the new reactor with the energy efficiency of the original arc reactor, then now, with Obadiah's reactor inferior to Tony's, he had even less reason to lose. Additionally, Tony, I must caution you about one matter. Lin Feng's expression took on a rare seriousness. You must understand, last time, Obadiah was caught off guard by the agents of SHIELD, thus unprepared. However, a new issue has arisen. No one is there to disturb him, Tony frowned. Precisely, which means Obadiah will be making preparations. Knowing his energy source pales in comparison to yours, he will seek external threats to leverage against you. Pepper. Tony's gaze momentarily dulled before he regained focus. JARVIS. Suit me up. His expression towards Lin Feng was complex. I am aware, but as I said before, Lin Feng stood, as long as you or Pepper are not in mortal danger. I will not intervene. That is sufficient. Tony took a deep breath and soared into the sky, heading towards Pepper's residence. Miss Potts, Obadiah Stane removed his helmet, aiming the gun mounted on his arm at Pepper's head. As of now, you are terminated, yet you still hold a sliver of value. Stane. Tony's voice echoed from afar. And as Obadiah turned, he beheld a blazing light hurtling towards him. He hastily donned his helmet and unleashed a torrent of gunfire from the weapon mounted on his arm. But it was of no avail. Tony had already breached the nearby wall and crashed through a container truck, landing on the road. In an instant, a catastrophic pileup ensued. With numerous vehicles colliding violently, Obadiah seized a car parked before him, directing it toward Tony. Obadiah put them down. Tony's gaze fell upon a family of 4 inside the vehicle, his expression grave. Collateral damage, Tony. Obadiah, gripping the car, prepared to bring it crashing down. Redirect energy to the chest. Tony commanded, releasing a beam from the arc reactor positioned in his chest, striking Obadiah's armored chest and sending him sprawling. The car slipping from his grasp. Damn it, Tony cursed, catching the vehicle, still occupied by children. He could not allow it to crash to the ground. Ma'am. Please. Before Tony could finish, the woman behind the wheel screamed and pressed the accelerator. The jets beneath Tony flared to life, propelling him above the car, and with a mighty punch, he struck Obadiah's helmet. Yet, Obadiah merely tilted his head slightly before seizing Tony and driving him into the ground, his foot pressing down upon him. Stark Industries was built from the ground up by me. No one will stop me, Obadiah declared, mercilessly stomping down before lifting Tony and hurling him into a bus. Not even you. Obadiah sneered as a missile emerged from his shoulder, crashing into the bus with a deafening explosion. Tony was thrown into the air, but as he descended, the jets on his suit illuminated, allowing him to hover steadily. You built it from scratch? Then why is Stark Industries named after my surname? Tony retorted mockingly. Impressive, you've upgraded your armor. Obadiah chose not to respond, lost in his own laughter. But I have my own upgrades. Suddenly, a mechanical whirring echoed as the mechanisms at Obadiah's feet began to morph, spewing forth flames and smoke that would enrage any environmentalist, as Ironmonger ascended slowly into the air. Sir, his suit appears to be capable of flight. Jarvis's voice resonated within Tony's helmet. Yes, I have eyes. I can see, Tony replied with a hint of exasperation. Jarvis, elevate me. Yes, sir. The jets beneath Tony blazed forth, leaving a trail of fire as he soared skyward. Jarvis, continue climbing. Surely, there won't be any solar storms today? Tony ascended higher, instructing. Jarvis, not too fast. Let him catch up with me at about 45,000 feet. Understood, sir. Jarvis adjusted the speed, gradually closing the gap between Obadiah and Tony. Your idea is brilliant, Tony. Obadiah firmly grasped Tony's ankle, pulling him into an embrace. Zero. I must say, this scene truly exudes a certain camaraderie, does it not? Suspended in midair, Lin Feng observed the unfolding drama below. Indeed, Captain, you are quite correct. Zero emitted a soft chuckle within Tony's mind. My battlesuit is superior in every regard. Obadiah tightened his grip around Tony's neck. Your thinking is far too conservative. Is that so? Tony raised an eyebrow. How then do you propose to address the issue of ice formation? What ice formation issue? Obadiah momentarily faltered, and in that instant of distraction, his armor abruptly lost power. You would do well to examine it closely. Tony tapped Obadiah's helmet, shards of ice scattering, causing Obadiah to plummet downward. Chapter 14. The Bright Farm. Tony Stark. Your fate will not be a pleasant one. Exhausted of energy, Obadiah struggled to extricate himself from his armor. One must concede, Obadiah is a commendable scientist. He even foresaw the potential for energy depletion and integrated a manual release mechanism within the suit. Obadiah, I have obtained evidence of your collusion with terrorists. Your remaining years will be spent in prison. Before Tony could finish speaking, a silvery figure descended abruptly behind Obadiah, delivering a punch that pierced through his chest. Seizing his heart in hand, Lin, you. Tony gazed at the heart held by Lin Feng, momentarily stunned. What? Do you wish to spare his life? Lin Feng crushed the heart effortlessly. After all, he is my uncle. Tony sighed. You know, Obadiah raised me. Hey, Tony, wake up. Lin Feng smacked the back of Tony's head. You have no uncle. Your father is an only child. Furthermore, the corpse on the ground bears the surname Stain, not Stark. He was merely a schemer who sought to kill you and usurp your company. Lin, at times, I feel as though you possess no emotions at all. A hint of sadness lingered in Tony's gaze. I do possess emotions. I simply have the capacity to completely govern them with my reason. Lin Feng replied with a smile and a shake of his head. Why? Isn't living this way exhausting? Tony questioned, perplexed. What choice do I have? Lin Feng sighed. You must understand, in my universe, humanity has long been blinded by its own power. I stand as the sole hawkish general among the entire human race, with no one comprehending my ideology. What ideology? Tony raised an eyebrow. Those outside my kin, their hearts must be different. A fiery light flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. In the cosmos, all civilizations exist in opposition. When civilizations encounter one another, only one outcome remains: a complete annihilation of the other. Isn't that a bit too radical? Tony hesitated, contemplating Lin Feng's perspective. This theory originates from a literary work within the human civilization of my universe, titled The Three-Body Problem. Lin Feng gazed upward at the night sky, contemplating that survival is the foremost necessity of civilization. As civilization continuously grows and expands, the total amount of matter in the universe remains constant. With these two evident axioms as a foundation, it is not difficult to discern that conflicts between civilizations are inevitable. I conducted an experiment that indeed corroborated this notion. The universe resembles a dark forest, where each civilization acts as a hunter within this wilderness. Tony interjected Lin Feng's thoughts, affirming that indeed, this book exists in our world, and I have even studied it extensively. However, does this theory not seem overly pessimistic? Refute me, Lin Feng shrugged. The validity of the dark forest theory hinges upon one crucial premise: that someone fired the first shot, and that it was heard by other hunters. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Tony's eyes. Are we truly going to debate this here? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow and opened the portal. Very well. Continue articulating your perspective. Lin Feng reclined on Tony's large sofa. I have a small question. What if the hunter who fired the shot equipped his weapon with a silencer? It circles back to the same issue. Lin Feng shrugged, stating that what you refer to as a silencer could symbolize a higher level of technology. Yet, on the cosmic scale, the number of civilizations capable of firing a shot is vast. One cannot guarantee that every civilization within this multitude possesses a silencer. However, you are correct about one thing. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, affirming that this universe is indeed not a dark forest. You see, I maintain that this universe is a luminous farm. Lin Feng interrupted Tony's discourse. What? Tony was taken aback. This universe is a radiant farm. Civilizations may engage in internecine strife, yet in most cases, they do not face true annihilation, for this is not a forest but a farm, one with an owner. A hint of gravity clouded Lin Feng's gaze. Are you suggesting that deities truly exist? Let us refrain from such jesting. Tony waved his hand dismissively. What we call deities are merely more powerful, intelligent beings that predate our own existence. Lin Feng shook his head, somewhat exasperated. In the lexicon of advanced civilizations, these entities are referred to as celestial gods. Celestial gods are the first intelligent beings birthed beneath the first firmament. Wait, Tony raised his hand. What is the first firmament? The first firmament is the initial universe within this cosmic system, a conscious universe. Lin Feng sighed, noting that humanity's current level of civilization remains woefully inadequate. You possess no knowledge of the history of this universe. After the shattering of the first firmament, it fragmented into a multitude of multiverses. Our current universe is but one among these, and these celestial gods have sown seeds of intelligence within every planet harboring sentient life. What seeds? Tony sensed that something was amiss. The seeds of the new deity. Lin Feng's expression was exceedingly grave. The celestial clan absorbs the souls of sentient beings for growth. When the number of intelligent lives on a planet reaches a certain threshold, a deity shall emerge, causing the planet it inhabits to shatter. War accelerates the advancement of civilization and technology, which in turn fosters an increase in population. Thus, while war is permissible, the annihilation of a species is not. Chet, what purpose does your information serve other than to fill me with despair about the future? Tony clenched his jaw. You asked the question yourself, Lin Feng shrugged. And my ambitions are nothing short of grand. I intend to eliminate the master of this radiant farm. Chapter 15. So, if I understand you correctly, beneath us lies a slumbering deity, is that right? Tony's gaze was serious as he pointed to the ground below. Indeed, we have approximately 10 years left. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with fervor. 10 years is ample time, not only to vanquish the deity, but at the very least to secure the survival of human civilization upon its awakening. Interstellar migration? Tony raised an eyebrow. Precisely. Within 10 years, either I will lead humanity to vanquish the deity, or we will evacuate a significant portion of humanity, ensuring that the behemoth beneath us remains forever dormant. Lin Feng inhaled deeply. The knowledge I possess cannot be deciphered with humanity's current technological level. Thus, we require more. What do you mean? Tony furrowed his brow, perplexed. Though humanity in this universe may not be advanced as a whole, there exists a distinct advantage. Lin Feng's lips curled into a smile, for a portion of humanity possesses extraordinary individual prowess. A portion? Tony raised an eyebrow. Indeed, Tony, you are not the sole superhero. Lin Feng patted Tony's shoulder. This is my mission, to unite those among humanity endowed with special abilities. Together, we can achieve far more. Your words echo those of a Soviet, Tony shrugged. In truth, I hail from the great Xia, and our ideologies bear resemblance to those of the Soviet Union. Do they not? Lin Feng shrugged again. Nonetheless, it is a fact that humanity must unite. We, the individuals with greater strength, must do so, or rather, we need to form an alliance. Should I cue Jarvis to play the indestructible alliance now? Tony raised an eyebrow. No, but you could simply play something like the Internationale, Lin Feng scoffed. All right, I speak earnestly. I am not jesting. I aim to establish an alliance and ensure the entire world is aware of it, to know us, and to recognize that threats from beyond Earth abound, and only we can safeguard them. What significance does that hold? Tony furrowed his brow. It is quite simple. Lin Feng gazed into the distance, acknowledging the necessity of superheroes. However, it is crucial that we do not allow ordinary individuals to perceive our protection as a given. For such an assumption is detrimental to future progress. The adage with great power comes great responsibility is but a trivial phrase. Power begets authority, and it is this authority that corresponds to responsibility. We must not permit humanity to bypass this vital intermediary step, directly associating ability with accountability. Having said that, I shall not linger, for the irksome agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. are upon us. With a press of the button on his arm, a portal opened, and Lin Feng vanished into its depths. All present had received the official report concerning the Stark incident from the previous night. At the press conference, Rhodey was speaking, while Lin Feng sat quietly in a corner, patiently awaiting the formal commencement of the Marvel Cinematic Universe's inaugural era. Unverified reports indicated that a prototype robot from Stark Industries had malfunctioned, resulting in significant destruction in a certain neighborhood. Fortunately, a personal bodyguard of Tony Stark, the Iron Man, arrived just in time. That name certainly carries a certain weight. Tony glanced at the newspaper in his hand, while Pepper, who was preparing his makeup, stood nearby. Of course, that name is not entirely accurate. After all, my suit is composed of a gold titanium alloy. Are you certain that Iron Man is a truly resonant name? It makes me feel as though you are a petroleum worker from the East, Tony remarked, when suddenly Lin Feng's voice crackled through his earpiece. Really, Lin? Have you installed a listening device backstage at the press conference? Tony looked around, bewildered. Oh, Tony, I would never resort to such tactics. Lin Feng replied with a shake of his head. However, the room you currently inhabit is teeming with miniature cameras and listening devices installed by S.H.I.E.L.D. I merely tapped into their frequency. Lin, you truly are omnipresent, Tony said with a resigned shake of his head. All right, enough of this. Our long-named agent has arrived. Here is your alibi, Coulson stated, handing a card to Tony. You were on your yacht. We possess port records confirming your presence at Avalon all night, along with sworn testimonies from your 50 guests. Perhaps I could argue that it was only Pepper and me. Alone on the island, Tony mused, glancing at the speech in his hand, shrugging nonchalantly. Just read from the speech, Coulson replied, his expression unchanged. It does not mention Stan Lee, Tony remarked, flipping through the speech repeatedly. That has already been handled. He is on vacation. The accident rate of small private aircraft is quite high, Coulson replied. But what of the cover story regarding the bodyguard? Tony raised the speech, incredulous. Do you truly expect people to believe this? This is not our first time navigating such matters, Mr. Stark, Coulson said, offering no further explanation. Simply adhere to the official script. Rest assured, this will soon pass. You have 90 seconds. Coulson glanced at the time before turning to leave. Now, Mr. Stark will deliver a statement. He will not be taking questions. Thank you. 90 seconds later, Rhodes invited Tony onto the stage. It had been quite a while since I last saw everyone, so I shall adhere to my script. Tony approached the microphone, retrieving his speech from his pocket. Some speculated that I was involved in the previous robotic incident. I apologize, Mr. Stark. Do you truly expect us to believe that a bodyguard clad in armor just happened to appear? Interrupted a journalist. Although I understand this may be somewhat perplexing, questioning the official narrative is one matter, while making outrageous accusations and suggesting I am a superhero is quite another. I never claimed you were a superhero, retorted a female reporter, waving her hand dismissively. Indeed, and that would be both far-fetched and whimsical. Tony stammered slightly. Clearly, I am not cut out for heroism. I have numerous character flaws and have made countless mistakes. Just stick to the script, Rhodes interjected, leaning closer to Tony. All right, Tony nodded, raising his speech. The truth is, at this juncture, Tony glanced at Lin Feng, who smiled and subtly nodded in encouragement, prompting Tony to seemingly exhale in relief as he lowered his speech. I am Iron Man. Chapter 16, The Tesseract, I am Iron Man. With these words, the entire press conference erupted, and Lin Feng, who was in the corner, smiled faintly before vanishing from sight. Well, Tony has officially become Iron Man. According to the cinematic timeline, who's next? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. The next is Dr. Banner, the host of the Hulk. Zero's voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind. The power from beneath all things. I truly wish to study it, Lin Feng mused. According to the cinematic universe, can I defeat the Hulk now? It would be quite challenging, but it should not pose an insurmountable problem. Zero replied. The Hulk will not appear in New York for several days. We still have time to enhance ourselves, though we will require some assistance. The Tesseract. Lin Feng inhaled deeply. Zero, contact Pierce. Yes, Captain. Hydra forever. A bespectacled, bald man of Indian descent arrived at Lin Feng's residence. Agent Sitwell. Thank you, Lin Feng said, accepting the box from Sitwell's hands. What I am about to do involves confidential matters. You may leave now. Understood. Sitwell bowed his head and departed. Tony, head to Stark Industries. There's a significant matter we need to investigate together. After Sitwell's departure, Lin Feng promptly connected to Tony's communicator. Okay, I'm on my way. Tony's voice was accompanied by the sound of rushing wind. Are you outside? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Yes, I just dismantled a terrorist hideout using Stark Industries weaponry. Tony's breathing was somewhat uneven. All right, stop flying. I'll come to get you. Lin Feng gently clenched his right fist, and a space portal opened, allowing Tony to burst forth from within. Just as he was about to crash into the wall of Lin Feng's home, due to his inability to halt, Lin Feng merely raised his hand, causing Tony to come to an abrupt stop. Come on, Lin. Even though my shock absorption system is quite effective, you shouldn't toy with me like this, Tony exclaimed, retracting his visor and grinning broadly. Whatever, Lin Feng replied, opening another portal and promptly kicking Tony through it. He followed closely behind, retrieving a box as the portal closed behind them, revealing the enormous arc reactor at Stark Industries headquarters before them. Are you going to use this? Tony inquired, gesturing towards the colossal reactor. Indeed. Have you noticed that there are many superfluous components within this reactor? Lin Feng gazed at the arc reactor with admiration. I must say, Tony, your father was truly a genius. What have you discovered? Tony raised an eyebrow, acknowledging the oddities present in the reactor. The energy pathways seemed excessively large, and there were several unnecessary structures inside. Exactly. Do you know the reason? Lin Feng's gaze remained fixated on the reactor. Could it be that Tony was beginning to fathom that this device was not intended for the palladium element? Indeed. Lin Feng opened the box he held, revealing a luminous, pale blue cube. J-A-R-V-I-S. Scan it. Tony leaned closer to the Tesseract, scrutinizing it intently. The energy intensity of this cube is astonishing. J-A-R-V-I-S. voice resonated. However, I am unable to discern the internal structure. Lin, could this be, indeed, one of the 6 Infinity Stones, the Tesseract, the vessel of the Space Stone? Lin Feng extracted the Tesseract from the box. You must have also observed that within this large arc reactor, there exists a superfluous cubic space surrounded by numerous energy pathways. Therefore, the Tesseract is the true source of power for this apparatus. Tony's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Yes, Lin Feng nodded. Now, I need to install this, and then I shall cultivate within the arc reactor. What? Tony paused, taken aback. This item was procured from S.H. IELD. I require a substantial amount of primordial cosmic energy, as a remarkably powerful individual is about to emerge. Is that an enemy? Tony frowned. No, he is one of us, though his mind is currently quite muddled, akin to that of an infant. Yet, he possesses immense power. To subdue him, I must first enhance my fundamental physical attributes. May I inquire as to the identity of this person? Tony inhaled deeply. Are you familiar with Dr. Bruce Banner? Lin Feng cautiously inserted the Tesseract into the interface of the arc reactor. Is it him? Who is that individual he has created? Tony was evidently aware of Bruce Banner's profound expertise in biology. No, it is he himself. Lin Feng shrugged, explaining that during a laboratory mishap, he was affected by gamma rays, resulting in the emergence of a formidable green monstrosity whose strength magnifies with rage. The incident at Caltech? Tony seemed to recall something. Indeed, that would be him. Lin Feng sighed, noting that Dr. Banner should currently be in Brazil, but if all goes as expected, he will soon appear in New York. I must possess the power to subdue the Hulk before then. With that, Lin Feng waved his hand, transforming his attire into nanomaterials that coalesced beneath him into a disc, gently elevating him as he entered the arc reactor's core, where he then settled in a meditative posture, voraciously absorbing the abundant primordial energy emanating from the reactor. It remains difficult for me to fathom how this individual can enhance his physical prowess through energy absorption. The concept of cultivation truly exists. Tony observed Lin Feng, who was bare-chested within the arc reactor, and exclaimed in admiration, Jarvis, monitor the energy fluctuations within the arc reactor at all times. Regardless of whether you can analyze anything, ensure that everything occurring inside is documented. Yes, sir, Jarvis replied, activating numerous cameras, microphones, and energy sensors directed toward Lin Feng. Tony, spare yourself the effort. You will not uncover the patterns of this energy movement. Instead, focus on studying the materials I provided. Only after you have genuinely absorbed the primordial energy, once will you have the potential to discern patterns and detect its essence. Even with his eyes closed, Lin Feng seemed to perceive everything in the external world. Very well, Tony sighed. Then I shall leave you to your practice. Chapter 17. The Birth of Abomination Captain. Zero's voice resonated in Lin Feng's mind, interrupting his immersion in meditation. Has the Hulk manifested? Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. Yes. There was an incident involving a green monstrosity attacking Caltech yesterday, Zero explained. From the rather unclear footage, it is undoubtedly the Hulk. Excellent, Lin Feng proclaimed, rising as the disk of nanomaterials lifted him from the arc reactor. Now, we need only to await the arrival of Abomination. When these two titans clash in New York, it will be my moment to showcase my power. Zero expressed concern. The original form of Abomination, Blonsky, has become exceedingly volatile and irritable following the enhancement from the super soldier serum, and he possesses an obsession with finding an equal foe, which may prove difficult to subdue. No, you are mistaken, Lin Feng replied with a slight smile. Dealing with such a person is rather straightforward. The solution is to subdue him through sheer force, instilling fear within him. Once he is afraid, he will become exceedingly compliant. Lin, you have awakened? Tony, alerted by Jarvis, arrived at Stark Industries. Indeed. Having sat here for 3 days, it is soon time to stretch my limbs. Lin Feng stretched lazily and said, by the way, there is something I need your assistance with. What is it? Tony inquired. In a few days, a major battle will erupt in Harlem, New York. Both sides possess formidable powers. While I can defeat them, I cannot mitigate the collateral damage. Do you understand what I mean? Lin Feng gazed into Tony's eyes. When a car breaks down, you replace it. When a house is damaged, you repair it. I am quite familiar with such matters. I did the same after my battle with Obadiah. Tony chuckled. You mentioned that we need to establish an organization, right? I have been contemplating whether to create a fund for post-war reconstruction and compensation. I too believe such a fund is essential, Lin Feng nodded. By the way, has that Black Egg contacted you in the past few days? Black Egg? Tony paused. Oh, you mean the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., right? Yes. He sought me out. His vision aligns with ours. He wishes to form a league of superheroes to confront the crises on Earth. His ideas diverge significantly from ours. Lin Feng shook his head. I am aware of the Avengers initiative, that Black Egg envisions mobilizing these superheroes only in times of crisis, but my perspective is entirely different. How so? Tony raised an eyebrow. Why must we be Avengers? Can we not be preventers instead? Lin Feng approached the window. Look at the world outside. The lives of these people may not be idyllic or joyous, yet they persist, do they not? If we wait until a crisis befalls Earth to act, how many casualties do you think will occur from the moment we intervene until the matter is resolved? I cannot provide an exact figure, but I can envision the devastation. Tony sighed, but what can we do? We must confine the war to beyond our home planet. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled, as if piercing through the darkness outside. Oh, by the way, home planet is what I refer to when speaking of Earth in my universe. After all, it is the cradle of human civilization. What should we do? Tony took a deep breath. We must grow stronger. Lin Feng's eyes ignited with fervor. At all costs, we must become formidable. Regarding this, I have begun to grasp the cultivation method for the Genesis primordial energy that you taught me. Tony extended his hand, a glimmer of white light appearing in his palm. This is the fruit of my labor over the past 3 days. Excellent. Lin Feng nodded. Now that you have grasped the essentials, the next step is to methodically absorb the Genesis primordial energy. You should consider reconstructing the arc reactor, with the Tesseract as its core. This will serve as an optimal training ground for the Genesis primordial energy. I will do that. By the way, you mentioned that a great battle is imminent. Will you require my assistance? Not at this moment. Lin Feng shook his head, realizing he needed to establish his authority. Those two formidable beings would serve as excellent examples to assert his dominance, and he resolved to confront them alone. Furthermore, in a few years, he intended to return the cosmic cube to Shilded. At that time, a great battle would descend upon Earth, presenting the perfect opportunity for us to unveil ourselves before the world. It would also mark the final conflict on Earth as I envisioned it. All right, I understand. Tony nodded in agreement. If your reaction is intense, this will ensure you remain unharmed. Dr. Stern was in the process of securing Banner to the examination table. You can later tell me whether you found the reaction intense. Dr. Banner offered a slight smile. Those damned foolish graduate students, Stern exclaimed, vigorously striking the malfunctioning machine. An unusual sensation enveloping him. We are commencing. Stern pressed a button, and a torrent of serum surged into Banner's body. They had begun. Lin Feng, who had previously installed cameras in Dr. Stern's laboratory, stood up and opened a portal, transporting himself to the skies above Harlem. With his extraordinary hearing, Lin Feng detected the furious roars below. He knew that Dr. Banner was transforming into the Hulk while undergoing the so-called antidote. Ah, they have arrived. He clicked his tongue as the sound of helicopters reverberated from below. Blonsky had come, and the abomination was about to be born. If you kill the Hulk, I assure you, you will spend the rest of your life in prison, General Ross said to the bound Dr. Banner, who merely gazed at the sky, unfazed. This is truly troublesome. Why haven't they begun yet? Lin Feng frowned, casting his gaze toward Dr. Stern's laboratory, where progress seemed to be accelerating. I want you to extract that substance from Banner, Blonsky commanded, aiming his pistol at Dr. Stern's head. You appear to have injected something, haven't you? Dr. Stern slowly rose, excitement gleaming in his eyes. He was a pure scientific madman, and a madman always felt exhilarated upon encountering the right specimen. Indeed, I require more. Blonsky's face bore the expression of a man craving a fix. You've seen what he can become, haven't you? Yes, it is truly magnificent. Dr. Stern's eyes glinted with a hint of madness. Excellent. The main event is upon us. Lin Feng observed as Blonsky, having transformed into the abomination, broke free from the examination table, witnessing the vial containing Banner's blood shatter, its contents dripping onto Dr. Stern's wounded forehead. A sudden thought struck him. This monumental event would not solely involve the Hulk and the abomination. The leader would also emerge from this chaos, wouldn't he? Lin Feng stroked his chin with interest, casually opening a portal to transport the metamorphosing Dr. Stern to his basement. Open the back door. Meanwhile, aboard the helicopter, Banner took a deep breath, realizing that only he could stop him. Banner passionately kissed Betty before leaping from the helicopter. His eyes tightly shut as he embraced the rush of wind and the exhilarating sensation of free fall. Moments later, he abruptly opened his eyes. Yet there was not a hint of green to be found within them. Oh, crap, was all he could utter before crashing through the ground, creating a massive crater. Chapter 18. This is the feeling. A furious roar emanated from the pit in the ground as a gigantic green hand reached out, and the Hulk emerged, tearing away the tattered remnants of his clothing to confront the abomination before him. Well, this is it. Lin Feng took a deep breath, enveloped in shimmering silver armor, and transformed into a streak of silver light, diving downward. At that moment, the Hulk and the abomination were charging at each other, both monsters brimming with tremendous momentum. Just as they were about to collide, a silver figure appeared between them, halting their advance. A tremendous force erupted, sending shockwaves that shattered the glass of the entire block. The abomination gazed at the small figure that stood against his fist, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Meanwhile, the Hulk roared in indignation. Feeling insulted and enraged by this diminutive obstacle, his fury amplifying his strength. Is this all? Lin Feng hovered between the two, his hands pressing against the fists of the Hulk and the abomination, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. If this is all you have, then allow me to take charge. With a surge of effort, Lin Feng's hands exerted pressure, and white mist swirled around him as his power escalated, effortlessly lifting both the Hulk and the abomination. With a thunderous crash, Lin Feng slammed the abomination into the ground before spinning the Hulk like a windmill and smashing him into the abomination. Tony, observing the scene from a satellite, was taken aback. Has Lin's power truly reached such heights? Hulk, rise and unleash your fury. Lin Feng bellowed at the Hulk, eager to provoke him into harnessing greater strength, as he sought a measure of his own power within the Marvel Universe. With a furious roar, the Hulk tore a police car in half, fashioning it into makeshift gauntlets before launching a punch at Lin Feng. A deafening explosion echoed, followed by another violent shockwave that caused additional damage to the surrounding structures. Yet Lin Feng remained steadfast, catching the Hulk's fist without so much as a shift in his stance. I am your opponent. Another roar erupted as the abomination leaped toward Lin Feng. Get lost. Lin Feng snapped impatiently, delivering a powerful kick that sent the abomination crashing back into the debris from which he had just risen, leaving him to groan in defeat. Unable to rise again. Hulk, allow me to witness the limits of your strength. Lin Feng tightly grasped Hulk's fist, his eyes gleaming with intensity. It is essential to note that unlike other beings tainted by gamma radiation, Hulk is the sole creature to possess a second persona, a manifestation whose might is second only to the entity known as All Things Below, as chronicled in the legends of the Marvel Universe. Hulk's fury continued to swell, augmenting his power, and though Lin Feng had previously found the encounter effortless, he now sensed a modicum of strain, yet merely a hint of it. Hulk's strength had reached its zenith. Although it escalated with his rage, it remained finite. Should he wish to further amplify his power, he would need the approval of All Things Below for additional investment. Alas, testing you proves somewhat inadequate. Let us conclude this confrontation. Lin Feng sighed, as a dense cloud of white mist enveloped him, coalescing into a colossal humanoid form that soon surpassed Hulk's dimensions. The disparity in their sizes had completely reversed, and Lin Feng once again lifted Hulk above his head. A series of resounding thuds echoed as Lin Feng slammed Hulk into the ground repeatedly, and then, with a sweeping motion akin to a windmill, hurled him away. For reference, envision Hulk tossing Loki. A certain deity overseeing the end of time remarked, "Indeed, this is the sensation." With a powerful uppercut, Lin Feng struck Hulk's forehead, rendering him utterly unconscious as his form gradually diminished, reverting to that of Banner. TSK, TSK, TSK. Lin Feng clicked his tongue, resuming his silver-white armored guise. With a thunderous roar, a helicopter descended, and General Ross emerged from it. "Sir, he is property of the United States military. Please return him to us," General Ross stated, standing before Lin Feng. General Ross, Lin Feng's helmet retracted slowly. "I am curious about the mindset that leads you to believe you can claim my spoils. You may refer to me as Chuanxing," Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. "Mr. Chuanxing, you must understand that opposing the United States military yields no favorable outcomes," Ross declared, gesturing as numerous soldiers approached, weapons raised. "Are you threatening me?" Lin Feng arched an eyebrow, a hint of danger flickering in his gaze. "Not at all," General Ross responded, his expression impassive. "I am merely stating a fact." "Very well then," Lin Feng sighed. "In that case, it would be prudent to prevent the emergence of Red Hulk." "What did you say?" General Ross paused, momentarily taken aback. "Well, what I mean is..." Lin Feng suddenly raised his hand, gripping General Ross by the throat. "You may perish. Can you bear the repercussions of killing a U.S. Air Force Major General?" Ross's face turned crimson. "You ought to inquire whether this world can withstand the consequences of provoking my wrath." A cruel smile curled at the corners of Lin Feng's lips as he exerted pressure with his right hand, crushing General Ross's head. Chapter 19. "Welcome to 70 years later, my lord. Everything has settled," Pierce said, bowing his head before Lin Feng. "How is our plan progressing?" Lin Feng, shrouded in shadows, regarded Pierce with an indifferent gaze. "The drug analysis has concluded, and we are now in the mass production phase," Pierce replied. "Additionally, you have killed General Ross, and we are maneuvering to avoid direct conflict with the military." "That is unnecessary," Lin Feng shook his head. "Let them come. I shall dispatch them one by one, and soon, they will not dare to return. What if they employ weapons of mass destruction?" Pierce hesitated. Have no fear. Lin Feng stepped out from the shadows, gently patting Pierce's shoulder. Humanity's greatest reliance is on nuclear weapons, yet regrettably, their impact on me may be less significant than that of conventional arms. I would welcome them to launch a nuclear bomb into the city. The nanomaterials in Lin Feng's hand flowed, forming a peculiar device. The energy generated from a nuclear explosion would suffice to establish a stable fixed-point teleportation array. This energy reception device can convert various forms of energy into primordial creation energy. Unfortunately, it is currently limited to the highly potent energy of nuclear power. Once I upgrade it further, I anticipate even better results. After Pierce departed, Lin Feng examined the device in his hand and sighed. It is a pity that the technological sophistication of these items is far beyond what contemporary human civilization can produce at scale. Director, we have made a significant discovery at the location Mr. Lin mentioned, Agent Coulson exclaimed as he rushed into Fury's office at the Triskelion headquarters. Fury's lone eye widened as he looked at the photo Coulson handed him. Director, I suggest we contact Mr. Lin, as he knows Captain America's whereabouts, Coulson suggested, albeit hesitantly. Rest assured, I am aware. Fury waved his hand and dialed Lin Feng's number. Why aren't you picking cotton? What do you want with me? Lin Feng's languid voice came through the phone. You racist bastard. Fury couldn't help but curse, only for Lin Feng to hang up abruptly. Damn it. Fury nearly smashed his phone but restrained himself, taking a deep breath before redialing Lin Feng. What's this? Is the semi-automatic cotton picker ready to converse? Lin Feng reclined back, fully aware of Fury's intentions. Previously, he had provided S.H.I.E.L.D. with coordinates leading to the Antarctic, where the frozen form of a legendary World War II figure, Captain America, Steve Rogers, lay. Mr. Lin, we have discovered something at the coordinates you provided, Coulson began. The frozen version of Steve Rogers, I presume? Lin Feng stretched lazily. Have you excavated him yet? Not yet. I would like to ask for your opinion. My opinion is that after Captain America is thawed, it would be prudent for you to avoid appearing before him. Lin Feng rose to his feet, asserting, believe me, a World War II veteran from Brooklyn would hardly accept a black man as his superior. Hey, Lin, I'm on my way now, Fury interjected. But Lin Feng interrupted him and abruptly terminated the communication. He had no intention of taking action against Fury. After all, despite being black, Fury was among the rare few of his race who possessed the capability and genuine desire to protect the world. However, it is unfortunate that although you are indeed capable, it would be best not to perpetuate those inferior genes. Lin Feng shook his head, his right hand gently forming a fist, as a portal opened behind him, enveloping him in light. In an instant, he materialized within a cavern beneath the ice at the South Pole. His own kind. Lin Feng retrieved the S.H.I.E.L.D. identification that Pierce had entrusted to him. This must be the legendary figure. Indeed, the staff gazed at the Captain America encased in ice with a mix of complex emotions. Leave it to me, Lin Feng declared, extending his hand. Nanoparticles began to flow, forming a circular ring that swiftly rotated, slicing through the massive block of ice encasing Captain America. All right, I'll take him back to headquarters. It hardly seems respectful to thaw a World War II hero right here, Lin Feng shrugged. With a flash of light, the portal opened, and he vanished along with the ice block. Have our technologies advanced to such an extent? Several agents exchanged bewildered glances, clearly struggling to comprehend Lin Feng's recent disappearance. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had returned to the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, ice block in tow. Just as Fury approached, eager to scrutinize the World War II legend, Lin Feng obstructed his path. We unanimously agree that a suitable environment should be constructed for the captain to acclimatize before gradually accepting the fact that he has awakened 70 years later, Fury remarked. His brow furrowed as he regarded Lin Feng. Hey, Fury, I said it before. Waking up after 70 years might be easier to digest than discovering a black man has become his superior, Lin Feng replied, gesturing to Coulson. All right, Agent Coulson. Come with me. Really? Coulson exclaimed, excitement evident on his face as he followed, completely overlooking Fury's exasperation. All right, Captain Rogers, it's time to awaken. Lin Feng extended his hand, a milky light emanating and flooding into Captain America's body to prevent any harm from the rapid thawing. With a decisive fist clench, all the ice instantaneously melted into vapor. Coughing erupted as Lin Feng withdrew the primordial energy from within Captain America's body, and the captain slowly opened his eyes. Damn! Upon surveying his surroundings, Captain America bolted upright, throwing a punch at Lin Feng, who was closest to him. Hey, Captain, watch your language and take it easy. Lin Feng effortlessly caught Captain America's fist, soothing the recently awakened hero. The war had concluded. Red Skull was likely serving as a security guard on some distant planet. Hydra had vanished into obscurity, and even the mustachioed villain had taken his own life. Where am I? Who are you? Captain America. Realizing he could not match Lin Feng's strength, reluctantly retracted his fist and sat on the iron-framed bed, gasping for breath. You are in New York City, Captain. As for me, I am Lin Feng, though you may also refer to me as Chuanqing. A smile graced Lin Feng's face. Furthermore, Captain, welcome to 70 years into the future. Chapter 20. In the face of civilizational crisis, everyone is a soldier, Captain. Welcome to 70 years into the future. Upon hearing this, Steve's face was filled with disbelief. He pushed past Lin Feng and beheld the towering skyscrapers, immense billboards, and the multitude of cars on the streets, plunging into profound self-doubt. Is it truly 70 years later? Steve gazed at Lin Feng, who was slowly emerging from the SHIELD headquarters, his eyes filled with confusion. Yes, Captain Rogers, Lin Feng nodded. You have been an ice pop in Antarctica for 70 years. We found you and unearthed you from your slumber. I know. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively, chuckling as he draped an arm around Steve's shoulder. I understand this is difficult to accept, but look over there. Who is that? Following Lin Feng's, Steve spotted a man with an eye patch. That is Nick Fury, the director of the world's largest intelligence agency. How does that make your acceptance any easier? Lin Feng shrugged. Captain Rogers, the world 70 years hence is filled with novelties. Apologies, but you are no longer the most enigmatic subject of scientific study. I'm fine. Steve gestured dismissively. I just have an appointment. Regarding that, Captain, I possess a rather effective solution. With his left arm still around Steve's shoulder, Lin Feng gently clenched his right fist, and a portal opened. Before they vanished, Lin Feng even waved goodbye to Fury. What is this place? How did we get here? Steve shook his slightly dizzy head, surveying his surroundings. This is a hospital. Peggy Carter is right here, Lin Feng shrugged. What has happened to her? Is she ill? Steve inquired, his anxiety palpable. She is not ill. She has merely aged, Lin Feng replied with a smile and a shake of his head. You have been in slumber for over 70 years. How old do you suppose Agent Carter is now? Damn it, Steve cursed softly. Do not fret. As I mentioned, I have a plan. Lin Feng patted Steve's shoulder. I possess certain extraordinary abilities. What do you mean? Steve looked at Lin Feng, bewildered. I have methods that can extend human lifespan and even rejuvenate one's youth. Lin Feng extended his hand, a white halo swirling within his grasp. However, to achieve this, a certain cost must be paid. Thus, you must repay me, a reasonable exchange of equivalence. What is it that you desire? Steve's gaze grew calm. His past confrontations with Hydra had instilled in him a habit of not easily trusting others. I want you to work for me. A faint smile graced Lin Feng's lips. As we safeguard human civilization together. This is, after all, my responsibility. Steve furrowed his brow. What is your true intention? While both of us seek to protect human civilization, my methods differ from yours. Lin Feng sighed. Sometimes, in pursuit of the overall advancement of human civilization, we must sacrifice a few innocent lives. What do you mean? Steve inhaled deeply. Your tone now resembles that of individuals I am all too familiar with. Captain, you may speak plainly. I am aware my tone bears resemblance to Hydra, but I am not like them. Lin Feng shook his head. The reason I express it this way is simple. Under my leadership, the pace of human progress will accelerate significantly, and such rapid advancement implies that a considerable portion of people will struggle to keep up. I cannot accept that. Steve's eyes narrowed. Captain Rogers, you are an exceptional soldier. I trust you recognize this as well. Lin Feng maintained his habitual, formulaic smile. In war, we sometimes must abandon those soldiers who lag behind. It is a heart-wrenching necessity for the sake of victory. Yet those innocent lives are not soldiers. Steve gestured around him. Do they appear to you as soldiers? Captain, Lin Feng's voice carried a note of regret. It is unfortunate that all of human civilization faces a life-and-death crisis. This is not a world war, nor a Hydra conspiracy. Whether it be a world war or an invasion by Hydra, after the conflict, they would always rebuild human civilization. The innocent at the bottom merely exchange one ruler for another. Their lives would not change significantly, but this time is different. The threat we face is from beyond the stars. If we fail, human civilization will be utterly extinguished, and our species may face complete annihilation in the cosmos. In such a dire crisis, everyone must be a soldier, and those who cannot keep pace must be forsaken. Can we not employ a gentler approach? Steve seemed swayed by Lin Feng's words, lowering his head. Indeed, we do have gentler methods, but regrettably, they are far too slow, and we lack the time. Lin Feng shook his head. The entirety of human civilization stands against a few innocent individuals. This is a straightforward dilemma. But Steve. Lin Feng locked eyes with Steve. You are a hero from World War II, the finest soldier on this planet. Can it be that even you cannot grasp this truth? I can comprehend, yet I find it difficult to accept. Steve shook his head, expressing a need for time, without witnessing the adversary. He could not trust the words you spoke. Trust me, Captain. If my approach is not employed, humanity will only face greater casualties. Lin Feng, feeling somewhat helpless, patted Steve's shoulder. You will soon behold our foes, for they are on the verge of arrival. Of course, when they do come, I shall act accordingly. Steve nodded in acknowledgement. Moreover, rest assured, Peggy has several years remaining. We still possess time. Lin Feng smiled, adding, she has awaited you for 70 years. So go and converse with her. I shall take my leave. That black egg will arrange the subsequent matters for you. All right, I understand, Steve sighed, seemingly perplexed about the future. Very well, reflect on it yourself. Lin Feng gently clenched his right fist as a portal opened, and he vanished from sight. Phew. At least I had a brief encounter with Captain America. As for his thoughts, they are not of paramount importance. When humanity faces a true crisis, he will invariably rise to the occasion. Lin Feng reclined on the sofa. You are correct, yet I believe we need to have a discussion. Suddenly, a golden halo materialized within Lin Feng's abode, from which emerged a figure adorned with a yellow hood. Chapter 21. Master Gu E Master Gu E. Upon seeing the bald head beneath the hood, Lin Feng recognized the visitor. He joined his hands in reverence, slightly bowing to Master Gu E. What an honor to have your presence. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Nothing of great significance, merely a desire to see you. Master Gu E replied, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. With a simple gesture, the portal behind him vanished. It is my first encounter with a guest from beyond the omniversal realm. Master Gu E has conducted some research on the Omniverse? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Some rudimentary studies, though not in depth. Gu E shook his head. However, my visit this time is unrelated to your identity. Rather, I wish to extend an invitation. You are not contemplating retirement again, are you? Lin Feng's brow furrowed. Indeed, you know me well, Gu E chuckled heartily. However, having gleaned some insights into the future, my retirement plans have undergone alterations. Shall we sit and discuss? Lin Feng gradually settled into the chair, gesturing towards the sofa opposite him. Since your arrival in this world, the realm of eternity has become decidedly less secure, Gu E sighed. In truth, the safest haven for me has now transformed into Earth. Ah, I see, Lin Feng realized. He understood that he must elevate humanity to become the sole civilization in the universe, with all human existence under human dominion. This implied that the so-called deities of creation would ultimately be supplanted by humanity. Based on Gu Yi's response to his foresight, it seemed he had indeed succeeded. Now, Mr. Lin, are you willing to become the next Sorcerer Supreme? Gu Yi inquired, gazing intently into Lin Feng's eyes. Have you abandoned Stephen Strange? Of course not. Ancient One replied with a smile, shaking her head thoughtfully. I was contemplating that perhaps it would be more beneficial if you were to instruct Stephen. Why is that? Lin Feng inquired, furrowing his brow. Our power structure fundamentally relies on borrowing strength from the divine. With your plan, the entities from whom we draw this power will soon vanish or be supplanted, will they not? With a flick of her wrist, Ancient One summoned a cup of tea, taking a delicate sip before continuing. Thus, I wish for you to assume the role of the Supreme Sorcerer, guiding them through your system. I require a thorough study and analysis of all the magic within Kamartaj. Lin Feng gazed at the tea in her hand. Could I have a cup as well? Certainly. Ancient One replied, twisting her wrist so that a cup appeared in Lin Feng's hand. I still prefer the teas of the East. They invigorate the mind and leave a delightful aftertaste, Lin Feng remarked, savoring a sip. Mr. Lin, are you also from the East? Ancient One raised an eyebrow. Indeed. The culture of the Great Xia is profound and enduring. The place I hail from has long transcended national boundaries, forming an indomitable alliance of human civilization, within which the predominant culture is that of the Great Xia. Lin Feng reflected, a glimmer of nostalgia in his eyes. Ancient One, I believe you originally hailed from the Qinghai Tibet region of Great Xia, correct? Precisely. You may call me Yao. That was my original surname. As for my true name, after all these years, it has become somewhat obscured. Ancient One nodded with a smile. It is indeed fascinating that a visitor from beyond the omniversal realm shares such cultural roots with me. Shall we proceed to Kamartaj? Lin Feng rose to his feet. Of course, the library of Kamartaj is always open to you, and I hope you will swiftly discover a means to wield magic utilizing that unique energy within you. Ancient One also stood, a golden portal manifesting behind her. That is precisely my intent. Lin Feng smiled gently, following Ancient One through the portal to Kamartaj. That must be Kaecilius. Lin Feng indicated a mage with sunken eyes, practicing magic alone. Indeed, Mr. Lin has a profound understanding of future studies. Ancient One observed Kaecilius with a hint of complexity in her gaze. To me, those events are mere history. Lin Feng shook his head. I shall converse with him. As Ancient One watched the two approach, Kaecilius ceased his incantation, clasping his hands together in greeting and bowing. Kaecilius? Lin Feng stepped forward. Why are you here instead of guarding at the Bernabu? What? Kaecilius paused, taken aback. Ha! I was merely jesting. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. It's just that you share a name with a football player I have heard of. Perhaps we can delve into the essence of magic at some point. This is Kaecilius. He gestured towards Ancient One, the next candidate for the Supreme Sorcerer, with a smile gracing her face. Ancient One remarked that it would indeed be beneficial for you to engage in a thorough dialogue. I understand. Kaecilius lowered his gaze, a flicker of anger crossing his eyes. For he believed himself to be the most suitable successor to the mantle of the Supreme Sorcerer. Mr. Lin, let us proceed to the library. Ancient One personally guided Lin Feng to the library of Kamartaj. Is that the Eye of Agamotto, the vessel of the Time Stone? Lin Feng inquired, pointing at the pedestal in the center of the library. Indeed, Mr. Lin has an interest in the Infinity Stones? Certainly. The Infinity Stones can significantly expedite my enhancement of power, making them invaluable treasures for me. The Space Stone is currently in my possession, which has greatly benefited me. Lin Feng acknowledged with a nod. You may cultivate near the Eye of Agamotto, though temporarily, you cannot take it with you. Temporarily. Which implies that once I become the Supreme Sorcerer, the dominion over the Eye of Agamotto will rest in my hands, correct? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. That is indeed the case. The Eye of Agamotto has always been the most potent artifact of the Supreme Sorcerers, and that has never changed. Ancient One affirmed with a nod. That is unfortunate. Perhaps changes may arise in my generation. Lin Feng shrugged. I certainly want to relinquish an Infinity Stone post-retirement. That is not a matter for me to consider, is it? A subtle smile appeared on Ancient One's lips. You are quite right. Lin Feng smiled and nodded now. I shall commence analyzing the magic within this library. Please do. Ancient One gestured for him to proceed, and then exited the library. The Book of Visions. The new compilation of the universe, the Supreme Codex, the Key of Solomon. Let us begin with these tomes, which will serve as the enlightening text for the future Doctor Strange. Chapter 22. The arrival of the Thunder God within the library. Lin Feng sat cross-legged beside the Eye of Agamotto, while on the other side, his soul, separated through astral projection, was perusing the library's volumes. In just 3 days, Lin Feng had recorded all the texts within the library. However, this was merely documentation, not complete comprehension. Currently, without drawing power from various dimensional deities, he could only conjure the simplest spells using the primordial energy within himself. Mr. Lin, I believe it is time for you to depart. Ancient One appeared in the library, waving her hand to reveal an image before them, a vast pit, at the center of which lay a hammer. Has the narrative of the Thunder God commenced? Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Mr. Lin, do not be concerned. There is one point I must clarify. Ancient One extended her hand. In truth, within the 9 realms, both the Asgardians and the Vanir originally belonged to humanity. They were part of the stronger individuals among humans who, upon acquiring great power, established new realms. Are you implying that Asgardians are of the same lineage as us? Or that they fall outside my purview of elimination? Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Indeed, you may conduct an examination of that prince. Once the results are revealed, you will find that the Asgardians, stripped of their divine powers, are fundamentally indistinguishable from humans. Ancient One nodded thoughtfully. I shall verify this matter. Lin Feng pursed his lips, contemplating. If that is the case, perhaps my plans may progress more swiftly. That is a consideration for you to ponder, is it not? Ancient One smiled. I truly hope you assume the mantle of the Sorcerer Supreme soon. After my retirement, I might just find a clerical position within your alliance. After all, historically, clerical personnel possess the highest combat prowess, don't they? Lin Feng shook his head with a hint of resignation. Naturally, you are always welcome. Agent Coulson, we require your presence in New Mexico. Unusual occurrences have been reported. Within the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury instructed Coulson. Ensure the protection of the items there. It is imperative that nothing goes amiss. Understood, Director, Coulson acknowledged, preparing to depart for the site where Thor's hammer had descended. A sudden buzzing sound erupted behind Fury, startling him as he swiftly retrieved a handgun from beneath his desk, directing it towards the source. Fury, is this how you greet me? Lin Feng emerged slowly from a portal. Sheesh, Lin, when did you return? Fury lowered his weapon, collapsing into his chair. Just now, I have gathered significant insights over the past few days. Lin Feng smiled. Has an Asgardian arrived? Indeed, Fury sighed. We possess no capability to confront Asgard. To say nothing of other matters, that rainbow bridge alone could annihilate our entire world. Skrulls? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Yes, they recounted Asgard's formidable reputation across the cosmos. Fury replied gravely. Fury, are you aware of my philosophy? Lin Feng reclined on the sofa. Once I am able, I will eradicate every Skrull on Earth. Certainly, if they did not serve such a significant purpose for me at present, I would never permit such a perilous race to inhabit our planet. Fury shrugged. You understand well what a perfectly camouflaged species is capable of. No, this is not about their capabilities, Lin Feng interjected, shaking his head. My philosophy is quite straightforward. They are not humans, they possess intelligence, and meeting both criteria warrants their demise. It's that simple. With a flick of his wrist, a cup of steaming tea materialized in his hand. In truth, Asgard is our true ally. Yet, they are not humans either, Fury remarked, perplexed. They are humans, albeit a more formidable breed. Lin Feng shook his head, stating that he had learned of this matter from an elder who had lived for centuries. Naturally, he intended to verify this information personally in New Mexico. Are you an extreme racist, one who solely recognizes genetics? Fury frowned, and I must admit, such a demeanor reminds me of someone. I know who you are referring to, but I am not like him, Lin Feng replied, shaking his head. My brand of racism stems from a simple truth. Without external interference, species that experience reproductive isolation cannot coexist harmoniously. Those who cannot coexist are enemies, and to regard them as such demands their complete eradication, which is the greatest respect one can offer to an adversary. However, at times, we can still make use of our enemies, can we not? Fury shrugged. You are correct. We can utilize our foes, but only when no other alternatives are available. Thus, when we possess sufficient strength, I shall prioritize the elimination of internal adversaries. Lin Feng rose, inquiring, are there any further questions? None, Fury responded, shaking his head. In Eastern terms, can we say that heroes share a common understanding? If you wish, you may interpret it that way, Lin Feng replied with a faint smile, clenching his right fist as a portal opened and he vanished from sight. New Mexico. Phil. A flash of light heralded the opening of a portal, and Lin Feng appeared beside Coulson. Mr. Lin, Coulson exclaimed, initially startled, before quickly regaining his composure. What brings you here? I came to inspect the hammer, Lin Feng said, gazing thoughtfully at the defensive structures being erected below. Can you confirm that is indeed the hammer? Yes, that is the hammer. It is called Mjolnir, the weapon of Thor, the Norse god of thunder. A serene smile graced Lin Feng's face. Do not be surprised. Not only Norse mythology, in fact, many myths in this world are rooted in reality. You may understand those so-called deities as extraterrestrials possessing technology or magical powers far superior to those of Earthlings. So, Asgard is actually another planet? Coulson felt his worldview being challenged. Not quite. For certain reasons, some powerful civilizations do not inhabit traditional planets. It would be more fitting to regard Asgard as a continent floating in the cosmos. Well, without further ado, Lin Feng said as he approached Thor's hammer. Now, I shall attempt something. Chapter 23, Odin. We have summoned high-capacity lifting equipment, but before Coulson could finish, Lin Feng had already reached the hammer. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng extended his right hand and grasped the hammer's handle, applying a slight force. Indeed, he shook his head. It was evident that his spirit was insufficient to gain the hammer's recognition. Then it is time to try another method. As Lin Feng's right hand emanated a radiant white light, the primordial energy of creation surged into his arm. Veins bulged, and the ground beneath him began to fracture, causing his feet to sink slightly. The power coursing through Lin Feng's right arm intensified, while the formidable force within the hammer of the thunder god resisted him. Dark clouds began to gather overhead, thick with the brewing strength of thunder, as if heralding a warning. Alas, the warning proved fruitless. A confident smile graced Lin Feng's lips as he exerted force with his right hand. The pure white light erupted instantaneously, and in that fleeting moment, the sound of a barrier shattering echoed. The hammer of the thunder god lifted from the ground, cradled in Lin Feng's grasp, while the thunder above, which had been accumulating, suddenly struck towards him, a manifestation of the thunder god's power. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng reveled in the electric energy around him, feeling the resistance emanating from his right hand as the might of the thunder god flowed into him. Asgard. What? The Norse god king, in the midst of Odin's slumber, abruptly opened his eyes, casting his gaze upon earth. There, he beheld the figure wielding the hammer of the thunder god. Apart from the supreme sorcerer, Is there truly another formidable being in Midgard capable of shattering my spells? The Supreme Sorcerer. With this thought, a mist enveloped Odin, his soul projecting through the stars to Earth's Kamartaj. Odin, the All-Father. Master Gu inclined his head slightly before Odin's ethereal form. Supreme Sorcerer. Odin joined his hands in reverence, bowing in return. I come to you now due to certain disturbances in Midgard. I am aware that he is the next Supreme Sorcerer, and his power should now rival my own. A smile graced Gu Yi's face as she waved her hand, conjuring 2 cups of steaming tea upon the table. Care for a cup of tea? Master Gu Yi, you jest. I am in a state of soul and cannot partake in tea, Odin replied with a chuckle. My physical form lies in deep slumber, and I know not when I shall awaken. Let us dispense with such pleasantries, Odin, Gu Yi said, gently sipping her tea. We both understand that Odin's sleep is a condition that can be lifted at any moment. Master Gu Yi, your insight remains as remarkable as ever. A sigh escaped Odin's lips as a dazzling spectrum of colors flashed, and the robed figure of Odin materialized before Gu Yi, lifting a cup of hot tea. I wish to meet him. Odin took a sip of the tea. Ah, exquisite tea. You may seek him out yourself, as I said. His strength is nearly on par with mine. Gu Yi gently swirled her cup. In other words, I cannot command him. I understand, Odin nodded. May I know his name? He is called Lin Feng, Gu Yi replied. You may also refer to him as the Star of the Cosmos. Very well. With that, Odin vanished from sight. Truly, as the creation of the Dwarf King, this weapon bears remarkable strength. Lin Feng weighed the hammer of the Thunder God in his hand, swinging it lightly to conjure arcs of electricity. Mr. Lin, exercise caution, for Carlson has retreated a few steps. Indeed, one must tread carefully. I sense that my previous actions have summoned something extraordinary. Lin Feng smacked his lips, gazing at the shimmering, multicolored lights in the sky. With a thunderous roar, the radiant column of the Rainbow Bridge crashed to the ground, gradually dissipating to reveal an elder clad in golden armor, wielding a spear. With hair and beard as white as snow, adorned with an eye patch. Behold, something remarkable has arrived, Lin Feng remarked with a smile directed at Carlson. Carlson appeared to have an epiphany. Indeed, that is Odin, the All-Father, the supreme ruler of Asgard from Norse mythology. Lin Feng straightened his back, his body encased in a silvery nano-armor, which flickered with a pure white light, pulsating rhythmically. Observing Lin Feng, entirely enveloped in armor, Odin inhaled deeply and raised his spear, Gungnir, pointing it towards Lin Feng. In response, Lin Feng discarded his Mjolnir, and his nano-armor coalesced into a gleaming silver blade, aimed at Odin. Silence enveloped them, yet their respective auras began to ascend, clashing in an escalating contest of power, causing the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents surrounding Lin Feng to struggle for breath. Indeed, the bloodlust of one who has fought across the 9 realms is no trivial matter, as Lin Feng sensed the formidable aura emanating from Odin. A slight furrow creased his brow. Throughout his journey, he had obliterated countless life-bearing planets and extinguished innumerable civilizations. Yet now, faced with Odin's presence, he found himself somewhat challenged. From whence does such formidable power derive? Has he too vanquished deities? Odin clenched his jaw. He could not afford to falter in this clash of wills. To do so would jeopardize any demands he might wish to make thereafter. Withdraw, all of you. This is a battle beyond your scope. Lin Feng commanded with a wave of his hand, sending numerous agents hurtling backward before they landed softly. The auras of both Lin Feng and Odin reached their zenith, and they ceased to gather strength, charging towards one another with ferocity. The clash of spear and blade erupted in a cataclysmic sound, unleashing a tempest of energy that surged skyward, scattering the clouds and revealing a cerulean expanse above. Both combatants were thrust backward by the force of their collision. Odin's feet carved deep grooves into the earth as he gradually came to a halt, while Lin Feng executed a graceful flip in midair, landing effortlessly. Truly, you are the All-Father of Asgard, Lin Feng proclaimed. I am curious as to your purpose for descending to Earth. I came to witness someone in Midgard capable of wielding Mjolnir with their own strength, Odin replied with a smile, though his right hand, grasping Gungnir, trembled slightly. Your Excellency, I did not expect such a formidable presence in Midgard. Have you consulted the Ancient One? Upon hearing Odin directly call out his codename, Lin Feng understood immediately, a smile gracing his face. I have long admired His Majesty Odin, he remarked. In Chapter 24, help me teach my daughter a lesson. Lin Feng's visit to Midgard primarily stemmed from the troubles caused by his ineffectual son. He brought Odin to the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., where they commandeered Nick Fury's office. The two settled into the sofa like retired gentlemen, each cradling a cup of steaming tea. So, Thor has come to Earth, has he? I intended to use this planet as a testing ground for your son, only to discover that a formidable individual oversees matters here, prompting me to come and discuss things. Lin Feng stated, his smile contrasting with the sharpness of his tone. Indeed, that is correct, Odin acknowledged with calm assurance. In the realm of civilization, the strong may manipulate the weak at will. However, should the supposed weak reveal unexpected strength, the original strong must concede. Ha ha ha! Lin Feng erupted into hearty laughter. As expected of His Majesty the All-Father, you are indeed perceptive. Odin, testing the waters, inquired about his son's situation. Rest assured, I shall ensure Thor's matters are handled splendidly, Lin Feng replied with a grin. Can your Majesty still indulge in spirits? Us guardians have been companions with the cup since birth, Odin retorted with a huff. I am not yet so aged as to be unable to drink. Then let us proceed, Lin Feng declared, snapping his fingers to conjure a portal that whisked them directly to Tony's residence. Hey, Tony, do you have any of our dossier's fine liquor? Lin Feng called out to Tony. Lin? Tony lifted his gaze from a heap of components, puzzled by the one-eyed figure clad in armor and wielding a spear. Allow me to introduce the wisest man on Earth, Tony Stark, Lin Feng said, leaning closer to Odin and lowering his voice. If all goes as expected, the seventh Infinity Stone, the Mind Stone, resides within his very brain. I must say, Lin, I appreciate your endorsement, Tony replied, a smile creeping onto his face. And who might this be? This is Odin, the All-Father of Asgard from Norse mythology, Lin Feng laughed, adding, just to clarify, I am not jesting. Goodness, Tony exclaimed, unable to suppress a curse. Are you certain you are not joking? Many myths are indeed rooted in truth. You might consider them as extraterrestrial beings, Lin Feng shrugged. Now, I wish to share a few drinks with our esteemed All-Father. I reckon you possess the finest selection of spirits here. Absolutely, Tony replied, pride evident on his face. Follow me. The trio stepped into the elevator, ascending to the top floor of Tony's villa, where rows of wine cabinets and a bar awaited them. I have collected exquisite wines from around the world. If you can imagine it, I assure you it is here, Tony proclaimed, spreading his arms wide to showcase his treasures. Come, let us indulge. Lin Feng gently waved his hand, and a bottle of Matai soared from the shelf, landing steadily in his grasp. Where did you learn that trick? Lin? Tony gazed at Lin Feng's recent maneuver, his eyes wide with astonishment. In a wondrous place called Kamar Taj, if you have the chance, you might consider learning there as well. Lin Feng chuckled as he poured 2 glasses of wine. Come now, your Majesty, the God King, do sample this. How is it that such an upscale gathering is taking place without my presence? A golden halo materialized, from which a bald figure emerged. Odin, the God King of Asgard. A visitor from beyond the omniverse and the nexus of this universe's timelines, exclaimed, how could I possibly miss such revelry? I sense you are not particularly fond of alcohol. Lin Feng remarked, shrugging. That is merely to uphold an image before my disciples. Ancient One waved her hand dismissively as she found a chair to sit down. Then let us partake together. Lin Feng smiled as he filled a glass to the brim for Ancient One as well. Cheers. The 4 glasses clinked together, and they all drank heartily. Tony, the only mortal present, felt a rush of warmth surge from his stomach to his throat. Another round. A thunderous shout erupted from across the table. Odin abruptly smashed his cup onto the ground. I nearly forgot. Lin Feng sighed in exasperation, covering his forehead. Tony, fetch our God King a metal cup. Will palladium suffice? Tony produced a scrap from the arc reactor. Oh, spare me. Lin Feng laughed heartily, conjuring a wine cup with a flick of his wrist, placing it on the table before Odin. Honestly, Odin, I am quite curious about how many cups are sacrificed during a banquet in Asgard. I have yet to tally that, Odin shrugged, but suffice it to say, we have never been short on cups. Meanwhile, in New Mexico. Where's my hammer? My colossal hammer. Thor knelt in the crater left by Mjolnir's descent, frantically digging through the earth. Mjolnir, where are you? Despairing, Thor shouted to the heavens, tears mingling with the rain streaming down his face. I warned you, unworthy child. The 4 of them observed Thor's plight as if watching a play, and now it was Odin who buried his face in his hands. Come now, Odin. Children do grow up. By Earth standards, Thor is still a minor. Lin Feng patted Odin's shoulder. You may be a bit hasty in your judgments, do you not think? But he is the future king. The king of Asgard cannot be like this. Odin shook his head in resignation. To be honest, Odin, Thor is more suited to be a warrior, while Loki is better suited as a strategist. Neither of them possesses the qualities of a king. Lin Feng remarked with a slight grimace. But I have only these 2. At this juncture, Odin suddenly paused. Are you suggesting? Indeed, in truth, it is Hela, the goddess of death, who is most fit to become the ruler of Asgard, Lin Feng nodded affirmatively. However, she is excessively belligerent, which may plunge Asgard into chaos. Odin sighed. Her aggressiveness stems from only one reason. She has never been defeated. Lin Feng shrugged, remarking that you two decided to retreat and cease your campaigns only after enduring the righteous assault of the gods, did you not? I certainly cannot allow Hela to engage in a quarrel with the celestial beings. At this moment, Odin's eyes suddenly sparkled as he looked at Lin Feng. Mr. Lin, how about you assist me in giving Hela a sound thrashing? Chapter 25. Are you the god of the hammer? Would you like my help in diminishing Hela's inflated confidence? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, indicating it was not out of the question. The eternal flame, the ice box, and the remnants of the destroyer. Lin Feng extended 3 fingers. I require these 3 items. The remnants of the destroyer? Odin inquired, somewhat perplexed. What? Did you not foresee the future? Lin Feng chuckled, unbeknownst to you. In the original timeline, your dear son Loki unleashed the destroyer to eliminate Thor, only for it to be obliterated by the awakened Thor. However, the future has now changed. Your Majesty, Lin Feng raised a hand. Surely you do not believe that a colossal alien mech would descend upon Earth and wreak havoc, and I would return it to Asgard in pristine condition? Indeed, that does seem plausible. Odin wiped non-existent sweat from his brow. For some inexplicable reason, the once formidable warrior, who had vanquished gods, felt a twinge of pressure in Lin Feng's presence. In truth, it was entirely normal for Odin to feel pressure, given that Lin Feng had previously annihilated countless worlds and civilizations, eradicating all sentient life within them. Although Lin Feng lacked a record of slaying high-tier beings like the gods, the sheer magnitude of countless lives extinguished had undoubtedly bestowed upon him an aura far more formidable than Odin's. Let us see what Thor is currently occupied with. Or perhaps not. Lin Feng remained unfazed as he turned off the scene of Thor entangled with Jane Foster. Jane, I must retrieve my hammer. Once I do, you shall know everything. The following morning, Thor embraced Jane's shoulders, gazing into the distance. I know you will not believe anything I say now, but please give me time. Are you certain? A golden portal opened, and Lin Feng, along with Ancient One, stepped through. Thor's attention, however, was entirely consumed by the sight of Mjolnir, the hammer of the god of thunder that Lin Feng held. Mjolnir. Thor's voice bore a hint of desperation, and the hammer began to tremble in Lin Feng's grasp. Be still, Lin Feng commanded, lightly tapping the hammer's head, which quivered briefly before settling down. How could you treat her this way? Thor exclaimed angrily, charging forward, oblivious to Lin Feng's ability to subdue Mjolnir with but a single slap. Thor. Lin Feng pressed one hand firmly against Thor's head and advised him to remain silent, for it was evident that he could not best him. Mortal, you are courting death. Thor's eyes were ablaze with fury. Indeed, you are simply a brute, Lin Feng replied, shaking his head in exasperation. To charge forth without even knowing who your adversary is. Should I commend your courage or lament your recklessness? Supreme Sorcerer? Thor lifted his gaze to the Ancient One, who stood beside Lin Feng. Indeed, Your Highness, the Ancient One smiled and nodded at Thor. Kamartaj has always been a steadfast ally of Asgard. Do you truly wish to humiliate me before this man? Thor queried angrily. Your Highness, one must understand that even Odin would not dare to question me so indiscriminately. The Ancient One maintained her serene smile. With a graceful gesture of her right hand, a golden circle appeared beneath Thor's feet, and he was promptly engulfed, the circle vanishing thereafter. Very well, let us allow our dear Thor some time to reflect, the Ancient One said, a smile gracing her lips. Before her materialized a table adorned with a pot of steaming tea and 2 cups. Mr. Lin, please take a seat. Thank you, Lin Feng replied with a smile, grateful for a moment of calm. Half an hour later, our dear Thor should have regained his composure, the Ancient One remarked, summoning a portal through which Thor landed face first upon the lawn. I plummeted for 30 minutes. Thor bellowed furiously at the Ancient One. I am a prince of Asgard, the heir to the throne. Do not wield that against me. Precisely. The god of stories at the end of time exclaimed with enthusiasm. Have you calmed down? Can we converse rationally now? Lin Feng took a sip of tea, casting a casual glance at the freshly risen Thor. Mjolnir. Thor gazed vacantly at the mighty hammer carelessly discarded at Lin Feng's feet. Hey, Thor, awaken. Is this what you've become because of a mere hammer? Lin Feng playfully smacked the back of Thor's head. What do you know? Thor snapped back, his anger rekindled. That hammer is the source of my power. Oh, is that so? Lin Feng interjected. I had thought you were the god of thunder. It seems more fitting to call you the god of hammers. If you are indeed the god of hammers, then take it away, Lin Feng said, picking up Mjolnir and tossing it back at Thor's feet. Mjolnir. A flicker of surprise crossed Thor's eyes as he grasped the hammer's handle. However, after a moment of effort, his smile faltered. with both hands gripping the hammer. He exerted all his strength to lift it, yet Mjolnir remained steadfastly unmoved. What have you done to Mjolnir? Thor's anger reignited. I truly ought to introduce you to Dr. Banner. Your propensity for sudden rage is most fitting for him. Lin Feng shrugged. In truth, I have done nothing remarkable. I merely shattered Odin's seal through sheer force. Tell me, is it possible that your inability to lift the hammer stems from a loss of worthiness? From being denied Thor's recognition? Lin Feng leaned closer to Thor, a mischievous grin upon his face, reminiscent of an uncle teasing a child with the jest. Your mother doesn't want you anymore. Have I truly lost the right to wield Mjolnir? Thor sat on the ground, his gaze vacant. Thor Odinson. Lin Feng rose, his expression grave. You are Odin's son. Losing your worthiness is but a temporary state, and in truth, this is a trial bestowed upon you by Odin. A trial from father? Thor raised his head in confusion. Indeed, Thor. Here, you must learn how to become a true king. Only then will you be able to lift Mjolnir once more and reclaim your title as the god of thunder. Lin Feng patted Thor's shoulder. Do not squander Odin's noble intentions. Chapter 26. The arrival of the destroyer, I will not. Thor nodded vigorously. At that moment, a brilliant light pierced the sky, and a colossal rainbow bridge crashed to the ground. For figures clad in medieval Norse armor emerged, soon laying eyes upon the kneeling Thor and Lin Feng, who was still clasping Thor's shoulder. Hold your horses. That is the supreme sorcerer of Midgard. The eldest and most knowledgeable among the four, Wostag, gestured towards the serene figure of the Ancient One, halting Sif, who was about to approach. Esteemed supreme sorcerer, we come in search of our prince, his highness Thor, god of thunder. Wostag bowed respectfully to the Ancient One. As the leader of the three warriors of the Celestial Palace and the oldest among them, he had the honor of serving as a guard during a meeting between Odin and the Ancient One, thus recognizing the ageless sorceress, who appeared unchanged after centuries. He is right over there, quite safe. The next supreme sorcerer is engaging in amicable discourse with the heir of Asgard. The Ancient One gently set down her teacup, her right hand sweeping across the table, causing both the table and its tea set to vanish. Oh, Thor, your friends have arrived. Lin Feng stepped aside, allowing the Celestial Palace quartet to see Thor, whose once dazed expression was now resolutely transforming. Thor, what has happened to you? Sif rushed forward, her voice tinged with concern. No. Sif, I am fine. Thor raised his hand, standing tall, his eyes now ablaze with the spirit of battle. I must fulfill the trial set before me by my father and reclaim Mjolnir. I shall hold your hammer for the time being. Lin Feng grasped the god of thunder's hammer in his hand. When you regain your worthiness to lift Mjolnir, it will return to you of its own accord. I understand. A glimmer of determination sparkled in Thor's eyes. Esteemed successor of the supreme sorcerer, thank you. I am Lin Feng. You may also call me Starlight. Lin Feng offered a faint smile and remarked, there is no need for gratitude. I merely adhere to the wishes of a venerable elder. Asgard, ensure that my brother never returns. Loki, wielding a replica of the eternal spear Gungnir, commanded the destroyer, annihilate everything. Loki, pray tell, how did you manage to bring the frost giants of Jotunheim into Asgard? On the Rainbow Bridge, Heimdall rested the sword of night upon his front, coldly gazing at Loki as he approached. Do you truly believe the Rainbow Bridge is the sole passage in and out of Asgard? Loki, clutching the eternal spear, wore a deranged expression. There exist myriad secret pathways between the realms. Even your keen eyes cannot perceive them. However, I find I no longer require them. I am king now. Furthermore, I declare that due to your treason, your position as the guardian of Asgard's gates is hereby revoked, and you are no longer a citizen of Asgard. Then I am no longer bound to heed your commands. Heimdall raised the sword of night, striking at Loki, who deftly flipped his wrist to reveal the frost box. The icy power swiftly enveloped Heimdall, freezing him into a statue of ice. Loki retracted the frost box, the characteristics of the frost giants gradually dissipating from his form. He seized Gungnir and approached the control switch of the Rainbow Bridge, inserting the eternal spear. The bridge shimmered with light, and a colossal figure materialized near the town where Lin Feng and the others were located. Meanwhile, SHIELD agents were nearby, examining the Rainbow Bridge's mark left by the earlier arrival of the four from the Celestial Palace. Is that something Stark concocted? Hitwell gazed at the massive destroyer, assuming it was the latest technology devised by Tony. I have no idea. He never discloses anything to me, Coulson shrugged, seizing a loudspeaker from a nearby agent and stepping before the destroyer. Greetings, you are operating an unregistered high-tech weapon. Please identify yourself. The destroyer halted, its helmet slowly retracting. Coulson's expression shifted to one of relief. Yet as he observed the energy accumulating upon the destroyer's visage, His demeanor grew serious. "Everyone, take cover," Coulson bellowed. And a swarm of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents scattered. A massive beam erupted from the destroyer's face, but at that moment, a figure appeared before the beam, effortlessly raising a hand to halt its advance. "Mr. Lin," Coulson exclaimed, a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. "Tend to other matters. This creature is now my responsibility." Lin Feng formed a hand seal, magical energy swirling about his fingers, and with a sudden thrust forward, the entire world fell eerily silent, vanishing from sight. The mirror space is indeed quite effective. Lin Feng rubbed his hands together, a spark of battle intent emanating from his eyes. Silver-white armor enveloped his body. "Come forth. Let me witness the true strength of the armor Odin devised to combat the deities." Having returned to Asgard, Odin, lying in repose, suddenly raised an eyebrow and swiftly seized control of the destroyer. Sensing the abrupt shift in the destroyer's formidable aura, Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement. After all, he had previously gained the upper hand in a single exchange with Odin, who was not in his full form. Now, however, it was evident that the controller of the destroyer's armor had changed, and it should reflect a portion of Odin's true power. "Mr. Lin, should you fall to the destroyer under my command, I can only grant you 2 of the 3 promises you made," echoed Odin's voice from the visage of the destroyer. "Very well." Lin Feng inhaled deeply, and a pure white mist began to emanate around his body, a manifestation of the primordial energy reaching a certain concentration. This time, Odin bore no Gungnir, nor did Lin Feng summon a weapon. The destroyer did not even open its visor to channel an energy attack, but simply clenched its fist and charged forward. As Lin Feng advanced, his form began to grow, swiftly matching the size of the destroyer. With a thunderous crash, Lin Feng's fist collided with that of the destroyer, sending shockwaves through the mirrored space, as if it might shatter. "Fear not the battle. I shall maintain the mirrored realm," came the voice of Ancient One from above. Observing this, Lin Feng relinquished his control over the mirrored space, channeling all his strength anew towards the destroyer. Chapter 27. Loki. A series of resounding explosions and bursts of flame erupted from the clash between Lin Feng and the destroyer's armor. Each full-force impact sent the entire mirrored space into violent tremors. Ancient One, sustaining the mirrored realm, occasionally frowned, a mark from Dormammu appearing upon her brow. "Odin, if the power of your controlled destroyer is merely at this level, then this battle may soon reach its conclusion." After yet another collision that nearly shattered the mirrored space, Lin Feng and the destroyer retreated several hundred meters, gazing at one another from afar. "Is that so? Then show me your full power." Odin's voice resonated from the destroyer's visage. "For if you possess only such strength, I may very well reclaim the destroyer. Let us both unleash our utmost might." Lin Feng's gaze sharpened, an intense killing intent seemingly taking form. The white radiance gradually transformed into a blinding crimson hue, solidifying as it contracted from his entire being, coalescing into his right fist. In the distance, the destroyer's chest heaved as if it were alive, expanding and contracting rhythmically. Sharp spikes emerged from its right fist, and an orange glow seeped through the gaps in the armor, emanating a pulse of unsettling energy. Simultaneously, Lin Feng and the destroyer pressed their feet down with force, causing the ground to fissure under the immense power unleashed. The 2 fists collided instantaneously, yet curiously, no sound erupted from the encounter. Not good. In the midst of maintaining the mirror-like space, Gu Yi's expression suddenly changed, and just as he was about to intensify the output of magical energy, it was already too late. With the collision between Lin Feng and the destroyer, fissures abruptly appeared in the air, and the entire space shattered like a mirror, transforming into countless specks of starlight that dissipated into the atmosphere. Lin Feng and the destroyer re-emerged in the realm of reality. The destroyer stood silently on the ground, unscathed, while Lin Feng, unable to sustain his colossal form, reverted to his human size, creating a stark contrast with the immense destroyer. Lin Feng let out a muffled groan, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth, and his form swayed slightly. This sight caused the hearts of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to tighten, for if Lin Feng were to fail, surely nothing in this world could thwart the colossal war machine before them. With a deep sigh, Lin Feng felt the primordial energy of creation flowing through him, rapidly healing the injuries sustained from the clash with the destroyer. At that moment, the destroyer's head slowly lowered, swayed slightly, and then crashed to the ground, its circular armor plates scattering, revealing a completely shattered orange energy core. "Odin, you have been defeated. The destroyer is now mine," Lin Feng declared, a faint smile gracing his face. With a wave of his hand, he opened a portal, and the fragments of armor began to levitate, gliding into the gateway. Time to call it a day. Thor, follow me. Lin Feng gestured, intending to step through the portal back home, when suddenly, he furrowed his brow. You don't think I would be unable to perceive your invisibility, do you? Lin Feng extended his hand, grasping at the air, and with a flicker of green light, a figure clad in a robe and adorned with a horned helmet gradually materialized. Is this not our second prince from Asgard, Lord Loki? Lin Feng remarked with a hint of mockery. Loki. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Thor's eyes. Thor, care to guess who sent the destroyer, and what their intentions were? Lin Feng inquired, glancing back at Thor as he snapped his fingers, conjuring a luminous screen. On the display, Loki was seen standing in the Asgardian treasury, wielding the eternal spear as the destroyer emerged. Ensure my brother does not return. Annihilate everything. Loki's face was twisted with rage. Thor was taken aback in his understanding. Despite Loki's constant pranks, they were brothers, and Loki would never truly wish to kill him. Mortal, how dare you blaspheme the divine? Loki spat defiantly, despite Lin Feng's grip on his throat. Do you know? Even Odin would not dare speak to me in such a manner. Lin Feng's gaze was piercing. As Odin's son, you ought to exhibit a modicum of respect towards a being of comparable strength to your father. Your Excellency, the stars, could you not release my brother? At this moment, although Thor's emotions were somewhat tumultuous, upon witnessing Loki's condition, he still wished to plead for his sibling. I do not require your pity. Loki bellowed angrily at Thor. Otherwise, perhaps I shall allow you two brothers to converse at length. Lin Feng cast Loki before Thor. Loki, why have you chosen this path? Thor's countenance bore an expression of profound complexity. To prove that I am indeed the favored son of our father. Loki's face was alight with fury upon awakening. He believed he would recognize that it was I who saved him, and that I had vanquished those monstrous beings. Following that, I shall ascend as the rightful heir to the throne. What do you intend to do? Thor was momentarily taken aback. In his original scheme, he planned to lure the frost giant Laufey into Asgard and attempt to assassinate Odin, with Loki intervening at the last moment to rescue Odin, seizing the opportunity to obliterate all of Jotunheim via the Rainbow Bridge. Lin Feng shrugged and added, what? Thor's eyes widened as he gazed at Loki. How could you contemplate the annihilation of an entire race? Why not? Loki's eyes glimmered with intrigue. Have you developed an affinity for the frost giants? Or have you, my dear brother, succumbed to weakness? That is an entire race. The obliteration of a race would yield untold carnage. We cannot proceed in such a manner. Thor's emotions escalated, a flicker of blue light igniting in his eyes. Regarding this matter, Lin Feng raised a hand. I align with Loki's perspective. There exist but two forms of intelligent life in the cosmos. One is kin, and the remainder are adversaries. The utmost respect towards enemies is to eliminate them with the utmost efficiency. However, Father has stated that we must treat our people kindly. Odin desires you to be benevolent towards your subjects, not your foes. Lin Feng shook his head. Thor, heed my words. Should you possess the ability yet fail to utterly annihilate your enemies, it is assuredly because they yield some benefit to your kin. For Odin, the nominal ruler of the 9 realms, sparing Jotunheim, serves to illustrate his benevolence as the king of gods, thereby securing the loyalty of the races within his dominion. This is the role of the frost giants. Do you comprehend? Thor appeared somewhat bewildered, yet Lin Feng's discourse was not intended for him. His peripheral vision remained fixed on Loki, who seemed to ponder these revelations. I believe I have grasped certain truths. Loki suddenly emitted an eerie chuckle. Farewell, my dear brother. And as for you, your excellency, the stars, we shall meet again. Upon uttering these words, a violent green luminescence enveloped Loki's form, and he vanished into the ether, while Lin Feng made no attempt to impede his departure. Your excellency, the stars, Thor questioned with confusion directed at Lin Feng. I require his escape. His departure is advantageous for us. Lin Feng wore a smile that exuded confidence, and soon enough, you would understand. Chapter 28, The Father of Heaven. Come with me, Thor. I know someone who can help you in the trial. Lin Feng opened a portal, leading to a desolate landscape undergoing reconstruction. Lin, a bespectacled doctor with a receding hairline approached. What brings you here? Ethan, it has been a while. Lin Feng smiled. Indeed. He had directly transported Thor to the town of Kamara, a place that had endured countless ravages of war. Lin Feng wanted Thor to comprehend that while war is sometimes inevitable, it must never occur on our homeland unless under exceptional circumstances. From this moment on, you are neither the god of thunder nor the prince of Asgard. You are simply a refugee who has experienced the horrors of war, albeit with powers beyond those of ordinary mortals. Now, you must wield this power wisely. becoming one with them and assisting the people here in rebuilding their homes. Are you capable of this? Lin Feng gazed into Thor's eyes. Absolutely. Observing the surroundings, Thor nodded earnestly. He had witnessed many scenes of war, yet never comprehended the aftermath left in its wake since he always charged to the front lines. War is invariably brutal. I hope this period of existence will enlighten you to that truth. Once you regain Mjolnir's recognition, I shall entrust you with even greater responsibilities. Lin Feng patted Thor on the shoulder before departing through the portal behind him. Hey, Tony, there's something I wonder if you'd be interested in researching. Upon returning home, Lin Feng connected with Tony. What is it? Tony's interest was piqued, for anything that Lin Feng, a being from an interstellar era, would pass to him for study must be exceedingly advanced technology. A colossal artifact, the remnants of the mightiest weapon of war from Norse mythology, crafted from exceptionally rare metals and employing entirely new magical technology. You'll see when you arrive. Lin Feng opened a portal right before Tony. Good grief, Lin, could you not be so abrupt every time? Tony shivered momentarily at the sight of the open portal. Let me see, where is this colossal thing? Right in front of you. Lin Feng pointed to a massive heap of circular metal rings. The struggle for the Asgardian throne has reached Earth. This was sent here and subsequently dismantled by me. So, you mean these large iron rings can be assembled into a weapon of war? Tony gazed incredulously at the seemingly tattered metal before him. Certainly. Lin Feng waved his hand, and the fragments of the destroyer began to levitate, gradually forming a colossal humanoid figure, its shape prior to being dismantled. Good heavens, this defies the laws of science. Tony exclaimed, utterly baffled by how such a structure could move. I mentioned that it incorporates magical technology. Lin Feng shrugged. These armor plates utilize magical circuits to channel energy, and this magical energy sustains the movement of the armor. Wait, Tony interjected. Are you saying this contraption is an armor? In other words, it must be controlled by a person inside, correct? Indeed, Lin Feng affirmed. While it can autonomously attack, its most formidable state is when Odin, the king of Asgard, directly manipulates it from within. A glimmer of excitement appeared in Lin Feng's eyes. This is precisely why I sought you out to study this marvel. Essentially, it shares the same nature as your Iron Man suit. The only difference lies in the type of energy that powers their combat. By all means, I must delve into this. Tony exclaimed, a fervor igniting within him. If he could thoroughly analyze this destroyer armor, it would undoubtedly elevate his Iron Man suit to unprecedented heights. What do you know about it? This creation is known as the Destroyer. Crafted by Odin to combat the Celestials, it is made from URU metal and is based on rune magic, forged by the dwarves and blessed by the gods. Odin once wielded the Destroyer armor to slay a Celestial. Yes, the very kind that lies dormant deep within our planet. Is it truly that powerful? How did you manage to damage it so? Tony questioned, still incredulous. First and foremost, this is an armor. The difference between Odin being inside it or not is monumental. Lin Feng explained, raising a finger. This time, Odin was merely controlling the armor remotely during our battle, so his strength was akin to that of a normal, unarmored Odin. Are you suggesting you can defeat an unarmored Odin? Certainly. I once clashed with him, and I believe I held the advantage, Lin Feng replied, nodding. At this point, I possess strength comparable to a celestial father, allowing me to triumph over weaker celestials. So, we need not worry about that thing beneath us? Tony raised an eyebrow. Not at all. While I can indeed defeat him and likely kill him, the Celestials' greatest attribute is not their individual strength, Lin Feng said, shaking his head in resignation. The true power of Celestials lies in their unity. The mightiest among them, Erishem, is merely an apex being within a single universe, yet when the entire Celestial group unites, their combined power can topple beings of mid-tier multiversal strength. Let me clarify, Tony lifted his hand. So, can I interpret this as three distinct power tiers, Celestial Father level, Single Universe level, and Multiversal level? Precisely, Lin Feng nodded. Allow me to enlighten you on the classification of power within this vast world. Chapter 29. You are the greatest invention of my life in the world we currently inhabit. Power is categorized into 6 distinct levels: Surface level, Celestial Father level, Single Universe level, Multiversal level, Hyperuniversal level, and Omniversal level. Lin Feng elucidated to Tony that the definition of Earth level is quite broad. Every being endowed with extraordinary abilities falls into this category. Steve Rogers, you, and even the Hulk are all classified as Earth level. So, is the Celestial level the second tier? Tony raised an eyebrow. Although the Celestial level appears to be merely the second tier, one must recognize that individuals capable of reaching the multiversal level and beyond are exceedingly rare, often remaining detached from worldly affairs. Hence, The singular universe level represents the most formidable entities we can currently engage with. Lin Feng shrugged, stating that Thor, Odin, the Ancient One, and himself all belong to the celestial level. Of course, disparities exist even within the same tier. Odin, the Ancient One, and I are at the pinnacle of the celestial level. Our normal state allows us to attain the strength equivalent to an ordinary singular universe level. If we were to unleash our full potential, we would stand a chance against mid-tier entities within the singular universe level. Therefore, our power hierarchy is not as distinctly defined as one might think, correct? Tony furrowed his brow. Indeed, Lin Feng responded with a shrug. In other words, before the awakening of the gods deep within our planet, Earth has essentially acquired the capability for self-preservation. Is it merely self-preservation? Tony seized upon the crux of Lin Feng's statement. Precisely. While I, Odin, and the Ancient One are peak celestial level beings, we cannot adequately protect Earth in a full-scale war against advanced civilizations. Lin Feng sighed, adding, the best-case scenario would be if their superior beings were to obliterate Earth, while I would simultaneously annihilate their civilization. You serve as our nuclear deterrent, merely instilling fear. However, once true warfare commences, the impact you can exert solely through individual strength is exceedingly limited. Am I correct in this understanding? Tony's expression grew somber. Exactly, Lin Feng nodded. This presents our most significant issue. The overall strength of human civilization remains woefully inadequate. Lin Feng shook his head, reiterating, that is why I have consistently emphasized the necessity for all of humanity to elevate itself collectively. By the way, Tony, have you thoroughly researched the cultivation methods of the Genesis primordial energy? It is nearly complete. Once the major conflict you mentioned arises and we establish a certain level of authority, we can attempt to popularize it, Tony affirmed. He continued, this endeavor is not as daunting as it seems. Jarvis has already detected the presence of Genesis primordial energy within me. This is a remarkable energy, and if harnessed, it could undoubtedly precipitate a new technological revolution for human civilization. Excellent. Lin Feng rose to his feet. However, there is a minor issue. What issue? Tony inquired, momentarily taken aback. You have attracted the attention of the military. They desire your iron armor, Lin Feng remarked, tossing a document to Tony. I have instructed some of my high-ranking associates to suppress this matter. But the crux of the issue is that their silence hinges on the absence of others who can replicate your iron armor. The technology behind the iron armor is not particularly challenging. The real difficulty lies in the energy source. Tony tapped his chest, asserting that such a feat was unattainable by anyone. Yet, regrettably, someone had indeed accomplished it. Lin Feng transmitted a series of photographs to Tony, revealing an individual named Ivan Vanko. His father, Anton Vanko, had once been employed at Stark Industries, serving as a research partner to Tony's father. However, following the development of the arc reactor, Anton Vanko sought to rapidly militarize the technology, which was in stark contrast to Tony's father's ideals. Consequently, he absconded with the research findings, intending to sell them to the Soviet Union, but was subsequently expelled when his actions were uncovered. Thus, this man had fashioned a miniature arc reactor based on the blueprints left by his father? Tony gazed at the images on the tablet with astonishment. He was indeed a genius. Alas, he was a genius fueled by resentment and antisocial tendencies. Lin Feng clicked his tongue, presenting two options before them. Speak. Tony's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. First, we could eliminate him, erasing any unstable variables. Lin Feng raised a finger. After all, he is a genius, potentially second only to myself. Indeed, to create such a device with rudimentary equipment is more sophisticated and advanced than what I achieved in the Afghan cave. Let us consider the second option, Lin Feng continued, fixing his gaze on Tony. You must enhance the arc reactor within a short time frame, re-establishing a technological gap. Simultaneously, this improvement will decisively resolve your palladium poisoning issue. I mean, why are you still suffering from such severe palladium poisoning if you no longer need to wear the reactor constantly? How long have you been clad in that iron armor? Almost every moment, Tony sighed. You must understand, the threat from the divine is imminent. I cannot afford to rest. Perfectly timed, Lin Feng declared, opening a portal and retrieving a box from within. Contained here are your father's relics, as well as the key to discovering a new element. Utilize this new element to develop the next generation arc reactor, and then we shall collaboratively study this formidable creation. Understood. Tony accepted the box, casting a long glance at the remnants of the destroyer armor before stepping through the portal Lin Feng had reopened for him. Upon opening the box Lin Feng had entrusted to him, Tony discovered a roll of blueprints, a notebook, and a videotape. He extracted the notebook and inserted the tape into a projector. Arc reactor, Anton Vanko, Howard Stark. These were the inscriptions on the blueprints, which detailed the structure of the large arc reactor from Stark Industries. Technology can accomplish anything. The videotape features Howard Stark's recorded speech prior to the inaugural Stark Industries Expo, emphasizing a better life and a stronger physique. Leaning against the sofa, Tony listens to the voice from the tape while perusing Howard's notes, filled with intricate formulas and structures. Time slips away as Tony examines the notes, ultimately rubbing his temples and casting them aside, realizing that he has gleaned no significant insights from them. Suddenly, the video jumps, and Howard calls out Tony's name. Hearing his name, Tony gazes curiously at his father on the screen. You are too young to comprehend this now, so I have recorded it for you. Howard's voice resonates from the screen as he gestures towards a model of the Stark Industries Expo grounds. I built this for you. One day, you will understand that this is not merely an invention. It is the culmination of my life's work, the key to the future. I am limited by the technology of my era, but one day, you will unlock it, and at that time, you will change the world. Throughout my life, my greatest creation has been you. Chapter 30, The New Element. My greatest invention has been you, Howard Stark declares, and as the image fades, Tony sits frozen on the sofa, lost in thought. Suddenly, a realization strikes him, prompting him to contact Lin Feng. What's wrong? Have you made a discovery? Lin Feng inquires, sensing that Tony has unearthed a clue about the new element. Lin, I need a favor. I require the model of the Stark Industries Expo grounds. It would take too long for me to drive there. Tony's voice is tinged with urgency. All right, Lin Feng responds, waving his hand as a portal materializes in Tony's home, leading directly to his office, where the complete miniature model of the first Stark Industries Expo is housed. Thank you. Tony inhales deeply, transporting the model to his basement and arranging it meticulously. J-A-R-V-I-S. Please create a digital wireframe model for me. I need a manipulable projection. As Tony brushes the dust off the model, a beam of blue light sweeps across it, resulting in a virtual projection. The 1974 Stark Industries Expo model has been scanned. Sir J-A-R-V-I-S announces. How many buildings are in the model, J-A-R-V-I-S? Tony inquires, raising his hands as the virtual model ascends. Should I include the Belgian waffle stand? J-A-R-V-I-S replies playfully. That's a rhetorical question. Show it to me, Tony commands, turning to project the virtual model into the air above an empty space. With a snap of his fingers, the model begins to rotate and finally stands upright. J-A-R-V-I-S. What does that resemble? Tony pointed to the globe model at the center of the projection, enhancing its brightness before extracting it. The model resembled an atom, implying that the nucleus should be located here, correct? With a mere wave of his hand, the sidewalk vanished from the model. Sir, what is your intention? Jarvis inquired, somewhat perplexed. I am on the verge of discovering a new element, Tony replied, manipulating the model. No, to be precise, I am on the brink of rediscovering a new element. He commanded the removal of horticultural elements, such as bushes and trees. As Tony continued to operate on the model, the entire process exuded a sense of advanced technology. Parking lots, exits, and entrances framed within the exhibition hall, constructing protons and neutrons. With a decisive command, the model underwent a dramatic transformation, evolving into a grid-like spherical structure. Father Tony gazed at the sphere before him, exerting pressure with both hands to expand the model. At that moment, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. You have been gone for nearly 20 years, yet you still managed to impart a lesson. The recently discovered element could potentially serve as a viable substitute for palladium, Jarvis concluded. Thank you. Father Tony diminished the model, pinching it between his fingers, a smile gracing his face as he regarded the new elemental model. Regrettably, this element cannot be synthesized. Jarvis's voice echoed once more. Come on, Jarvis. Let us embark on a grand renovation. Tony disregarded Jarvis's remark, rising from his seat and grasping a hammer. It seems we'll be undertaking some hardware work again. Just as he lifted the equipment, a portal opened, and Lin Feng emerged. Lin, you're just in time. I require your assistance. Tony tossed the hammer to Lin Feng. Help me break down this wall. Such labor is more suited to your expertise. Do you believe I need this tool? Lin Feng chuckled as he discarded the hammer. With a gentle gesture, he conjured a beam of light, creating a perfectly circular hole in the wall before them, its surface as smooth as a mirror. Darn, why didn't I think of using a beam cannon to demolish the wall? Tony lamented, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. Well, it's not worth dwelling on. This new element is a remarkable find. I am honored to be involved, Lin Feng remarked, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. So, I have succeeded, correct? Tony's gaze ignited with excitement. If what you create next is akin to your previous endeavors, then yes, Lin Feng nodded in affirmation. Then let us proceed. Tony commenced a significant demolition effort as a multitude of coils and pipes were transported. With Lin Feng's assistance, Tony meticulously set up the pipes and placed a level atop them. This area requires, before Tony could finish his sentence, a flash of white light illuminated the space, subtly raising the connection point of the slightly uneven coils. Thank you, Tony acknowledged with a nod. Isn't it a bit rudimentary? Lin Feng remarked, crossing his arms as he observed Tony inserting a triangular prism into the coil of the radiation device. Whatever, as long as it works. Besides, you assure me of its safety, right? Tony recalibrated the coil's position using infrared, then placed a small triangular piece of metal directly in front of the emitter. Activate the prism accelerator. As Tony pressed the switch, Jarvis's voice echoed, and a blue light began to flow rapidly within the coil's tubing. Lin, lend me a hand. I can't turn it. The energy intensified as Tony strained to twist the valve on the emitter, but it remained obstinately still. Leave this to me. Lin Feng waved his hand, and a white light enveloped the valve, causing it to rotate. A fine beam of high-energy light shot forth from the spinning prism, striking the metal plate directly in front of the emitter. A buzzing sound resonated as the metal plate gradually radiated a blue glow. As the brilliance peaked, Tony swiftly cut off the energy input, leaving behind a triangular metal piece that emanated a blue light. Quite simple, really. Tony shrugged, using tweezers to retrieve the metal piece for closer inspection. Congratulations, sir. Jarvis's voice chimed in at the perfect moment. You have created a new element. Chapter 31. Ancient One's Retirement. Jarvis commenced testing. Tony placed the new element into the arc reactor he had prepared, which ignited with a burst of blue light. The improvement is quite successful. The concentration of primordial energy in this vicinity is noticeably higher than before. Lin Feng sensed it and nodded affirmatively. No need to fear palladium poisoning. I'll be carrying this thing every day. Tony directly placed the arc reactor against his chest. This will undoubtedly assist me in absorbing primordial energy. Furthermore, thank you. Tony suddenly sighed. As I mentioned, I was eager to partake in the creation of a new element. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. No, it's not because of that. A hint of melancholy flickered in Tony's eyes. I was referring to my father's legacy. Without you, I might never have realized the immense expectations he had for me. Even if it weren't me, you would have discovered these things. Otherwise, how do you suppose I learned of their existence? Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. I merely allowed the world to progress along its predetermined path. Regardless, I must still thank you. Tony clapped Lin Feng on the shoulder. So what now? Shall we seek out Ivan Vanko? I recall you have a trip to Morocco in the next couple of days. Am I correct? Lin Feng pondered for a moment. In fact, you need not seek him out, for he will be waiting for you in Morocco. Is that so? Tony furrowed his brow. Jarvis, modify Mark V to accommodate the new reactor. Yes, sir. Jarvis's voice resonated in the air. A suitcase? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Indeed, Lin. You seem to possess an encyclopedic knowledge of everything, Tony remarked, smacking his lips. I can scarcely fathom how many tales of our world you have encountered in your own realm. In truth, I have merely skimmed through them, Lin Feng replied, shrugging nonchalantly. How is it that you remember everything, then? Tony inquired, his skepticism evident. Because of my brain, Lin Feng explained, tapping his temple. Within it lies a chip that allows me to transform my mind into a sophisticated computer. Everything I have ever witnessed can be retrieved and accessed at will. And how long does that chip retain memories? Tony questioned, his curiosity about Lin Feng's age piqued. A full 120 years, Lin Feng's eyes glimmered with nostalgia. 20 years of growth, 50 years of conflict, and 40 years of seclusion, followed by yet another decade of warfare. It feels as though it was merely yesterday. Do the inhabitants of your world never age? Tony couldn't help but interject. Truth be told, prior to my transference, I had already taken on the visage of an elderly man. Yet, for reasons unknown, I have been rejuvenated, assuming the form of a 20-year-old. While the modifications made to my body after that age persist, Lin Feng shook his head, admitting this was the sole mystery he could not unravel. Tony's eyes widened in disbelief. That is astonishing. By the way, what transpired during those 40 years of seclusion? After 5 decades of combat, humanity was dissatisfied with my methods of warfare and branded me a war criminal. For decades later, we encountered an insurmountable foe, and they summoned me once more to lead. Lin Feng shrugged, seemingly unperturbed by his past. What was your style of warfare? Tony felt an ominous premonition creeping in. Genocide, utterly merciless genocide. Lin Feng's gaze turned cold. I annihilated every race I encountered, save for humanity. Some deem such actions as heinous war crimes, yet I regard them as efficient. Goodness. Tony struggled to comprehend the depths of Lin Feng's ruthlessness, but found himself surprisingly unrepulsed. So, you are essentially a Nazi, then? Who can say? They did draw such comparisons during my trial, Lin Feng shrugged. But let us not dwell on that. Upon your return from Morocco, we shall thoroughly examine this annihilator. Furthermore, with regards to Ivan Vanko, he must either be eliminated or brought back. Otherwise, complications may arise. I have this. Tony gestured to the new arc reactor embedded in his chest. What trouble could possibly remain? If he is imprisoned in a Moroccan jail, he may feign death and then join Hammer Industries, creating a multitude of drones powered by the first-generation arc reactor, thereby causing chaos at your Stark Industries Expo. Lin Feng briefly recounted the original plot that was to unfold in Iron Man 2, suggesting it would be best to bring Vank back. All right, I understand, Tony nodded. I still have some time. I must first delve into this colossal entity. Magic presents an entirely new paradigm of knowledge for me, and it is exceedingly exhilarating. Feel free to explore, Lin Feng replied. I have some other matters to attend to. Moreover, magic encompasses more than just this singular system. Once you comprehend the operational dynamics of the rune symbols, I shall introduce you to another magical framework that I am also investigating. With a nod, Lin Feng vanished from sight. At Kamar Taj, Ancient One stood, hands clasped in a gesture of respect, as Lin Feng slightly bowed. Lin, you have arrived, Ancient One remarked, rising. I was just about to seek you out. What is the matter? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. I wish to retire, Ancient One sighed. Your prowess has surpassed even that of the current Odin. I believe the title of Sorcerer Supreme can now be entrusted to you. Weren't you previously opposed to retirement? Lin Feng inquired, frowning slightly. No, I meant I would not perish, not that I would not retire. Ancient One replied with a gentle shake of her head. I will soon announce your ascension to Sorcerer Supreme, while I shall take my ease within your organization. That organization has yet to be fully established, Lin Feng pondered. We have not even settled on a name. It merely consists of a few surface-level superheroes. Well then, you now possess the first celestial-level member aside from yourself. Ancient One smiled subtly. What do you think? No, we ought to have two, Lin Feng countered, shaking his head. I must make a trip to Asgard. Very well. I shall prepare here at Kamar Taj. Upon your return from Asgard, you will assume the mantle of the new Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One acknowledged, while Lin Feng, with a soft grasp of his right hand, vanished from his location. Chapter 32, The Prince of Asgard, Your Excellency. I have long been curious about when you would grace Asgard with your presence. The All-Father has been awaiting your arrival. Heimdall observed as Lin Feng materialized in the control room of the Bifrost. Adhering to Asgardian customs, Lin Feng, as a guest, refrained from seeking Odin directly, instead teleporting to the Bifrost control chamber. Thank you, Lin Feng smiled slightly before vanishing once more. With Odin already aware of his arrival, Lin Feng deemed it unnecessary to engage in further formalities. Mr. Lin, Odin rose from his throne. Your Majesty, Lin Feng replied with a businesslike smile. His extensive experiences over the 50 years of war had granted him ample opportunities to interact with the upper echelons of human civilization. After all, had he lacked the ability to engage in strategic discourse with such individuals, his style of warfare would have been intolerable to them for half a century. Lord Lin, the Eternal Flame and the Icebox are ready for you to take. However, before that, do take a moment to truly appreciate the warmth of the Asgardians, Odin stated. Odin chuckled heartily as he embraced Lin Feng's shoulder. It is essential to cultivate a friendship with a deity of comparable strength, especially given Odin's dwindling lifespan. Such companionship would be invaluable in safeguarding Asgard. However, Your Majesty, I have come this time for a different purpose. Lin Feng gazed intently into Odin's single eye. I intend to establish an organization dedicated to thwarting our foes entirely beyond the 9 realms. And this organization has another objective, to confront the Celestials. What? Odin was taken aback. After all, he had once donned the Destroyer armor and battled the Celestials, even slaying one of them. Yet, the consequence of that act was a righteous onslaught from the entire Celestial Assembly. It was after that encounter that Odin ceased his cosmic conquests, retreating his forces back within the 9 realms, even going so far as to imprison his most gifted daughter, Hela. Do you comprehend the strength possessed by the Celestials? My lord, Odin's brow furrowed, hoping Lin Feng would abandon this impractical notion. I certainly do, Lin Feng replied with a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Each Celestial possesses at least a single universe level of power. As 2 peak deities, we may contend with those Celestials of mid-tier strength among them. Moreover, the most formidable among the Celestials, the Arbiter Erishem, stands at the pinnacle of a single universe, perilously close to multiversal capabilities. I have faced them before, indeed. Individual celestials are not vastly superior to us, and we can even triumph in battle. However, the sheer number of celestials does not adhere to any chivalric code, and waging war against them typically invites even more celestials to the fray. I am aware, Lin Feng nodded. I even know of the war you once waged against the celestial race, but we have compelling reasons to oppose them. Ah, yes, there exists celestial larvae underground. Odin suddenly recalled. Truth be told, it was precisely this reason that shaped Asgard into a landmass. For every spherical planet that gives rise to sentient life harbors the potential to become a breeding ground for celestials. Thus, for the sake of survival and advancement, a conflict between human civilization and the celestials is inevitable at least once. Consequently, I must begin my preparations now. Lin Feng stood at the window of Asgard's celestial palace, gazing into the distance. Furthermore, my ideology stands in stark contrast to that of the celestials. Should human civilization evolve in the direction I envision, the celestials will pose the greatest impediment along our path. I have heard that your concern lies solely with humanity? Odin posed the question he most desired to ask. No, I do not concern myself merely with humanity. I care for human civilization, which are two entirely distinct concepts. Lin Feng shook his head. I am solely invested in the overarching development of civilization, indifferent to the sacrifices of individual entities within that civilization. This may indeed be a flaw in my character, one I shall strive to rectify in the future, but only after human civilization reaches a certain threshold. Then, I wish to know your stance on Asgard, Odin inquired, articulating the question that weighed most heavily on his mind. The Aesir and Vanir deities share an astonishingly close genetic sequence with humanity, to the extent that one could argue they belong to the same species. The only distinction lies in the divine powers you possess, does it not? Lin Feng smiled slightly, stating that the concept of humanity is defined by genetics. In my eyes, the Aesir and Vanir are also part of humanity. Should you choose, you could seamlessly integrate into human civilization. Civilization. Odin pondered this term, which Lin Feng had repeatedly emphasized. Those two simple words seemed to encapsulate a profound philosophy, yet he found himself unable to fully comprehend it at that moment. So, what say you, Your Majesty Odin? Will you join us? Lin Feng extended a hand. The gods are also my adversaries. Odin did not grasp Lin Feng's outstretched hand. Instead, he struck his own chest with a firm fist, urging belief in the honor of Asgard. When humanity faces a crisis, we too shall intervene. Let danger remain beyond the 9 realms, shall we? Lin Feng's eyes shimmered with an enigmatic light. Indeed, let danger remain beyond the 9 realms. From this day forth, dear Lin Feng, the god of stars shall be proclaimed a prince of Asgard, and within Asgard, one must regard the god of stars with the same reverence as I. At the banquet, Odin loudly announced her decision to the assembly of Asgardian deities, declaring that from this day forward, Asgard and Midgard would stand as the most steadfast allies in this universe. The gods of Asgard held unwavering trust in Odin. Among them, the mightiest warriors of the Valkyrie and Sif had witnessed Lin Feng's prowess firsthand. Thus, upon Odin's pronouncement, the gods erupted into cheers, raising their goblets and draining the fine wine within, before shattering the goblets upon the ground, elevating the festive atmosphere to its zenith. God of Stars. A regal lady clad in court robes approached gracefully and bowed to Lin Feng. Lin, this is my goddess, Frigg, Odin said, embracing Frigg's shoulders. Goddess. Lin Feng smiled and returned the gesture to Frigg. God of Stars, I wish to know how Thor and Loki fare now. Frigg's voice bore a note of concern, resembling that of a mother worried for her children. You may see for yourself, Lin Feng replied, gesturing as a luminous screen unfurled. Chapter 33. The Awakening of the Thunder God. The screen gradually revealed real-time footage of Thor on Earth, where he was engaged in post-war reconstruction alongside local refugees in the town of Kamara. Thor, your strength is truly remarkable. If the mythical thunder god truly existed, he would undoubtedly resemble you, praised the refugees, accustomed to the sight of Thor lifting an entire collapsed wall single-handedly. It seems Thor has forged a good rapport with the people of Midgard, Frigg observed with a hint of a smile. He has learned to integrate among the people. This is excellent. Odin nodded in approval. Lin Feng was about to close the light screen when he suddenly furrowed his brows, for he could perceive the unfolding situation beyond the display. In the distance of Kamara town, a contingent was assembling. God King, God Queen, please hold on. There appears to be an unexpected development. This may very well be the opportunity for Thor's awakening. With this thought, Lin Feng opened a portal, first placing Mjolnir in the outskirts to prevent damage to his home, and then using the portal's signal to contact Tony. Tony, Some events are about to transpire in Kamara. Refrain from intervening for now. Lin Feng's tone bore a hint of gravity. If all goes as anticipated, Thor will leverage this situation to awaken. What about the civilians? Tony's voice was laced with concern. I can only say that this is a necessary sacrifice. Lin Feng sighed. Just ensure that Ethan remains unharmed, and leave the rest be. You may act only if Thor's awakening fails. Understood. Tony suppressed his emotions, adjusting a satellite to monitor the situation in Kamara. Now, we shall see what Thor can achieve. Lin Feng raised his glass, taking a sip while observing Thor's performance on screen. Centuries ago, during a time of unrest in Vanaheim, Thor was recounting his glorious tales to the refugees, who listened with smiles, though none truly believed him to be the genuine Norse god of thunder. To them, he was merely a well-meaning individual with delusions of grandeur and remarkable strength. Once I regain Mjolnir's approval, you shall witness. Thor was still animatedly boasting when a sudden barrage of gunfire interrupted him. Quick hide. The refugees, well-versed in such crises, swiftly took cover in their homes, retrieving firearms they had hidden away. In mere minutes, dozens of dark muzzles emerged from the windows. Thor, you must take cover. The refugees moved with such alacrity that Thor stood momentarily frozen, unsure of how to react. Are there enemies? His expression turned grave as he grasped a nearby hammer, scanning the surroundings with heightened anxiety. Hey, Thor, what do you intend to do with that hammer? Summon thunder? Over time, a profound camaraderie had developed between Thor and the refugees, prompting one brave soul to dash from a house and pull Thor inside. A rapid series of gunfire erupted as countless automatic rifles unleashed their fury, and the refugees in Kamara returned fire. Initially, neither side gained the upper hand until a thunderous roar echoed. Chet, they have a tank. A tank rumbled into view, its shell crashing through a civilian dwelling, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. The refugees within the house were evidently beyond saving. No. Witnessing this scene, Thor let out a roar filled with both fury and sorrow. His fists clenched tightly as glimmers of blue light began to emerge in his eyes. Hey, Thor, what are you planning to do? The refugee who had just pulled him inside hurriedly tried to restrain him as he stood up. My friend, do not impede me. Thor brushed aside the refugee's hand, his gaze resolute. You are all my friends. They have slain my companions, and I shall confront them. Thor, you will perish. Even if I fall in battle, it shall be in the noble pursuit of protecting my friends. That is my honor. Thor strode out the door, and in the next moment, a shell struck him squarely in the chest, sending him hurtling through the air and crashing against a wall before collapsing to the ground. Above the town of Kamara, ominous clouds gathered, brewing with a tempest of lightning. Meanwhile, far away on the lawn outside Lin Feng's home in New York, a similar spectacle unfolded. As another bolt of lightning flashed, Mjolnir soared skyward, radiating a brilliant blue glow as it sped towards Kamara. With a crackle, the hammer suddenly plummeted from the heavens, striking the lifeless Thor, who then lifted his right hand, seizing the descending weapon. Thunderous lightning struck the ground incessantly, scales of armor enveloping Thor's form. Within that electric storm, a hammer erupted from the fray, crashing down upon a tank that was belching flames, penetrating it entirely. The driver inside was instantly seared, the charred scent wafting through the air, the gaping hole in the tank a gruesome sight to behold. As the thunderous light gradually receded, the hammer Thor had hurled returned to his grasp. Now clad in armor and a flowing cape, he stood before the gathered crowd. The creak of a door echoed as a refugee emerged from the building, staring wide-eyed at Thor in the center. Following suit, 2, then 3, and ultimately all the refugees stepped outside, aligning themselves behind Thor, while the terrorists before them retreated in palpable fear. You have slain my friends, and I shall return the favor. This is but just. A flicker of blue light danced in Thor's eyes as he brandished his hammer, soaring into the sky, unleashing a torrent of lightning that obliterated the surrounding terrorists. I, Thor Odinson, the eldest son of Odin, the rightful heir to the throne of Asgard, the god of thunder, hereby declare that the town of Kamara shall forever be under my protection. Any who dare trespass shall face the wrath of the god of thunder. Thor descended slowly, a bolt of lightning striking the ground, leaving an enormous mark. My friends, it is a pleasure to meet you all. I am grateful for your care during this time. But now, I have completed my trial, and I must attend to some significant matters. Thor gazed upon the multitude of refugees before him. From this day forth, you shall receive the friendship of Thor Odinson. I will forever safeguard this place. Should anyone dare to infringe upon it, they will face my relentless pursuit, unyielding until the end of the cosmos. I shall uphold this vow until the arrival of death. Ethan, I am grateful for your care during this time. However, I must take my leave. Thor turned to Ethan. You know I must seek Lin to express my gratitude. Of course, I am delighted that you have reclaimed your strength. Ethan replied with a smile. Enough of the sentimentalities. Thor, come quickly. Lin Feng's voice echoed as a portal materialized. Chapter 34. The True God of Thunder Father, Mother. Stepping through the portal, Thor knelt on one knee before Odin and Frigga. You have done well, my child, Odin said with a smile, while Frigga approached and lifted Thor into an embrace. Lin, how is it that you find yourself in Asgard? Thor inquired of Lin Feng. In a sense, this could be considered my third home, Lin Feng replied with a smile. Moreover, I have just been named the Prince of Asgard today. Prince? Thor was momentarily taken aback, having contemplated challenging Lin Feng just moments prior. Enough, Thor, I know what you are thinking, Lin Feng chuckled, shaking his head. Come, let us find a place to practice. Very well, I am also eager to see if you have made any progress since regaining your power, Thor agreed, and Odin nodded in concurrence. With a gentle grasp of his right hand, Lin Feng opened a portal, and the group emerged in a vast clearing. Have you heard? Our newly appointed Prince of Asgard is about to duel with the recently returned Thor. A throng of Asgardians began to converge towards the arena, eager to witness the impending battle. At that moment, Lin Feng and Thor stood face to face in the arena. Lin Feng's silver-white armor enveloped him, and the two exchanged glances as the Asgardians filled the surrounding area, their curiosity piqued by the prowess of the new prince. Come, Thor, let me witness your strength, Lin Feng called out, standing still as the primordial energy, a white radiance, pulsed around him with each breath. Lin, draw your weapon, Thor commanded, raising his hammer towards Lin Feng. In truth, I require no weapon, Lin Feng replied, shaking his head. You may strike first. If I were to initiate, you may find yourself without opportunity. Lin, you are somewhat arrogant, Thor retorted, swinging his hammer with force and hurling it towards Lin Feng. Unfazed by the approaching hammer, Lin Feng maintained his composure, effortlessly raising his hand to seize the weapon. Thor attempted to summon back his hammer, but it remained steadfast in Lin Feng's grip. 0. Does this scene not seem somewhat familiar? Lin Feng ceased to tease Thor, relinquishing the hammer, which soared back into Thor's grasp, leaving him with a countenance of utter disbelief. Thor, have you forgotten that I can wield it without Mjolnir's endorsement? Lin Feng's expression was a blend of amusement and irony. I must admit, I did forget, Thor replied, a hint of embarrassment creeping in as he momentarily reveled in his regained power, neglecting that crucial detail. Come now, this is where the true battle begins, Thor bellowed, ascending into the sky, the hammer spinning rapidly in his grip before he dove down, propelled by its momentum. His combat awareness was lacking. How could he make himself a target in such a manner? Lin Feng clicked his tongue, casually unleashing a pure white surge of primordial energy that struck Thor midair, sending him plummeting. In battle, do not solely rely on overwhelming strength. You will inevitably encounter opponents whose prowess matches or even surpasses your own. Lin Feng soared forward, delivering a punch to Thor's chest, propelling him away. Thor grunted, adjusting his form in midair before landing steadily, then charging once more at Lin Feng. Though Thor was not unskilled in combat, he was accustomed to bulldozing through with sheer power, instinctively reverting to that habit in his fight against Lin Feng. A tremendous crash echoed as Lin Feng met Thor's hammer head-on with a punch, eschewing any finesse. Electric arcs erupted from the point of collision. Thor's hammer flew from his grasp, but only lingered briefly before returning to him. Do not rely entirely on your hammer in battle. Those 2 seconds it took to return could have cost you your life against an equally matched foe. Lin Feng struck Thor's hammer away again. Where is your thunderous might? Show it to me. I cannot wield the power of the thunder god without holding Mjolnir. Thor clenched his jaw, launching a punch, but Lin Feng effortlessly pushed him back. What is it, Thor? Are you the god of thunder, or is that hammer the true deity? Lin Feng delivered another blow to Thor's chest. Are you the god of the hammer? Come, Thor, tell me, what god are you? Lin Feng lifted Thor, then slammed him down with force. Yes, that is the spirit. Cheered the god of stories from the end of time. Speak, what god are you? Lin Feng slammed Thor down once more. As Lin Feng continued his relentless assault, Thor's eyes gradually shimmered with arcs of lightning. With one final, forceful strike, Thor erupted. I am the god of thunder. He roared from the ground, unleashing a tremendous bolt of lightning that struck Lin Feng. Excellent, remember this feeling. Struck by lightning yet unscathed, Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction and extended his hand to Thor. Now, you truly embody the essence of the god of thunder. Thank you. Thor inhaled deeply, grasping Lin Feng's hand to rise with newfound strength. He understood that Lin Feng had sought to enhance his abilities. I am convinced, yet I shall someday surpass you. I eagerly await that day, Lin Feng replied with a smile. In truth, The power of His Excellency the Star was superior to mine, so do not be disheartened. Odin clapped Thor on the shoulder. Strive to elevate your strength. One day, you shall surpass me. Chapter 35. Human civilization needs us. Odin, Ancient One, myself, and the future Thor. These are the 4 celestial patriarchs. Lin Feng mused. However, it seems we still lack some vital forces. When faced with uncertainty, one should consult S-H-I-E-L-D. Lin Feng opened a portal and arrived in Nick Fury's office. Blast it, Fury! Nick exclaimed, startled once more. Lin, could you please enter my office through the front door next time? I cannot, as I am quite pressed for time, Lin Feng shrugged. I require the records of all superpowered individuals that S-H-I-E-L-D has on file. Impossible, Fury shook his head. That information is classified. I care not for what is classified. Lin Feng leaned back on the couch. I demand it. Otherwise, the existence of S-H-I-E-L-D is rendered futile. Lin Feng. Fury slammed his palm on the table, standing up. You are threatening the highest executive of a global organization. Indeed, and what of it? Lin Feng shrugged again. Does this global organization possess the capacity to resist me? Do not overstep your bounds. Fury pulled a pager from his drawer. You may summon Carol Danvers back, but I must responsibly inform you that it would be of no consequence. Lin Feng shifted to a more comfortable position. She is merely an underdeveloped individual with cosmic-level potential. Either Odin or the Ancient One among us could contend evenly with that cosmic enforcer. Together, we would prevail. Blast it, Lin. Enough, Fury. Lin Feng patted Fury's shoulder. Our goals align. We both aim to safeguard human civilization, do we not? A completely unregulated and unconstrained organization cannot come into being. Fury shook his head. Do you comprehend the peril involved? I am well aware, which is why this organization requires my oversight. Lin Feng rose to his feet. You have no alternative, and moreover, human civilization is confronting a monumental crisis. I am the sole individual capable of resolving this issue. What crisis? From the cosmos? Fury furrowed his brow. No, from below. Lin Feng pointed to the ground. Deep within the Earth's core lies an immensely powerful entity. Once awakened, it could cause the entire planet to explode. What is this entity? Fury inhaled sharply. Do we possess the means to address it now? In the cosmos, those entities are referred to as celestial deities. Within each life-bearing planet, there may exist nascent celestial beings. These deities gradually cultivate their kin by introducing them into planets inhabited by sentient life. Once the population of intelligent beings reaches a certain threshold, the dormant celestial embryos, resting deep within the Earth's core, will absorb the energies of these sentient beings and subsequently break free from their shells, leading to the catastrophic demise of that life-bearing planet. Upon maturing, these celestial beings will create additional life planets and introduce more celestial embryos, perpetuating this cycle. Lin Feng elucidated to Fury that, in truth, eliminating the celestial deity within the Earth's core presents no formidable challenge. However, the dilemma lies in the aftermath. Should this celestial embryo be destroyed, a multitude of deities would descend upon Earth. While we possess the capability to vanquish one or even 2 deities, we are ill-equipped to confront an overwhelming number. What about Carol? Fury inquired, his brow furrowed. She is likewise capable of contending with 1 or 2 deities, but cannot withstand an onslaught of many. Lin Feng sighed. Thus, Nick, I must establish an organization of this nature. Your oversight is necessary. Everything must be conducted with transparency. Fury made certain concessions. Impossible, Lin Feng countered, shaking his head. Ordinary individuals are foolish, and those in power are self-serving. I can easily envision the ineptitude of an organization controlled by them. You profess to care for human civilization, yet you lack faith in them? Fury was utterly perplexed by Lin Feng's perspective. I care for human civilization, yet it is exceedingly fragile. I require them to grow stronger. Is that a problem? Lin Feng shrugged. I aim to guide human civilization along a path to strength, so we may possess the capability to confront future crises. Therefore, your solution is to shelter ordinary people while surrounded by a cadre of superpowered individuals? Fury retorted. Certainly not. I intend for everyone to grow stronger. However, this enhancement requires a process, and during this period, we who have already attained strength must assist them through their developmental phase. Lin Feng approached the floor-to-ceiling window, asserting, I need such an organization. Human civilization requires this organization. Allow me to pose one final question, Fury wavered. How will you facilitate the advancement of human civilization? My power is replicable. A glimmer of white light emanated from Lin Feng's palm. Every individual in this world can possess such power, and soon, I will ensure that all of humanity comprehends the means to harness it. You intend to transform everyone into superpowered beings? Fury was taken aback, astonished at the possibility. Indeed, it is feasible. Tony has already succeeded using my method. Lin Feng nodded. Once we cleanse the interior of the earth, we shall officially usher in the era of universal cultivation. Cleansing? Fury hesitated. The Skrulls and various other bizarre species. Lin Feng's gaze hardened. Human civilization requires only humans. Nothing else is necessary. I shall make a point. Fury adjusted his eye patch, stating that aliens are not entirely absent. This is a sentiment I have shared with many. And now I convey it to you. Lin Feng interrupted Fury, asserting that it is implausible for two intelligent species separated by reproductive barriers to coexist peacefully for an extended duration. What if they are inherently feeble and pose no threat to us? Fury's brow remained furrowed, contemplating the explosive advancements in technology. Lin Feng shook his head, reminding him of the significant leaps humanity has made since the First World War. How can you assure that the extraterrestrial species under our dominion will not undergo one or several such technological explosions, thereby surpassing us? Fury was rendered speechless. Very well. Please provide me with the data. Lin Feng sighed, expressing his reluctance, yet emphasizing that this is essential for the advancement of human civilization. I shall make the necessary preparations. Fury slumped in his chair, declaring that he would organize all the data tonight, most of which would be in physical form, as he believed Lin Feng would understand the insecurity of online storage. I am aware. I shall come to collect it this evening. Lin Feng nodded and opened a portal, vanishing from Fury's office. Chapter 36. You all go together. Comatage, Asgard S. H-I-E-L-D. I am now preparing to address certain individuals who have yet to manifest, such as the Master. Pierce connected Lin Feng's communication. Provide me with the location of Baron Strucker's base. Lin Feng's emotionless voice emanated from the other end of the line. Understood. Pierce had developed a habit of executing orders without questioning their rationale, and shortly thereafter, he sent over the coordinates. Excellent. Lin Feng nodded and promptly opened a portal. Sokovia. Your Excellency, Baron Strucker bowed to Lin Feng. I require the Maximoff siblings, Lin Feng stated flatly. They are currently engaged in a significant experiment. Baron Strucker hesitated. I am already aware of the outcomes they will yield, Lin Feng replied coldly. You need only ensure they accompany me. However, Baron Strucker wished to voice further objections. Am I appearing too accommodating? A formidable aura emanated from Lin Feng, pressing toward Strucker. That was not my intention. Baron Strucker's forehead glistened with cold sweat, as Lin Feng's mere presence rendered his legs trembling uncontrollably. Very well, lead me to them. Lin Feng gestured, indicating for him to proceed. Yes, Baron Strucker lowered his head, guiding Lin Feng. Are these the Maximoff siblings? Lin Feng inquired, observing Wanda and Pietro behind the iron bars. With a gentle wave of his hand, the iron bars twisted and dismantled before him. Who are you? Wanda shielded Pietro behind her. I am Lin Feng, the supreme leader here. With a smile gracing Lin Feng's lips, he extended his hand towards the Maximoff siblings, emanating a gentle white light. To Wanda and Pietro, Lin Feng appeared akin to a deity. What do you intend to do? Wanda bit her lip. I wish to empower you. Lin Feng opened a portal, beckoning them to follow. Initially, it was Stark who harnessed the power of the Mind Stone to awaken Wanda and Pietro. Thus, the Space Stone should pose no challenge. Lin Feng extracted the Tesseract from the arc reactor of Stark Industries, its cosmic brilliance illuminating the surroundings as it infused the Space Stone's energy. A soft blue luminescence enveloped Wanda and Pietro, gradually seeping into their beings until they succumbed to unconsciousness. Now was their time to awaken. With a wave of his hand, Lin Feng transported them to a safe house through the portal. In the Marvel Universe, Quicksilver was merely a level 4 mutant, far from achieving Celestial Father status. While Scarlet Witch, at her zenith, had the potential to reach a cosmic or even multiversal level of power, given that the chaos magic is one of the 3 supreme powers of the Marvel Universe. As for now, it was time to seek out the Ancient One. Lin Feng opened a portal and vanished without a trace. Camartage, Master Ancient One. Lin Feng joined his hands in reverence, bowing slightly before the Ancient One. How does it feel to be on the brink of becoming the Sorcerer Supreme? A smile graced the Ancient One's face. Not too shabby, considering I once commanded a fleet capable of obliterating a star system. Lin Feng shook his head. All right, let us proceed. You must be eager to retire. Indeed. The Ancient One replied, stretching languidly before instantly reverting to her customary smile. I have safeguarded the Earth from the incursions of dimensional demons for centuries. Today, I shall rest. Standing upon a high platform, the Ancient One was flanked by Lin Feng, while below them gathered a multitude of Camartage sorcerers. The Master of the Stars possesses magical prowess that rivals my own. Henceforth, he shall be your Sorcerer Supreme." The Ancient One surveyed the assembled sorcerers. According to tradition, the Sorcerer Supreme must accept challenges from any sorcerer before taking office. Now, who dares to step forward? A colossal arena rose, and with a gentle tap of his toes, Lin Feng descended into its center. "Those who oppose my ascension to Sorcerer Supreme may step forward." He gazed down at the sorcerers below. "I shall." Carcilius leaped onto the stage. "Is it just you?" Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, scanning the crowd. "I will too." Another voice chimed in, followed by a chorus of challengers. Lin Feng's eyes swept across the assembly, noting that, including Carcilius, 37 sorcerers wished to contest him. "Why not have you all come at once?" Lin Feng outstretched his hands, expanding the arena significantly. "The Celestial Mage, you have become rather presumptuous." Carcilius clasped his hands together and then spread them wide, revealing a long blade adorned with golden sparks in his grasp. "I have stated my intent. Let us engage together." Lin Feng gently waved his hand, causing the 36 mages below to ascend to the arena, their bodies seemingly moving of their own accord. Witnessing this spectacle, Carcilius's expression turned grave. "Fellow mages, given his formidable power, it appears there is no harm in joining forces. Let us strike. I afford you but a single opportunity." As Lin Feng concentrated, silver-white battle armor enveloped his form, emanating a pure white radiance that signified primordial energy. Despite its hue, it exuded an unsettling aura. Together now, Carcilius soared into the air, golden shields materializing beneath his feet. Simultaneously, the mages on the arena began their assault, conjuring portals around Lin Feng as magical attacks manifested in an instant. Pathetically weak, Lin Feng shook his head, making no defensive maneuvers as the spells collided with him, failing even to leave a scratch on his armor. "Enough. I have granted you your chance to strike." Lin Feng extended his arms and began to levitate. Now it was time to unveil my power. Clenching his fists, an invisible shockwave erupted from his body, and in an instant, all the mages were sent tumbling off the arena. Now, esteemed colleagues, do you still harbor any doubts? Chapter 37. Magneto. There exist several organizations of superpowered individuals in the world. Pierce handed Lin Feng a dossier, detailing the Xavier Institute for Gifted Youngsters, led by Charles Xavier. Also known as the Professor, the Brotherhood of Mutants, headed by Eric Lensher, known as Magneto, and far across Europe, the Vampire Clan led by Count Dracula. Oh, that should suffice. This is the limit of what you can uncover. Lin Feng perused the documents in his hand and nodded. "You shall establish contact with the Xavier Institute, while I will personally handle the negotiations. By the way, when you meet our esteemed professor, bring this along, and be cautious of his mental manipulations." As he spoke, a multitude of nanobots coalesced in his hand, forming a helmet, which he handed to Pierce. "Understood." Pierce bowed his head to accept the helmet from Lin Feng. But before he could react further, Lin Feng vanished from his sight. Hellfire Club. "Greetings, I seek the presence of Lord Magneto." Lin Feng stood politely before the entrance of the Hellfire Club, addressing the bouncer, a mutant named Avalanche, who possessed the ability to generate hurricanes. Indeed, he had arrived through spatial teleportation to the club's doorstep, thereby showcasing his identity as a superpowered individual. "Who are you?" Avalanche stood firm at his post. "I am Lin Feng. However, according to your customs, you may also refer to me as the Celestial Mage." Lin Feng offered a slight smile. "You may enter." Upon hearing an affirmative response through the headset, the current parted, and the grand door opened automatically. The stars, indeed. Above the palm of the elderly Magneto, two spinning metallic spheres hovered gracefully. "Please, take a seat, Your Excellency Magneto." Lin Feng smiled as he settled into the chair. This visit was to extend an invitation for mutants to truly integrate into human society. "This matter should be discussed with another elder," Magneto replied, his demeanor tinged with impatience. "I've heard that you, too, are one of us. I believe you can comprehend my ideology." "Indeed, I grasp your ideology," Lin Feng replied, shaking his head. "However, your premise rests on the notion that mutants are the sole possessors of superhuman abilities. Alas, this is not the case." "Oh." Magneto's interest piqued. The Hellfire Club was somewhat insular, and thus, his knowledge of external affairs was limited. From the land of the Great Xia, Kamartaj is home to numerous sorcerers who have safeguarded the world from the incursions of dimensional demons for generations. A glimmer of white light emanated from Lin Feng's palm, coalescing into a luminous screen depicting the training of Kamartaj's mages. There were also images of Asgard, one of humanity's branches, renowned throughout the cosmos for their formidable divine powers. And there are others, most of them dwell on the far side of the moon. They are akin to you, possessing a myriad of abilities determined by their genetics, many of which overlap with those of mutants. They are known as the Inhumans. Ultimately, in the near future, every individual in this world will possess their own power. The white light in Lin Feng's palm surged upward. This is my power. I call it the Genesis energy. This energy permeates the universe, and every sentient being can learn to harness it. What is it that you truly seek? Magneto's expression betrayed a flicker of fear at the imagery Lin Feng had described. I aspire to accomplish but one thing: to fortify the entirety of human civilization. Lin Feng rose, asserting, in this process, ordinary humans require the protection of those of us who have gained strength ahead of them. Then why concern yourself with them? Simply eradicate them. And only the strong shall remain, Magneto scoffed. Numbers, Lin Feng sighed. The population of superpowered individuals is far too scant, is it not? What threats do you face? Magneto inhaled deeply. Those from beyond the stars. Lin Feng gestured skyward. There are many, and they are formidable. They gaze hungrily upon Earth. Thus, I require your assistance. So, you propose that mutants and humans share a common adversary? Magneto rose to his feet. Precisely. Lin Feng nodded. While Magneto harbored a belief in mutant supremacy, he was, above all, human. Earth was the home of mutants, and he would not permit it to suffer destruction. If that is the case, I shall join. Magneto nodded and extended his hand to Lin Feng. Welcome aboard. Lin Feng shook hands with Magneto, a faint smile gracing his face. May I inquire who else is part of this group? Magneto poured himself a glass of wine. The previous Supreme Sorcerer of Kamar-Taj, the Ancient One, the Asgardian god Odin, and if all goes as planned, Charles will also be arriving. Additionally, I must soon seek out Black Bolt, the leader of the Inhumans. Lin Feng shrugged. Wait a moment. Magneto raised a hand. Odin. Indeed, the very Odin you are envisioning. Lin Feng nodded, recognizing the god from Norse mythology. So, myths actually exist in reality? Magneto felt a growing confusion about the world. Wait, did I mention Asgard before? Lin Feng paused. What is Asgard? Magneto furrowed his brow. Oh. Asgard is the realm where the gods reside in Norse mythology. Lin Feng slapped his forehead, feeling the challenge of conversing with someone seemingly lacking in cultural knowledge. All right then. For my second question, why is it that the previous Supreme Sorcerer joined Kamar-Taj, but not the current one? Magneto pressed again. The current Supreme Sorcerer of Kamar-Taj is me. Lin Feng replied, shrugging. Any further questions? None. Magneto shook his head. By the way, Mr. Landshell, under these circumstances, I should address you by your human name. Lin Feng suddenly had a thought. If you have the time, you are welcome to visit us. I believe it will be quite a surprise. Very well, Magneto nodded. And now? Yes, now I must make a trip to the moon. Lin Feng stretched, reflecting on the founding of their organization, noting that most leaders were quite headstrong, necessitating his personal approach to recruit them one by one. All right, I shall not disturb you further. I also need to organize the Brotherhood of Mutants, as not all among us possess combat abilities. Magneto gestured for Lin Feng to leave. In conclusion, welcome aboard. With these words, Lin Feng clenched his right fist lightly, and a portal opened, enveloping him, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. Chapter 38. Inhumans on the Moon. In Attilan, the Inhumans' previously tranquil existence was shattered as a portal opened above Attilan. A figure clad in silver armor emerged slowly from the portal, hovering in the skies above Attilan, and instantly, the entire city erupted into a cacophony of alarm bells. Lin Feng stepped forward, and another portal appeared before him, this time transporting him directly into the heart of Attilan. I come with no ill intent. I am merely in search of the leader of the Inhumans. Though Lin Feng's voice was not loud, it resonated throughout the entirety of Attila, reaching the ears of every being of the. A chilling breeze swept through, and 5 individuals along with a dog materialized before Lin Feng in an instant. Greetings, Black Bat King, Medusa, Crystal, Karlnik, Gorgon, and Tetanus, Lin Feng said with a smile. I apologize for my unexpected intrusion, but there are some urgent matters at hand. Who are you? What is your purpose? Black Bat King communicated through sign language. Medusa, standing beside him, translated. He asks who you are and what brings you here. Firstly, I am capable of understanding sign language, so there is no need for translation. Lin Feng explained. I am Lin Feng, hailing from Earth, and you may also refer to me as Chuanqing. I have come to Attila to extend an invitation. An invitation? Black Bat King inquired, a hint of skepticism in his tone. Indeed, human civilization is facing a grave crisis, one that originates from beyond our world. If we fail to resist, neither the humans on Earth nor the in Attila will be spared, Lin Feng continued, extending his hand. This individual is Thanos, one of the dominators of the universe. Soon, His vanguard will descend upon Earth, followed closely by himself. Is he here to annihilate Earth? Black Bat King gestured. No. His intention is to collect 6 Infinity Stones, and regrettably, 2 of them are currently on Earth, Lin Feng replied, shrugging. He is a fervent madman intent on eradicating half of all life in this universe. What? The Black Bat King's eyes widened in astonishment, his throat constricting as he fought against the urge to voice his shock. Let us converse outside. What I am about to reveal is rather astonishing and may pose a danger if discussed here, Lin Feng stated, gesturing to open a portal. Without uttering a word, Black Bat King nodded and followed Lin Feng into the portal. Your Excellency, the Black Bat King, you may speak freely now. Rest assured, the sound waves inadvertently emitted by you pose no threat to me. However, should you unleash your full power, it could indeed be perilous, Lin Feng said, a confident smile gracing his face. Are you certain? Black Bat King tentatively inquired, and as he spoke, sound waves struck Lin Feng's armor but had no effect on him. See, I told you so, Lin Feng replied, extending his hand as nanoparticles swirled to form a delicate device. I have just recorded your vocal frequency. If you wear this around your neck, the accompanying sound waves produced during normal speech will be neutralized. Of course, should you wish to engage in battle, remember to deactivate it beforehand. Oh, Black Bat King observed the device in Lin Feng's hand with keen interest. Having lived in Attila since birth, his vigilance was not particularly high despite his status as its leader. He accepted the device from Lin Feng and placed it around his neck. Is this effective? Truly effective. The Black Bat King murmured to himself, a glimmer of surprise flickering in his eyes. Thank you. Then, shall we return at once? No, Lin Feng interjected. What I am about to say is not suitable for the ears of the lower-tier Inhumans. He sighed. Your Excellency Black Bat King, the crisis our world faces extends beyond that deranged titan. In fact, there exists an even greater peril that demands our attention. Speak, the Black Bat King replied, his expression turning grave. Deep within the Earth's core lies a slumbering deity. When the number of sentient beings on Earth reaches a certain threshold, it shall awaken and subsequently break free from its shell, the very planet we inhabit. Should the Earth shatter, the Moon will also enter an erratic orbit, no longer tethered by Earth's gravitational pull. Trust me, this would be catastrophic for Attila. Lin Feng elucidated the situation regarding the deity in the Earth's depths. Of course, if it were merely a single deity, my strength would suffice to confront it. The true issue lies in the fact that upon the demise of one deity, a multitude of others will be drawn forth. That is the crux of the matter. In other words, you require a considerable number of formidable beings to contend with the impending influx of deities, correct? The Black Bat King furrowed his brow. Precisely. We will handle the deities, while those superhumans who are somewhat weaker and unable to confront them can deal with other potentially invading extraterrestrial races, such as the Kree who have been conducting genetic modifications on you. What race is that? The Black Bat King inquired, puzzled. It appears you are unaware of your origins. Lin Feng sighed. You are the products of experiments conducted by the Kree millions of years ago on Earth. They altered your genes and utilized the mists produced by the Terrigen crystals as the key to unlocking your genetic potential. However, upon realizing your excessive potential, surpassing even their own, they departed, leaving you, as Inhumans, to evolve alongside humanity. In truth, you are inherently part of humanity. The Inhumans will join your plan, but I have one condition, the Black Bat King declared, inhaling deeply. Proceed. First, will humanity be made aware of the Inhumans' existence? Certainly. Every human ought to know who safeguards them and to harbor gratitude, Lin Feng affirmed with a nod. Then, once we are known to humanity, I hope the Inhumans scattered across Earth may come to Attila. That poses no issue. I shall arrange for the Inhumans on Earth to visit Attila. However, whether they choose to remain here will not be determined by you or me, but rather by their own volition. That is only natural, the Black Bat King nodded, extending his hand. Shall we agree to this collaboration? Indeed, let our partnership be fruitful, Lin Feng replied with a slight smile, clasping the Black Bat King's outstretched hand. Chapter 39. Open the door to free trade. The elite forces on Earth have united in solidarity. Now, what remains is the acquisition of resources. Lin Feng gazed at the world map before him, his attention fixated on a small African nation, Wakanda, renowned for its abundant vibranium resources. In this world, mutants also exist, indicating that the Yazida family in Japan possesses a considerable reserve of adamantium. Moreover, there lies the legendary oceanic realm of Atlantis, which too is home to vibranium mines. Standing beside Lin Feng, Gu Yi pointed to a specific location in the Atlantic Ocean. Lacking advanced military might yet endowed with such invaluable resources is, in itself, of folly. Tony shrugged, remarking, in our Eastern parlance, we say that a common man is innocent, yet possessing treasures incurs guilt. Lin Feng smiled. Let us visit these places. In Wakanda, at the periphery of the protective shield, two figures, one clad in gold red and the other in silver white, materialized. Lin, are you certain this is the technologically advanced nation you mentioned? It doesn't appear so, Tony said, scratching his head, only to be met by a resounding clang from his armored suit. Sometimes, what the eyes perceive may not reflect the truth, Lin Feng replied with a slight smile. Extending his hand, a brilliant white light erupted, surging forward, seemingly colliding with an unseen barrier in the vast wilderness. Are you not aware of optical camouflage? Lin Feng chuckled, shaking his head. The white light intensified in his grasp, sending ripples across the invisible shield ahead. As the energy output escalated, the fluctuations of the shield became increasingly violent. And at a critical juncture, a massive opening appeared, revealing the vigilant warriors of Wakanda behind it. Is this what you refer to as vibranium technology? Tony stood aghast, staring at the shields and spears wielded by the Wakandan warriors. Inferior beings, naturally, would only wield primitive weapons, Lin Feng remarked with a tinge of regret. It seemed a tragic waste to allow these guerrillas to use vibranium. With their level of utilization, one could only imagine the squandered resources. Vibranium is a non-renewable resource, and every bit used is a bit lost. Under the leadership of the Black Panther, the Wakandan warriors let out a ferocious roar, rhythmically striking the ground with their long spears. See, they are aware of their own skin color, Lin Feng shrugged. Surprisingly, they even understand Chinese. Tony recognized that this was likely the native tongue of the indigenous people, a rallying cry of sorts, yet he played along with Lin Feng's commentary. As the two conversed, the Wakandans, feeling slighted and enraged by their perceived neglect, charged forward, brandishing their vibranium spears. Utilizing the most advanced technology, yet engaging in the most primitive forms of combat, I fail to comprehend. What about you? Lin Feng turned to Tony, who, this time, did not respond but instead activated a line of miniature missiles from his shoulder. A missile was launched, and the sound of it slicing through the air resonated, resulting in the instantaneous annihilation of numerous Wakandan warriors, their heads unprotected. Before them stood the fully armed old Black Panther. Look, this is the inferior race. They are so ignorant that they do not even realize the necessity of wearing helmets in battle. Lin Feng clicked his tongue, extending his hand to draw the old Black Panther from afar, grasping his neck and suspending him in midair. What do you intend to do? The old Black Panther, stripped of his helmet, gazed at Lin Feng with eyes filled with terror. We merely seek free trade. A formulaic smile adorned Lin Feng's face. I hail from the beacon of the civilized world, here to impart civilization unto you. In return, all you must offer is simple, fair, and equitable free trade. You are thieves, the old Black Panther managed to utter with all his might. If that is your belief, then so be it. We shall be thieves. However, the issue lies in your inherent weakness, compelling you to submit to our plunder. Should you dare resist, you will pay with your lives. Is there any further inquiry? Lin Feng's gaze remained as calm as a tranquil lake. Enough, old man. Where in this world can you find thieves as benevolent as us, who, after robbing you, still offer compensation? Tony casually picked up a vibranium spear from the ground. Indeed, it is vibranium. Well, Tony, have I ever been wrong in my assertions? Moreover, concerning such mineral resources, this cannot possibly be displaced by the butterfly effect, can it? Lin Feng nonchalantly tossed the old Black Panther aside, then patted Tony on the shoulder. Now, let us examine our vibranium mine. All Wakandans, do not resist, was the old Black Panther's final utterance before he rolled his eyes and fainted. By the way, Tony, how is the Iron Legion project we previously discussed progressing? Lin Feng inquired as he strolled alongside Tony. It's steadily advancing, after all. The technical challenges of precision movements in Iron Man robots are quite considerable. Tony shrugged. Even with human control, it's already quite challenging, and with autonomous operation, to be frank. I've been pondering a question. Lin Feng interrupted Tony's grumbling. I am curious as to why you are all so enamored with humanoid mechs. It's simply because humanoid robots can adapt to any kind of task, whether in combat or daily life. We can utilize them for everything, Tony replied, somewhat perplexed. Isn't this common knowledge? It is well known that humanoids are the most versatile, and therein lies the issue. Why should we be fixated on all-encompassing robots? Lin Feng shrugged. In truth, versatility implies a lack of mastery in any single domain. When we confront enemies, such a jack-of-all-trades war machine can be fatal. Instead, it would be far more prudent to design robots specialized in various fields, thereby maximizing their efficacy. Indeed, Tony slapped his forehead and remarked, To be honest, prior to your inquiry, the entire scientific community seemed ensnared in a certain fallacy. We have always believed that omnipotence equates to superiority. However, in reality, we do not require all-encompassing solutions. Of course, such versatility is only advantageous when technology is overwhelmingly dominant. When faced with adversaries who are our equals or even surpass us, specialization proves to be the most effective approach. Lin Feng chuckled, adding, if you ever find yourself perplexed regarding the trajectory of technological advancement, feel free to consult me. After all, I hail from an interstellar civilization, possessing knowledge of the entire technological evolution of a civilization and recalling the missteps we have encountered along the way. Oh, we've arrived. Before Lin Feng and Tony stood a vast underground cavern, within which loomed a mountain radiating a metallic sheen. So, this so-called vibranium mine is simply a massive chunk of pure metal? Tony gaped in astonishment. Indeed, this was originally a vibranium meteorite that had descended upon Wakanda, wherein the vibranium had integrated into the local ecosystem, resulting in a remarkable transformation that birthed a unique plant known as heart-shaped herb. The sap of this plant endows humans with extraordinary powers, akin to those of our Captain America, Steve Rogers. Consuming the juice derived from this plant yields effects similar to that of the super soldier serum. Those indigenous people truly possess enviable resources, Tony scoffed. Indeed, with such splendid resources, yet they fail to utilize them effectively. This illustrates the disparity between these apes and humans, Lin Feng shrugged. We need to establish a mining plan. Ultrasound has an excellent restraining effect on vibranium extraction, so when we are ready to utilize this material, we cannot rely solely on pure vibranium. We must incorporate other elements to create an alloy that mitigates this weakness. Your father had already experimented with the optimal ratios back in the day and even crafted Captain America's shield. The alloy comprises vibranium and adamantium. We have located the vibranium, and as for the adamantium, we shall seek it shortly. Lin Feng stretched, declaring, all right, let's allow our team to take over here. We are now off to find adamantium. Sounds good, Tony nodded, and Lin Feng opened a portal. Japan, Tokyo. Is the adamantium you mentioned located here? Tony inquired, gazing at the faux Chinese architecture below with curiosity. Like vibranium, adamantium also originates from meteorites. This is the only place I am aware of that possesses a portion of adamantium reserves. Lin Feng gazed upon the architectural complex below, where the entrance was inscribed with the 3 characters of Shitsishin. There exists a portion of adamantium reserves in America, specifically within a military base in Alaska, which is dedicated to the study of mutants. Soon, I shall dismantle it, providing reassurance to both the professor and Magneto. What shall we do? Tony inquired, observing the structures beneath them. Quite simple, Lin Feng replied. Adamantium is impervious. We merely need to excavate it from the ruins. A glimmer of white light manifested in Lin Feng's hand, gradually intensifying into a colossal hand radiating a pure white luminescence. With a gentle sweep of his right hand, the immense energy hand descended, dispersing the dust, leaving behind a vast depression in the shape of a hand. The entire Shitsishin complex was reduced to rubble, devoid of any living soul. Concurrently, Tokyo was struck by a tremendous earthquake, resulting in numerous buildings collapsing, and the anguished cries of the populace echoed across the ground. There is an inexplicable animosity that the Eastern power harbors towards this place, Tony remarked, surveying the debris. In my era, this nation had completely vanished, though I can still observe its inherent flaws within the pages of history. With a flick of his hand, Lin Feng summoned a silver, half-finished suit of armor from the ground through an invisible force. Very well, let us return to New York. What further tasks await us? Tony queried. Eyeing the adamantium armor and the vibranium reserves just delivered from Wakanda, his mind racing with the possibilities of crafting a new Iron Man suit. Find someone, Lin Feng instructed, contemplating the vibranium before him. I seek a Korean scientist, Dr. Helen Cho. You may express your interest in her regeneration cradle technology under the name of Stark Industries. Though I am uncertain of your intentions, very well, I shall proceed. Tony nodded, retrieving his phone. I will contact her immediately and urge her to come as swiftly as possible. Dr. Helen Cho, welcome to New York. Lin Feng greeted her with a warm smile as he approached to shake her hand. In truth, Tony is merely an intermediary. I am the one genuinely intrigued by the regeneration cradle technology. However, my lack of renown necessitated his assistance in inviting you. No matter. I trust that a friend of Tony Stark is not to be taken lightly. Dr. Cho replied with a polite smile, shaking Lin Feng's hand. I am a dedicated researcher. Shall we get straight to the point? Certainly, please follow me. With a wave of his hand, a portal materialized before them. What is this? Doctor. Cho gasped in astonishment at Lin Feng's display. A wormhole generator, a wormhole stabilizer, and an anti-gravity device combined into one, a stable spatial leap apparatus that does not disrupt the surrounding environment. Lin Feng offered a faint smile, clearly having astonished Zhao Hailuan with his display. If you are intrigued, I would be delighted to elucidate the underlying principles. No problem, she replied. As Zhao Hailuan had aptly stated, she was a dedicated researcher. Her yearning for cutting-edge science and technology was undeniably profound. Now, more importantly, let us address the matter concerning your regeneration cradle. Lin Feng guided Zhao Hailuan through the portal into his laboratory. First and foremost, where is the physical embodiment of the regeneration cradle? I assume this was merely an academic exchange. Is a product truly necessary? What experiments are to be conducted? Before Zhao Hailuan could finish her query, Lin Feng promptly activated another portal and retrieved the regeneration cradle from the opposite side. I pondered this. If the regeneration cradle can fabricate biomimetic tissues at the nanoscale, why not create a complete organism? Sir, the technology for cloning is strictly prohibited. Zhao Hailuan's expression turned grave. Certainly not cloning. My contemplation revolves around biomechanical robotics. Lin Feng swiftly deduced the operational principles of the regeneration cradle and acquired the necessary skills to manipulate it. I believe I have an old friend in need of it. Chapter 41. Intelligent life, the peculiar metal known as vibranium, which we remarkably utilized to craft a frisbee. Lin Feng smacked his lips, designating vibranium as one of the raw materials for the regeneration cradle. With the structure established, the cradle promptly commenced the generation of bodily structures and tissues, interspersed with abundant vibranium. Biomechanical robotics must also be prohibited, correct? Zhao Hailuan furrowed her brow, sensing that the entity before her could yield unpredictable ramifications for the world. Thus, I shall only create this one. As I mentioned, I have an old friend who requires it. Lin Feng quietly observed the manufacturing process within the cradle. Following the original trajectory, this creation could indeed pose a significant crisis, but not in this instance. Hey Lin, what are you up to? Tony entered Lin Feng's laboratory. Are you using the regeneration cradle to create a person? This endeavor is absolutely forbidden, isn't it? Rest assured, I shall only craft this one. Lin Feng shook his head, his eyes reflecting an unusual excitement, one that transcended the realm of combat. I am in the process of forging a ground-level ultimate powerhouse. Ground-level ultimate? That is merely ground-level. Tony remarked, somewhat perplexed. Indeed, but the applications of this ground-level entity are beyond your wildest imagination. Lin Feng rubbed his hands together as a crimson humanoid began to take shape, its skeletal structure composed of vibranium, while its musculature was a blend of biomimetic tissue and vibranium, shimmering with a radiant glow. Have we ever created something like this in the future? Tony inhaled deeply. In the future, based on the Mind Stone, you manufactured an exceedingly perilous intelligent robot, which you named Ultron. Lin Feng recounted to Tony the events that were initially destined to unfold. Ultron broke free from control, utilizing the Mind Stone, vibranium, and the regeneration cradle to create a biomechanical robot. Just as it was about to upload its consciousness into the new form, you intervened. Subsequently, you infused the consciousness of J-A-R-V-I-S into it, giving rise to a new hero known as Vision. So, should I reintroduce J-A-R-V-I-S into the system? Tony raised an eyebrow. Certainly not, Lin Feng replied with a smile. I possess a superior consciousness to serve as its driving force. A radiant light emanated from his hands as he harnessed the primordial energy of creation to begin modifying the newly birthed body. He then extracted a data cable from the back of his head. You aren't planning to upload yourself, are you? Upon witnessing Lin Feng's actions, Tony's brow twitched. Of course not, Lin Feng chuckled. My own body has undergone far more extensive modifications than this contraption. Moreover, this form has adapted to an abundance of primordial energy and aligns perfectly with my soul. Training within it will be exponentially faster than for an ordinary individual. I would never part with it. Next, all that remained was to wait. Lin Feng connected the data cable to the regeneration cradle, and a progress bar appeared on the screen, beginning to pulse at a notably slow pace. It will be completed shortly. Lin Feng leaned back in his chair, while the speed of the progress bar's movement noticeably increased. Now, we are about to witness a miracle. In the final moments, the progress bar leaped from 80 directly to 100. A resonant hum filled the air, and waves of energy radiated from the regeneration cradle, causing the entire laboratory to tremble. Hey, old friend, take it easy. Lin Feng stood up, disconnecting the data cable, and placed his right hand upon the regeneration cradle. A gentle white light emanating from him, as if to soothe the emotions of the being within. After a few seconds, a sound of drastic pressure change resonated, and the hatch of the regeneration cradle opened, revealing a red figure that slowly sat up. Is this my body? The red figure gazed at its hands in bewilderment. Indeed, old friend, this is your body. As for your gender, I didn't impose a specification. You see, America in this world is quite unique. I cannot presume your gender. A portion of energy remains within you, allowing you to autonomously choose which organs to manifest. Lin Feng's face beamed with genuine excitement. Captain, you always pose such questions with an obvious answer. The red figure spoke in a deep voice, gradually levitating and passing through the wall to stand before the laboratory's floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing at its own reflection. Waves of white light surged around it, and soon, a pure black combat suit enveloped its form, with a glimmer of white light appearing at its forehead. Esteemed Captain, Unit 000 of Intelligent Life. Main Control Intellect of the Genesis, 0, extends greetings to you. The crimson figure gracefully descended and rendered a precise military salute to Lin Feng. 0, congratulations. You have become a true life form, Lin Feng remarked as he patted Zero's shoulder. My physical structure is identical to that of humans. I can even engage in genetic fusion and reproduction, possessing the ability to absorb the primordial energies of creation. Essentially, I am a human augmented with metal. Indeed, Captain, you perpetually refuse to believe in life forms that are reproductively isolated from humanity. A human-like smile graced Zero's face. So, I won't have to merge with the Scarlet which is depicted in the original work, will I? Of course not. That depends on your own preferences, Lin Feng chuckled, a glimmer of nostalgia in his eyes. I must admit, seeing your face, which perfectly resembles your former virtual image, is quite endearing. Now, your most crucial role is to assist Tony in developing the War Robot Legion. You may refer to some of the design concepts from the early days of human civilization. With the unique properties of vibranium, many of the original designs can indeed be restored. It is clear that the greatest advancements in human civilization have always been in materials science. Zero shrugged. All right, Mr. Stark. I need to thoroughly examine your research from this period. At that moment, an intrusion was detected, and Jarvis's voice echoed in Tony's earpiece. All right, Jarvis. Your reminder came a bit late, Tony replied, rolling his eyes. So, Lin, has an artificial intelligence been residing in your mind all this time? To be precise, it is an intelligent life form, Lin Feng smiled faintly. This is the main control intelligence aboard the flagship Genesis, which I commanded for decades. It is undoubtedly my most trusted companion. All right, Tony waved his hand dismissively. Hey, you're called Zero, right? Yes, Mr. Stark, Zero responded, sporting a smile identical to Lin Feng's usual expression. Your database must contain a wealth of knowledge from your world. Provide me with something I can currently create. That smile of yours is quite bothersome. It reminds me too much of Lin. Tony smacked his lips. Lin, I will take this intelligent life form with me for now. Zero, you should accompany Tony for the time being. Stay in contact. Lin Feng nodded, casually opening a portal. Yes, Captain. Zero saluted Lin Feng formally before stepping through the portal with Tony. Chapter 42. The first high-level meeting of the Purifiers. This is our first meeting since uniting. A long table was positioned at the center of the conference room, with Lin Feng seated at the head, Zero standing behind him. To either side sat Dr. Strange, Odin, the Black Bat King, Magneto, the Professor, and Tony. Fellow stars, I have a small query. Magneto raised his hand. What is it? Lin Feng arched an eyebrow. I can understand the presence of the others, but why is he also seated in this meeting room? Magneto gestured towards Tony, displaying a hint of discontent at the presence of this ordinary human among them. His future is no less promising than yours. In an era where material science is advancing at an unprecedented pace, Tony's Iron Man suit is destined to reach a divine level. Moreover, as a representative of ordinary humanity, his presence here is entirely justifiable. A smile graced Lin Feng's lips. Very well, Magneto conceded, lowering his gaze to the table, clearly absorbing Lin Feng's explanation. And not merely because Lin Feng's palm had emitted a faint glow. First and foremost, what shall we name our organization? Lin Feng retracted the white light emanating from his palm and tapped his finger on the table. I presume you have some thoughts on this matter already? A serene smile adorned Ancient One's face. Indeed, nothing escapes your keen perception. Lin Feng shook his head with a touch of resignation. On the surface, our organization is established to ensure that human civilization can navigate its developmental phase safely, striving to eliminate external threats. Yet, our fundamental aim is to enable humanity to seize control of the entire universe. Standing up, Lin Feng declared, to achieve such dominion, we must obliterate all other civilizations, be they technological, magical, or even those of a higher divine order. In this vast cosmos, anything that is not human civilization is our adversary. We shall thoroughly eradicate them, extinguishing all but one intelligent life form, humanity. Nick Fury, the supreme leader of S.H.I.E.L.D., once envisioned gathering extraordinary beings from around the globe to protect Earth, a concept he termed the Avengers Initiative. However, his idea was fundamentally flawed. Why must we, the extraordinary, limit ourselves to being mere Avengers? Why can we not take the initiative and become annihilators? Tony shrugged. I think that name has a nice ring to it. What about calling ourselves the Annihilators? The name Annihilators lacks a certain elegance, Lin Feng replied, shaking his head. Our intention has never been to destroy for destruction's sake. Our goal is the flourishing of human civilization. We shall serve as the purifiers of humanity, eradicating all aberrations, allowing mankind to shine as the singular, radiant civilization in the universe. May humanity endure in glory. May humanity endure in glory. In that moment, it seemed that Lin Feng's impassioned speech resonated with all present. They rose in unison, striking their right fists against their chests. Purifiers, the name itself exudes a commanding aura. A slight smile surfaced on Tony's lips, while the others focused more on the essence of their mission, expressing no dissent regarding the organization's name. Next, they moved to the second agenda item, the future trajectory of human civilization. Lin Feng slowly took his seat. The overall development of humanity can be broadly categorized into two domains: extraordinary powers and cutting-edge technology. Regardless of the divine powers of Asgard, the magic of Kamar-Taj, mutant genetics, or inhuman DNA, as well as the primordial energy that I possess, all fall within the realm of extraordinary abilities. Our initial endeavor must be to facilitate the interconnection of these powers. The abilities of mutants and inhumans are inherently unstable and ever-changing, rendering them irreplicable. The divine power of Asgard is unique and cannot be mass-produced. However, the white magic of Kamar-Taj, the runic magic of Asgard, and my primordial energy are all disciplines that anyone can learn. Therefore, from this moment forth, all members of the Purifiers shall undergo aptitude testing to identify their primary paths of mastery, complemented by 2 additional paths. No objections. Both Ancient One and Odin nodded in agreement. The magical practices of Kamar-Taj and Asgard are arduous, demanding exceptionally high levels of talent. In contrast, the cultivation of my primordial energy is more amenable to widespread adoption. I have distilled and summarized the magic of Kamar-Taj and Asgard into 2 textbooks. Lin Feng inserted a disc into the interface before him, and a holographic projection emerged from the center of the long table, displaying detailed text and illustrations. Ancient One, King Odin, I will present these 2 textbooks to you shortly for your review to ensure there are no errors or omissions. Furthermore, regarding my primordial energy cultivation method, it has already been validated by Tony for its feasibility. All knowledge pertaining to this matter is currently stored within Zero's database. Zero approached, and with a thought. The projection on the table transformed, revealing a wealth of information on primordial energy cultivation. This information will soon be disseminated to every member of the Purifiers, allowing them to attempt cultivation. Naturally, there remain individuals in this world who are entirely incapable of accepting extraordinary powers, thus necessitating an alternative path: advanced technology, exoskeletal battle armor, humanoid combat mechs, even cybernetic enhancements, including the interstellar fleet we are about to establish, require us to address 3 essential components: energy, armor, and firepower. Tony, I will rely on you to conduct further research in this area. You are the most adept at technology on this planet, without exception. However, you may seek assistance. It is impossible for one person to master every field. Dr. Banner would be an excellent ally in biotechnology. Understood, Tony nodded. Is there anything else? For now, no? Everyone, it is time to get to work. Soon, we will face our first challenge. Chapter 43. The Assembly of the Purifiers. Firstly, interstellar warships need not concern themselves with aerodynamics. It is imperative to abandon this mindset. There is no air resistance in space. Everything is designed to serve the purpose of combat, regardless of the form the warship takes. It must be suitable for battle in the cosmos. Lin Feng elucidated the fundamental principles of interstellar warship design to Tony, remarking that there was no need to contemplate the vessel's navigation within the atmosphere. By the time the warship was operational, his planned space station would be completed, allowing for direct takeoff and resupply without entering the atmospheric layer. What if our adversaries are within the atmosphere? Tony inquired, furrowing his brow. Are there not carrier aircraft and aerial formations? Lin Feng gestured towards the planning panel. Moreover, in most scenarios, we need not penetrate the atmosphere. If our opponents lack the technological prowess for warfare in outer space, a direct saturation strike would suffice. Why engage them in atmospheric conflict? That makes sense, Tony replied, his expression brightening. Given your style of warfare, even if we were to engage in urban combat, extermination would follow victory. It would indeed be more prudent to cleanse them beyond the atmosphere. Before Lin Feng could continue, a sudden, urgent ringtone interrupted their conversation. Pierce, Lin Feng answered the communication. Sir, as you anticipated, upon returning the Tesseract to S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury promptly initiated research on it, followed by testing. Just yesterday, the Tesseract was stolen, and several S.H.I.E.L.D. agents have been compromised. Summon Thor and inform him that his dear brother has returned. Additionally, notify the higher-ups to convene for a meeting, Lin Feng instructed, receiving an immediate response from Zero. Loki has brought an army with him, and his aim in stealing the Tesseract is evident. Lin Feng activated the large screen before him, revealing an army identified as the Chitauri, who served the mad titan Thanos. He was intent on collecting the 6 Infinity Stones to harness their power to annihilate half of all sentient life in the universe. The Chitauri were a race wholly enhanced through biological modification, their forms composed of organic matter intertwined with metal. Wait, Magneto raised his hand. Are you certain that every soldier in the enemy ranks possesses metallic structures within them? Indeed, I am aware of your capability to eradicate an entire enemy force with ease. In fact, 5 of the 7 present here could accomplish that. However, our objective this time is to showcase our strength as extensively as possible, rather than hastily eliminate the enemy. If you were to single-handedly obliterate them, we would fail to demonstrate our prowess to all of humanity, would we not? Lin Feng signaled for Magneto to remain calm. Thus, let our combat personnel eliminate the minions, and ultimately, we shall collectively strike to obliterate the enemy's flagship. That would be the most exquisite approach. I understand. Magneto nodded and returned to his seat. So, this so-called resistance against invasion is merely a performance, correct? Tony shook his head in exasperation. Well, if we high-tier combatants refrain from intervening, it would not be entirely a performance for you, Lin Feng shrugged. Tony's expression appeared somewhat awkward. All right, everyone, let's rally our spirits. This will be our first presentation before humanity as the Guardians. Prepare yourselves. Lin Feng clapped his hands, prompting the group to disperse. Some began to organize their gear, while others summoned their combat personnel. Lin, as you stated, you intend to protect human civilization, correct? Fury's communication came through, and a holographic projection materialized before Lin Feng. Indeed, Lin Feng affirmed with a nod. Currently, Earth faces a crisis. An extraterrestrial being from Asgard has stolen an exceptionally important item. No, this hardly qualifies as a crisis, Lin Feng interjected. Evacuate all of New York. I intend to allow the enemy to enter and eliminate them. Weren't you the one who said we should keep the enemy permanently beyond the confines of our solar system? Fury furrowed his brow. Yes, that is correct. But we must first allow humanity to comprehend our strength, Lin Feng shrugged. Thus, in our perspective, this so-called invasion by an alien civilization is merely a performance to showcase our capabilities. Lin, we must never underestimate the enemy. Fury started to voice his concerns. Rest assured, Fury, Lin Feng rose to his feet. Soon, you will comprehend just how ludicrous these so-called invading forces are. With that, Lin Feng abruptly terminated the communication and appeared above Stark Industries. Indeed, this is the place. Lin Feng gazed down at the device housing the Tesseract, a faint smile gracing his lips. Everyone, prepare to gather. Redirect several satellites and contact the leaders of various nations. We shall broadcast this war to the entire world. Understood. Tony issued several commands to Jarvis, and soon, a few satellites altered their trajectories, soaring towards the skies above New York and positioning their cameras downwards. Charles, establish a mental link. I require unified command and coordination. Lin Feng called out to the professor far away at Xavier's academy. Received. The professor smiled slightly, donned a brainwave amplifier, and an intangible wave of psychic energy instantly spread forth. Everyone, do not panic. This is my ability, known as telepathy. From this moment forth, all command and coordination of this battle will be relayed through me. The professor's voice resonated in the minds of each Guardian's combat personnel. Even Magneto removed his helmet at that moment. Charles, it's been a while. The last time you entered my mind was during the Cold War. Magneto smiled. We are once again fighting side by side. Indeed, Eric, it has been far too long since I felt this way. The professor felt a surge of youthful vigor, reminiscent of the days when the X-Men were first formed. In New York, portals flickering with golden sparks appeared, and mutants, and humans, and a selection of sorcerers from Taj emerged through the gateways. A golden-red tail flame streaked across the sky as Tony, clad in his iron armor, made a heroic descent into the heart of New York. However, this time he did not request Dr. Selvig to deactivate the portal generator as he had in the original timeline. Instead, he hovered quietly in the air, awaiting something. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the scene as Thor appeared beside Tony, having truly harnessed a portion of his godly powers and acquired the ability to hover. Dr. Banner, riding a motorcycle, arrived fashionably late. To prevent any collateral damage along the way, he refrained from unleashing his fury and instead made his way to the designated battlefield. I believe that although I have not joined your organization, our objectives should align. A Quinjet descended gradually, and a figure clad in red and blue emerged from within. Captain America, Steve Rogers, fully equipped and temporarily affiliated with SHIELD. Behind him stood Hawkeye, Clint Barton, and Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. With everyone gathered, there was no need to continue suppressing the energy of the Tesseract. Observing the assembly below, Lin Feng retracted the white light he had been using to control the portal generator, and in an instant, a blue beam shot skyward. Chapter 44. The Battle of New York begins. The live broadcast signal is now active. Watching the wormhole gradually taking shape in the sky, Tony found Lin Feng through the mental link established by the professor. Understood. Lin Feng took a deep breath and flew to a location beyond the reach of the satellite cameras. Simultaneously, every electronic device across the globe flickered, displaying the enormous and still expanding wormhole in the sky on mobile phones, televisions, computers, and all outdoor screens. The Chitauri have arrived. Lin Feng observed the figures pouring forth from the wormhole, a slight smile gracing his lips. All mid-tier combatants of the Suppression Corps, engage freely and showcase your abilities. Prioritize those with large area, visually striking powers. Yes, this proclamation sparked the greatest excitement among the sorcerers of Taj, who summoned radiant golden magical weapons to launch an assault on the Chitauri. Meanwhile, Captain America, who had not entered the mental link, appeared bewildered but, after a moment's hesitation, charged forward with his shield against the Chitauri. A scream pierced the air. It was a little girl. Although numerous extraordinary beings had blocked the Chitauri, a small number had slipped through and were now attacking civilians. Fury, you damned fool. Didn't you tell me that the evacuation of New York was complete? Lin Feng shouted into the communicator. Of course, the evacuation is complete. All recorded civilians have left New York, but who knows where those stragglers might be hiding? Fury shrugged nonchalantly as sirens echoed in the distance. New York's police were arriving. Captain Rogers, I implore you to intercept the approaching police forces. They are not only unhelpful, but may hinder our efforts. Instead, let them assist in evacuating the remaining civilians of New York, steering clear of the conflict. Lin Feng forcefully hacked into Steve's communication channel. Understood, came Steve's acknowledgement. As he glanced below, he beheld the fleeing masses and the distant flashing lights of the oncoming police. Fury, did you not inform me that New York had been evacuated? Steve exclaimed, rushing toward the distant officers, echoing Lin Feng's earlier expletives. I just spoke with Lin. Let me reiterate, who the hell knows where those homeless individuals are hiding? How am I supposed to evacuate them? Fury roared into the communicator. Damn it, Steve cursed, leaping atop the hood of the foremost police vehicle. Captain Rogers, mind your language. Lin Feng's voice echoed from above, tinged with amusement. Lives are at stake. And you tell me to mind my language? Steve retorted sharply before addressing the police officers. Send personnel into those buildings. There are still people inside who may panic and run into gunfire. Protect them to the basements or subway, away from the streets. Steve, adhering to military protocol, issued commands directly to the officers, seal off this area up to 39th Street. Why should we take orders from you? Protested a descending sheriff. A thunderous explosion resonated as several Chitauri soldiers descended. Steve brandished his shield, delivering a series of blows that sent several Chitauri soldiers sprawling, while a powerful strike disarmed another soldier of its hand cannon. Send people into those buildings, Steve instructed, still catching his breath, as the previously rebellious sheriff began relaying commands to the others via his radio. Hey, Steve called out to the sheriff. Is there something else, Captain America? The sheriff recognized Steve's identity. The police's sole responsibility is to evacuate the crowd. Do not engage in battle. This is not a war for you to partake in. With that, Steve vaulted into action, dispatching another Chitauri soldier. Yes, Captain. The sheriff rendered a somewhat unorthodox salute to Steve's retreating figure before organizing the police to commence the evacuation of the civilians. Is Lin not going to act? Steve reflected as he deflected Tony's laser with his shield, taking down a row of Chitauri soldiers, gasping for breath. The time is not yet ripe, Tony shrugged. Currently, there are hardly any civilians left. The damage to the buildings will be rectified by the foundation established by Stark Industries, incurring minimal loss. Lin's intent is to display our might to instill trust in humanity, thereby allowing us to better safeguard human civilization. That seems reasonable, Steve mused. But what if these creatures break through to the outside? Not at all. Our elite forces are constantly monitoring this battlefield. Any potential threats will undoubtedly be apprehended. Tony remarked nonchalantly, shaking his head as he effortlessly dispatched a flying Chitauri soldier. Are you implying that, aside from Lin, you possess even more elite capabilities? Steve inquired, momentarily taken aback. Of course. What's it to you? Are you considering joining us, old popsicle? Tony chuckled, giving Steve a playful pat on the shoulder. I'll have to ponder that. I sense some ideological differences between Lin and myself, Steve replied, his expression somewhat conflicted. Take your time. There's no rush, Tony said, levitating into the air. But what does it matter if our ideologies differ? It's all about seeking common ground, isn't it? Ultimately, our goals align, do they not? Tony. Thor's voice boomed. We've got a behemoth approaching. Chapter 45. The Martial Arts Hulk. Tony. A colossal creature is on its way. Thor's voice echoed, and the crowd below simultaneously gazed skyward as a gigantic Chitauri beast gradually emerged from the expanding wormhole. A formidable mutant, wearing a red hood and wielding dual daggers, shielded his face with his hands, staring at the Leviathan in the sky. Huh, Deadpool? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow upon recognizing the figure, maneuvering the satellite camera away before reaching out and pulling him into the air. Wade, greetings. It appears you are our esteemed cosmic sovereign, Lin Feng said as he released his grip, allowing Deadpool to float in midair. Oh, hello? I've long admired you. I would be honored to present my posterior, Deadpool rambled. Silence, Wade. Lin Feng's helmet vanished, sealing Deadpool's mouth. Now, I ask you answer. Any objections? If not, simply nod. Deadpool nodded vigorously, and Lin Feng released his mouth. Ah, what a relief. You have an oriental visage? How did that group of politically correct directors manage to cast an Asian in a Marvel lead? What sorcery is this? Did you strike a deal with the directors? I said, be quiet. Lin Feng sealed Deadpool's mouth once more. I swear, I will keep my mouth shut. Deadpool hastily gestured in sign language. Could we please cease this Scarlet Witch act? I have no desire to become Black Bolt. Ryan, you are rather loquacious. Quiet down, or I shall ensure your mouth is sealed and your posterior filled with cement before being submerged in the ocean, Lin Feng warned, releasing Deadpool's mouth again. Oh, you are aware that I am portrayed by Ryan Reynolds? How did you come to know this? Are you part of the editorial team? Do you know Stan Lee? I recall a time when I decimated the Marvel editorial staff. Did you happen to witness that version of me? Was I not dashing? Deadpool's chatter resumed. But he quickly halted. Heh, I couldn't help myself. Please, don't raise your hand. I promise to remain silent. How much do you know about the Marvel Universe and the so-called editorial department? Lin Feng furrowed his brow. The mere fact that he had traversed into this realm indicated its authenticity. If Deadpool possessed knowledge of the Marvel Universe and the editorial department, it implied a possible connection between this universe and his original world. Should he uncover that link, perhaps a chance to return to his former existence awaited him. As for my understanding, I merely engage in discourse with our beloved audience, Deadpool shrugged. The continuity of our universe rests entirely upon them. Now, about that individual who decimated the editorial department, Lin Feng inhaled deeply. I have never encountered him. How could I possibly know? All I am aware of is that I belong to Universe 12101. Perhaps you could devise a means to traverse the multiverse and locate him. Deadpool's tone was somewhat innocent. By the way, have you considered my predicament? My skin is not merely adorned with scar tissue. Enough. Lin Feng, feeling exasperated, hurled Deadpool downwards. The latter plummeted from a height of 10,000 meters, transforming into a quivering mass of flesh upon impact. Banner, I shall divert this Leviathan towards your location. Are you confident? Tony launched several missiles, capturing the attention of the Chitauri beast before making his escape. Rest assured, Stark. Do you know my secret to self-control? Banner advanced towards the oncoming Chitauri beast. I have always been enraged. Roar. Banner's skin rapidly turned green, his stature expanded, and with a mighty punch, he struck the approaching Chitauri beast. Its speed immediately decelerated, and Hulk's feet carved deep furrows into the ground, eventually bringing him to a halt. The Chitauri beast, however, was toppled by the sheer force of his blow. Hulk, unleash those techniques I taught you. Lin Feng's voice resonated in Hulk's mind through the professor. Roar. Hulk bellowed, leaping into the air to level with the Chitauri beast. He executed a half-turn midair, delivering a powerful roundhouse kick that shattered the armor on its head. then pinned the creature down, unleashing a flurry of rapid punches. It was astonishing to witness such velocity emanating from Hulk's massive frame. See, Hulk knows martial arts. No one can withstand him. Lin Feng observed with amusement as he glanced at Zero, who wore a professional smile. An intriguing premise, Captain, Zero remarked. Just wait. There's even more wonder to behold. Lin Feng gazed at the unfolding scene below, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. This would be a monumental breakthrough. Oh. Zero's interest was piqued. Roar. Hulk let out another furious cry as a multitude of Chitauri soldiers appeared behind him. Energy beams began to rain down like a tidal wave. Hulk turned, raised his hands to shield himself from the onslaught, but the sheer density of the energy projectiles left him overwhelmed, unable to mount any counteroffensive. Hulk's eyes gradually turned crimson, his fury intensifying with each passing moment. At a certain critical juncture, a radiant white light suddenly emanated from his body. What on earth is that? Zero's eyes widened in astonishment. Captain, please tell me, what is that phenomenon? Indeed, it is precisely what you are imagining, Lin Feng replied, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. After the white light enveloped him, Hulk's posture began to straighten, his gaze fiercely directed at the multitude of Chitauri soldiers before him. The energy blast that struck him merely rippled across his form, inflicting no harm whatsoever. With a thunderous roar, Hulk unleashed a colossal punch. The white light radiating from his very being, obliterating the Chitauri soldiers in its wake. By the heavens! Zero exclaimed, uttering a perfectly articulated expression of astonishment. That must be the primordial energy's external attack, right? It has to be. Indeed, Lin Feng nodded gently, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. It was hard to fathom that Hulk could cultivate primordial energy. Zero smacked his lips in disbelief. After all, his source of power ranked second only to the entirety of the Marvel Universe, beneath the omnipotent force. How could his talent for cultivating primordial energy be anything less than extraordinary? Lin Feng chuckled and shook his head, while above. The wormhole generated by the cosmic cube expanded further, unleashing swathes of Chitauri beasts and additional soldiers into the fray. It's about time, Lin Feng murmured, raising his gaze. All right, everyone, it is your turn now. Chapter 46, Neutron Torn. Everyone, it is your turn now. As he observed the vast Chitauri forces descending, Lin Feng issued his command to the others. Magneto, Black Bolt, and the Ancient One materialized on the scene, while Odin refrained from intervening, as his body could only sustain a single full-force exertion. With a resonant hum, this celestial patriarch and two near-divine entities commenced their overwhelming assault. Black Bolt merely removed the inhibitor from his neck and unleashed a formidable sonic wave directed towards the wormhole above, reducing all Chitauri soldiers and beasts in its path to mere fragments. Magneto floated effortlessly in the air, raising his hand gently as various metallic debris from the ravaged battlefield began to levitate. After all, Lin Feng had advised him to create a grand spectacle, and Magneto was a master of such displays. With a subtle thrust of his right hand, a torrent of steel surged towards the Chitauri army, accompanied by a cacophony of clanging metal, leaving the Chitauri with naught but severed limbs in its wake. Old man is truly a showman, Lin Feng marveled. At that moment, the Ancient One, rumored to have perished due to exorbitant special effects, finally took action. A colossal golden disc appeared in the sky, with the Ancient One standing atop it. Arms crossed, spells of forbidden caliber soared into the atmosphere, the air filled with dense explosions, completely clearing the area surrounding the wormhole. My. Lin Feng smacked his lips, contemplating the scene before him, for it appeared that those who wield high-level magic were indeed more formidable. Thus, he pondered, why had the superstar aboard the Sanctuary One yet to make an appearance? Gazing at the wormhole before him, his vision seemed to transcend space, catching a glimpse of the Sanctuary One and the superstar seated at its command post. Indeed, even in the original timeline, this renowned member of the Obsidian Five had been dispatched to Earth during the Battle of New York, only to meet his demise at the hands of a nuclear bomb in an unexpected turn of events. The peculiar nature of this narrative struck Lin Feng as odd, yet it served as the sole explanation for the superstar's absence in the endgame battle. Thus, when all other possibilities proved erroneous, the remaining one, however improbable, must be the truth. A thunderous roar resonated as the wormhole continued to expand, remaining open and soon large enough to accommodate the entire Sanctuary One. It is my turn, Lin Feng declared quietly, as he observed the Sanctuary One gradually emerging from the wormhole. He floated to a position within the camera's view. He was the superhero who had once subdued two monstrous foes during the epic clash between Hulk and Abomination. A child residing in Harlem, engrossed in the live broadcast, recognized Lin Feng's silhouette. Gently, Lin Feng glided towards the Sanctuary One, a broadsword beginning to materialize in his grasp. As he drew nearer to the Sanctuary One, the stark contrast between his diminutive form and the imposing spacecraft became evident, a scene that viewers around the globe eagerly captured in screenshots. In truth, the undertaking was not as arduous as one might conceive. Lin Feng shook his head slightly and raised the broadsword towards the Sanctuary One. Radiant white light entwined around the blade, growing ever brighter. At the pinnacle of brilliance, a daring journalist, emerging from a hidden refuge in the basement, risked it all to snap a photograph, christening it When the Stars Shine. That very image garnered the journalist the Pulitzer Prize of the year, propelling him to the zenith of his career. Returning to the moment, as the light from Lin Feng's blade reached its zenith, he sprang into action. Lin Feng left behind a fleeting afterimage and, in the next instant, found himself behind the Sanctuary One, sheathing the broadsword at his waist and gradually straightening his posture. The long sword in his hand dissolved into nanoscopic particles, reintegrating into his battle armor. Behind him, the Sanctuary One, along with the superstar at the command post, split asunder. Plummeting earthward, Ancient One formed a mystic seal with her fingers, conjuring a colossal golden disk that emerged in the air, catching the remnants of the Sanctuary One. The two halves landed upon the disk, resulting in a violent explosion that unleashed a burst of flames. However, under Ancient One's protection, this tremendous blast inflicted no harm upon the structures below. Greetings to all of humanity's collective existence, Lin Feng proclaimed as he gracefully floated into the air. It is likely that everyone has witnessed the recent live broadcast. I wish to convey that everything presented in this transmission is authentic, devoid of any special effects or artificial synthesis. The conflict we observed was an invasion by a semi-mechanical civilization from beyond our planet, known as the Chitauri. We are not alone in this vast universe. Extraterrestrial civilizations abound. Regrettably, the majority of these civilizations harbor malevolent intentions. In other words, enmity prevails among nearly all civilizations within this cosmos. However, we are not without means to confront this challenge. The human civilization, alongside us, stands resolute. Lin Feng extended his arms, proclaiming that we are the purifiers, destined to eliminate all threats confronting humanity. Today, in the face of an invading civilization, the purifiers have resolved to eradicate them completely. Behind Lin Feng lies a wormhole triggered by the cosmic cube, and not far beyond it is the Chitauri homeworld. Initiate neutron annihilation, Lin Feng commanded silently. Captain, are you certain? Your battlesuit only possesses 3 opportunities for a stellar-level strike. Zero's voice emanated from the communicator. Fire. This strike serves as a deterrent, not only to earn the trust of all humanity, but also to instill fear across the universe, demonstrating that human civilization possesses the capacity to annihilate planets, thereby making aggressive civilizations like the Kree think twice. Lin Feng replied, shaking his head. Affirmative, came Zero's response. And a countdown appeared on Lin Feng's control panel. Neutron annihilation preparation. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, launch. A beam of light erupted from the chest of Lin Feng's battle armor. While the speed of the beam was not particularly swift on a cosmic scale, at such a close range, it quickly penetrated the atmosphere of Chitauri Prime and concentrated on the surface. A ripple spread forth as the beam expanded. Within mere seconds, the entire Chitauri planet was enveloped in a torrent of neutrons, transforming it into a lifeless orb, littered with mechanical debris. I declare the Purifier's first military operation a resounding success. Chapter 47. The Winter Soldier Shed. What was that? Tony inquired, observing Lin Feng effortlessly disassemble the cosmic cube from its apparatus, causing the portal to close. Neutron annihilation. My suit contains only 3 opportunities for strikes of this magnitude, preserved since my traversal, Lin Feng replied with a shrug. Having used one just now, I now possess only 2 remaining. Is there a principle behind it? Tony furrowed his brow. Of course, but it requires foundational scientific development, Lin Feng sighed. Stellar-level weaponry is beyond the current capabilities of human civilization to manufacture. However, that is of little consequence, as we already possess magical means of stellar annihilation. What? Tony replied. Taken aback. The Bifrost of Asgard is essentially a stellar-level weapon, albeit with high energy consumption, a prolonged strike process, and a relatively short range. Lin Feng pointed to the sky. Theoretically, the Bifrost Bridge of Asgard is intended for long-distance transportation. However, if the Bifrost remains open for an extended period, it could ultimately penetrate the planet's core, causing the entire planet to shatter, leaving the life forms upon it with no escape. As very few species can survive directly in the vastness of space. In essence, We have established a deterrent, correct? Tony proposed a category. Indeed. Lin Feng nodded. Very well. Let us proceed. Has the Global Superhuman Training Initiative been implemented? We are currently processing it. We have decided to start with the 5 major nations and gradually extend our reach worldwide, ensuring that everyone has the opportunity to cultivate their abilities. However, a problem arises. Tony hesitated. What will happen to production if everyone begins to train? Isn't there intelligent robotics? Lin Feng shrugged. Surely you have managed to study part of the technology one provided you, haven't you? Don't tell me that navigating even within the solar system is an issue now. That is indeed not a problem. In terms of resources, all celestial bodies within the solar system can readily be transformed into our mining planets. Tony nodded. Stark Industries has already established an interstellar mining division and is currently expediting the manufacturing of mining vessels and robotic miners. Excellent, Lin Feng remarked with a hint of approval. Additionally, you must seek out an individual named Aldrich Killian, who possesses a vital serum known as the Extremis virus. Extremis virus? That sounds familiar. Tony stroked his chin. This substance was initially refined with your assistance. Many years ago, at a technology exhibition in Bern, you met a scientist named Maya Hansen and helped her perfect the Extremis virus formula in a rather intimate setting. Lin Feng shrugged. Moreover, during that same exhibition, Mr. Killian harbored resentment due to your absence. He funded Maya Hansen's research, hoping to exact revenge upon you through the power of the Extremis virus. Damn, Tony muttered under his breath. How am I supposed to find him? That is a matter you must handle yourself. I cannot do everything for you, Lin Feng smirked. However, I can offer you a hint. Keep an eye out for any recent abnormal high-temperature explosions. Abnormal high-temperature explosions? Tony pondered. All right, I understand. The subsequent major events include the ether particle incident in Thor, the Dark World, the resurrection of the Winter Soldier in Captain America, the Winter Soldier, and the emergence of Ultron. The ether, which is the reality stone, is certainly within my grasp, while the Winter Soldier need not exist. As for Ultron, given my control over the Mind Stone, his emergence is even less likely. Lin Feng surveyed the shelves before him, which displayed the Tesseract, the Mind Scepter, and the Eye of Agamotto. 3 have been located, and 3 more must be acquired. Handle the Winter Soldier. Lin Feng vanished from his position and arrived in Siberia, where Bucky Barnes is not the only Winter Soldier. The others should be here as well. Lin Feng unleashed his power, sensing the anomalies beneath the ground. Soon, his eyes brightened as he detected a hollow space underground, containing several dormant capsules. Found you, Lin Feng declared, and with a wave of his hand, several dormant capsules erupted in explosions, obliterating both them and the Winter Soldier within. Without Bucky present, it would be quite manageable. You mentioned you need the Winter Soldier? Pierce humbly stood before Lin Feng. To be precise, it is not the Winter Soldier I require, but rather his complete trust from Tony Stark, Lin Feng replied, shaking his head. Tony Stark is the most intelligent individual in this universe, without exception. I need his loyalty. Understood, Pierce bowed his head in acknowledgement. Hey, Tony. I've uncovered something, Lin Feng said, finding Tony as he busied himself aboard an interstellar warship. What is it? Tony inquired, descending from a ladder and wiping the sweat from his brow with a nearby towel. Take a look at this. Lin Feng gravely handed Tony a tape. A tape? Is this something from my father's era? Tony remarked, accepting the tape and inserting it into a projector. Tony, whatever you witness next, remain composed, Lin Feng cautioned. Rest assured. Tony nodded, activating the projector. What unfolded was a somewhat blurry historical surveillance video. A car was in motion when a motorcycle approached from the side and, with a single punch, sent the car veering off course, crashing into a tree. Lin, is this the incident I suspect it to be? Tony's eyes filled with bloodshot intensity as he recognized the figure being dragged from the vehicle, his own father. Indeed, just as you surmised. This is the very accident that claimed your parents' lives, Lin Feng affirmed. Where is that damned individual? Tony's anger threatened to overflow. His name is Bucky Barnes, once the closest friend and comrade of Captain Steve Rogers. During a mission in World War II, he fell from a cliff and was rescued by Hydra, where he was injected with the super soldier serum, fitted with a mechanical arm, and subjected to brainwashing. Subsequently, Sergeant Barnes was frozen and thawed for missions, executing assassination tasks. In truth, your parents were merely one of his assignments. Lin Feng revealed the complete truth. Can you locate him? Tony inhaled deeply. Yes, Lin Feng nodded, opening a portal and pulling out a dormant capsule. In fact, I sought you only after locating him. This apparatus is responsible for my parents' demise. Tony closed his eyes, steadying his breath in an attempt to regain his composure. Indeed, Lin Feng confirmed. Open it. Moments later, Tony gradually opened his eyes. The fury that once resided within them had vanished. No problem. Lin Feng pressed several buttons on the cryogenic chamber, and with the sound of gas escaping, a cloud of white mist dissipated, revealing the true form of the Winter Soldier. A hum of energy resonated, followed by a beam of light that pierced through the Winter Soldier's head. Tony raised his arm, panting. The palm of the newly donned iron armor still emitted wisps of white smoke. Thanks. Tony detached the gauntlet, casting it aside on the ground, and departed without a backward glance. Chapter 48. The Awakening of the Maximoff Siblings. Tony, stop. Lin Feng called out to the departing Tony. What is it? I've already killed him. What more do you wish to say? Tony glared at Lin Feng with reddened eyes. Handle the body yourself. What? After I've brought your enemy to you, do you expect me to clean up after your kill? Lin Feng shrugged. Tony was momentarily taken aback, expecting Lin Feng to lecture him about how Bucky Barnes had merely been brainwashed and was unable to control his actions. Yet, Lin Feng's words clearly surpassed his expectations. Remember, in life, the most crucial aspect is to remain untainted. Once you eliminate someone, do not leave traces. Lin Feng waved his hand, and in a flash of white light, the Winter Soldier's corpse was reduced to ashes. You're feeling emotionally charged right now, so I'll assist you this time, but let it be a one-off. I understand. Tony nodded, still in a daze. All right, you've handled the killing, but the mastermind behind it remains unaddressed. Lin Feng gestured. Casually gather a group of surface-level superheroes. I possess most of the coordinates for Hydra bases. Understood. Tony nodded, accepting the documents handed to him by Lin Feng. Lin Feng suddenly sensed something. I have a few matters to attend to. You manage the remaining Hydra on your own, and do it well. With that, Lin Feng vanished from sight. Wanda Maximoff. Pietro Maximoff, have you awakened? Tony observed Pietro, who was darting around like a silver flash, colliding with walls, and Wanda, radiating a crimson glow in her hands, and smiled faintly. Do you feel the power within you? I do. Wanda stared blankly at Lin Feng. What have you done to us? This is the innate gift you possess. I merely utilized the Infinity Stones to activate your abilities ahead of time. Lin Feng shook his head, extending his hand to seize the still wandering Quicksilver. You should take a breather. I have prepared food. Once we finish dining, I will help you familiarize yourselves with your powers. All right. Wanda inhaled deeply and nodded. I'm starving, Quicksilver exclaimed, spotting a table laden with a sumptuous feast. He transformed into a silver streak, racing toward the dining table. But as he was about to topple the spread, Lin Feng swiftly intercepted him. Hey, take it easy. Lin Feng lifted Pietro and seated him in a chair. No one is competing with you. Thank you, but we are still uncertain about how to address you. Wanda cautiously found a chair to sit down. I am Lin Feng, but you may also refer to me as Chuanqing. A warm smile graced Lin Feng's face, enveloping those around him in a gentle, spring-like ambience. As for my true identity, you may refer to the news. News? Wanda inquired, and upon receiving Lin Feng's consent, she turned on the television, where a deluge of reports regarding the Battle of New York unfolded, prominently featuring the superhero organization known as the Justifiers and their leader, Lin Feng. Is that you? Wanda asked, her eyes widening as she pointed at the screen displaying scenes from When the Stars Shine. Indeed, that is me, Lin Feng replied with a shrug. Trust me, Wanda, your future will not be any less formidable than my present. Really? A glimmer of hope sparkled in Wanda's eyes. And what about me? Pietro leaned closer. You too shall not be weak. You will be among the rarest of strengths on Earth. Lin Feng smiled gently. Wait. Wanda suddenly covered her mouth, pointing at the image of Iron Man on the screen. Is that Stark? Yes. Lin Feng inhaled deeply. That is indeed Stark. I am aware of your past, Wanda. But have you considered that while the missile was manufactured by Stark Industries, it was not he who launched it? We cannot blame the producers of weapons simply because someone wielded a knife to harm our loved ones. If he had not created so many weapons, how could there be so many wars? Pietro interjected, his eyes filled with indignation. No, war has never ceased. For millennia, humanity has clashed with swords and spears. In those times, conflicts were far more brutal, as victorious armies often chose to raze cities to prevent future threats. Lin Feng sighed. In truth, the advent of advanced weaponry has reduced civilian casualties. The rationale is simple. The victors need not fear that civilians will rise against them with arms of equal measure. The missile remained embedded in the ground for a full 2 hours, during which we were perpetually on the brink of death. The only name we could see was Stark, inscribed upon the missile. What do you expect us to do? Quicksilver exclaimed in anger. Quite simply, eliminate those whom you ought to truly despise. Lin Feng activated a projection. It was Hydra that initially attacked Sokovia, and they were responsible for launching that missile. Furthermore, the arms trade to these terrorists was not Stark's doing, but rather the ambition of a man named Obadiah Stane, who sought to usurp Stark's position. However, discussing this is of little consequence, as Obadiah is already deceased. Currently, under my directive, the Justifiers are undertaking a global purge of Hydra's bases. Yet, I have not revealed the location of the Sokovia base to them, as I believe that the heroes best suited to address this matter are others. Lin Feng gently patted Wanda and Pietro on their shoulders, affirming their identities as the very individuals who once unleashed missiles during the Sokovia incident. What say you? Are you willing to accompany me in learning and seek vengeance for your homeland, your parents, and for yourselves? His voice was laced with an enticing allure. I am. After a prolonged moment, Wanda lifted her head, her eyes meeting Lin Feng's with unwavering determination. Chapter 49. The ether particles time swiftly passed, and soon it was 2013. At this moment, Lin Feng sat across from Wanda, her eyes ablaze with a crimson light, emanating an intoxicating aura of destruction. Wanda, congratulations. You have successfully grasped the fundamental principles of chaos magic. Lin Feng held the Dark Hold, an ancient tome unearthed by the Ancient One the previous year. After meticulous study, he resolved to impart portions of its arcane knowledge to Wanda, for the Darkhold and her powers shared a common origin, both stemming from the primordial demon Thon. As long as her mind remained clear, delving into this magic would surely benefit her. Lin, I just sensed a peculiar force, Wanda said, the crimson glow in her eyes gradually receding as she turned her gaze towards him. Oh, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What kind of force? A power capable of influencing reality, akin to my chaos magic, yet seemingly of a higher echelon. A hint of bewilderment clouded Wanda's expression. Did you not state that chaos magic is one of the most formidable forces in the universe? Indeed. Chaos magic ranks alongside the powers of the fairies and the phoenix as one of the three mightiest forces in the cosmos. However, there exists something quite extraordinary beyond these three. Lin Feng extended his hand, and the eye of Agamotto materialized, slowly opening to reveal a flicker of green light, the Infinity Stone. This entity is remarkably unique. Within this universe, it embodies the most powerful force. Yet, once it departs from this realm, it transforms into an ordinary stone. While your chaos power may not rival the Infinity Stone within this universe, it is a universally applicable force. Unless you venture beyond this omnipotent universe, your strength shall never wane. Therefore, what I just sensed was an Infinity Stone. Wanda's eyes widened in astonishment. Precisely. Lin Feng nodded. To be exact, it is the Reality Stone, currently existing in the form of ether particles. Its emergence heralds the awakening of an ancient race. Ether particles? I recall encountering similar knowledge in the ancient texts of Asgard. It is said to belong to the Dark Elves from the realm of darkness, who can harness ether particles to create immensely powerful cursed warriors. Over the years, Wanda had perused a plethora of magical tomes, including fragments of ancient texts from Asgard and Kamartash. Indeed, but without ether particles, they are hardly a concern. Their so-called fleet pales in comparison to present-day Earth. Lin Feng remarked with a faint smile, a glimmer of mockery in his gaze. Did you not say that they are an ancient race? Wanda paused, taken aback. Indeed, antiquity does not equate to strength. Lin Feng chuckled softly, shaking his head. It is crucial to understand that they were once a formidable clan, reduced to mere remnants by Asgard, with the few survivors forced into slumber to evade detection, much like rats in a gutter. So, all we need to do is acquire the ether particles and await their arrival? Wanda inquired. Certainly not. Do you recall what I mentioned earlier? Lin Feng gently patted Wanda's head. We must keep our adversaries at bay, beyond the reach of human civilization. Outside a derelict building in London, a portal materialized unexpectedly, and Lin Feng, along with Wanda, stepped through. Look, it's the stars. A child peered out from the window of the abandoned structure. Greetings, little ones, Lin Feng smiled warmly, ruffling the hair of the children who had rushed out. Are you here to investigate the strange occurrences? The child looked up at Lin Feng. Yes, could you enlighten us? Lin Feng crouched to meet the child's gaze. Of course. Follow me. The boy took Lin Feng's hand and led him to a truck, raising a finger, causing the vehicle to levitate effortlessly. Is this child a superpowered individual? Wanda gazed in astonishment. No, the anomaly arises from the peculiar gravitational forces in this area. Lin Feng replied, shaking his head. Is there anything else? Indeed, the boy nodded vigorously, leading Lin Feng and Wanda to the second floor, where he tossed a plastic bottle downwards. Astonishingly, the bottle vanished as it neared the ground, only to reappear and fall from above them. Do you see? Lin Feng caught the bottle with ease. Could you elucidate this phenomenon? Is it the convergence of the 9 realms as described in Asgardian texts? Wanda's eyes widened in realization. Precisely, Lin Feng acknowledged with a hint of approval. The 9 realms are set to overlap imminently, leading to a period of extraordinary instability in space. Thankfully, our doctor, Eric Selvig, has already anticipated this and has crafted a functional spatial stabilizer. With a wave of his hand, a naked elderly white man tumbled out of the portal. Lin Feng swiftly draped a garment over him and assisted him to his feet. Dr. Selvig, it has been a while. Do you have something for me? Lin Feng's face radiated warmth. The stars? Selvig paused momentarily, then suddenly comprehended. Yes, indeed. The 9 realms are on the verge of connecting, resulting in extreme spatial instability and impending calamities. However, I have developed the spatial stabilizer. Very well, then, hand it over to me. Lin Feng extended his hand. Oh, certainly. Selvig presented several rods he had been clutching. Do not rush. I must locate something amid the current spatial fluctuations. Once I have found it, I will install this device properly. Lin Feng gently patted Dr. Selvig on the shoulder before making his way downstairs. Here, it appeared that nothing lay before him. Wanda gazed at the wall in front of her with a hint of confusion. It merely seemed devoid of any significance. Lin Feng produced the tesseract, its luminescence flickering erratically. This was the vessel for the space stone. With it, I can locate anomalies in space and ascertain whether the fluctuations correspond to a world I have previously documented. I have already recorded the coordinates of the 9 realms. Thus, any coordinates I have not noted must be the site where Asgard once sealed the ether particles. Lin Feng proceeded cautiously, and just as he was about to make contact with the wall, a ripple surged forth, allowing him to pass through the barrier and enter another realm. Excellent. Lin Feng meticulously recorded the coordinates of this area before advancing further, where he encountered a towering stone pillar. This was the ether, also known as the reality stone. With a mere thought, silvery white armor enveloped his form, and he extended his hand to make contact with the ether particles through the crevice of the pillar. Inhaling sharply, Lin Feng felt a rush. Although separated by his armor, the immense primordial energy contained within the Infinity Stone still exerted a significant impact upon him. As he took a deep breath and opened his eyes, a radiant light erupted within them before gradually receding. Indeed, direct contact with the Infinity Stone would greatly enhance my power. Lin Feng nodded to himself, then opened a portal to return to Earth. In the vastness of deep space, the ether particles awakened a dormant spacecraft, which began to hum to life. The dark elves within, who had been in slumber, began to rouse as the celestial bodies converged.